The lights are off and away they go.
Extremely loose. He's managed to hold on and he missed the completely. He's crazy.
Side Freitas is on the grass on the infield for 4. He slides through. He tags Richard Eck.
When you make an omelet, you have to break a few eggs, and when you host a 24-hour race around one of the most difficult and challenging circuits in the world, you have to expect a few DNFs along the way. We are now 5.5 hours into the first 24 hours of Nürburgring on iRacing, and 44 of the 57 teams that began are still running. We'll take you along for the ride for the next 6 hours, all the way to the halfway mark, and you'll get to see it all live here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Hi, I'm Joe Peak, and with me in the booth is Bill Soup Zahn and Sean Ambrose. Behind the scenes is our director Amjad Yamin, and he's using cameras provided by Dougie Beard. A warm welcome to our viewers who have joined us after the coverage by the wonderful folks over at V8's Online. We're happy to give JD and Kane a rest, and we'll pick up the torch here at GSRC in the midst of the American Saturday afternoon. Bill, our viewers who have been watching since the drop of the green are probably pretty familiar with the ring by now, but for those joining us for the first time, why don't you tell us a little bit about the track that has been dubbed the Green Hell?
The Green Hell indeed, with 170 bends and 1,000 feet in elevation. The Nürburgring, the combined circuit, is arguably this planet's most demanding road course. It twists and turns, rises and falls over 15 miles through the Germany's Eifel Mountains. Now, it was built in the mid-20s. There were 2 circuits. There was a 7.7-mile southern loop and the 14-mile northern loop, and that loop was the one that hosted the German Grand Prix for many years. If you saw the movie Rush, the Niki Lauda fiery crash depicted in that film subsequently forced the Grand Prix to move to Hockenheim, and the southern loop was demolished, and in its place now sits this modern 2.8-mile course, which today will combine with the old northern loop to comprise the 25.38 kilometer, or for those who are metrically challenged, the 15.77-mile course the drivers will battle today. With lap times between 8 and 10 minutes, depending on the class, teams will complete this circuit somewhere between maybe 130, 150 times around before the 24-hour day is done. Joe, with runoff area at a premium, the driver's ability to maintain concentration will probably play a biggest role and factor in determining who the winner is than any driver's overall talent for hot lapping. And with a quarter of the way into this marathon already, 6 hours into the 24, by the time GSRC coverage is complete and we'll be at the halfway mark, and when we turn it over to our friends at RaceBot, it'll remain to be seen if we know much about who will win, but with attrition already playing a major factor, we'll probably know a lot more about who will not win, Joe.
Absolutely, and I think it's pretty much expected as we see a couple of the Kias work their way past one another that attrition would be a huge factor in this race. And all 24-hour races, it's all about just simply getting to the end, and here especially so. Now, to get you a little bit up to speed, the pole sitter at the start were Core Motorsports, but they are currently third in class and overall. Our current leader is Pure Racing Team, and they've got Patrick Pitchler and that Audi at the moment. Leading the way in the roofs, we have Florian Voith in the Pure Racing Team Roof C-Spec 24 team. Then when we jump down to the Kias, it is Alpine Eagle Racing leading the way there, and Andreas Galante is the driver in that machine at the moment. Then you go down to the MX-5s, the slowest class, but not the easiest class by any stretch of the imagination. Rookie Racing Team number 55 leads the way. Dave Galink is the one driving that car at the moment. So, Sean, that gets us up to date on the on who is leading each of the classes. Now, this course, we talked a little bit about the difficulties in it, and for those who are just joining us, tell us a little bit about what are some of the dangers of this track.
Let's start with the whole circuit. You're going to have to really take care of the car. It's so important. You talked about survival being important to finishing this 24-hour race, but the entire Nordschleife section of this is really very tough. But you do have some really great passing zones, some opportunities to pick up some ground on the GT track down in the Yokohama S, Babylon, the Dunlop Hairpin. You get out into the track, Stahlstrecke and Dottinger Hall is Bergwerk. Those are all really, really good chances for passing opportunities. But really, with the 4 classes of traffic that we have here today, I think one of the bigger battles is the closing rate. If you're at an MX...
Ooh, and we see Luis Solera having a big moment, and unfortunately there's major damage to that MX-5 who was running in 4th in class. That's the Vendaval Sim Racing machine. And yeah, he is not going anywhere. That is going to be a tow, and it is a long tow, and you can attest to that around here, Sean.
Yeah, it's going to be a long tow. Not only that, that damage may not be repairable at all. That might be the end of the race for that car, because as we found out earlier in the first race this morning, if you get to crab walking, good luck getting that suspension fixed, because we didn't get any.
So that's one more team that's going to have a difficult rest of the day. As you can see, still 18 hours left around here. So they're going to want to get that repaired as quickly as they can. However, I do see a battle here on tracks. And Terry Kalunki for Core Sim Racing and the C-Spec class. He is currently in 16th overall, chasing down Matt Polwuski. They're coming on to Dottie Narhoa. Let's see if the draft is going to allow him by.
Well, I've been watching these two for most of this lap, and it's been quite a battle. I think they're just really working with each other right now. But yeah, we are watching Pawlowski right now. He is holding him off. Yeah, it gets a little defensive, but here comes Kalunki.
And that looks like lift to me.
Yeah. Time to save a little fuel maybe in that draft.
Yeah, that's cooperative racing. And Bill, we're used to seeing this in endurance racing, that they don't necessarily want to fight as hard for position, especially this early.
No, as if we follow that battle right now, you can see even on screen on this long straight, he can have that position if he wanted to. And you can see he's just sitting back there waiting. Yeah, I think as I say that, let's take an eye as he takes a peek to the outside now.
No, it looks like he's well back.
I guess not. No, I was sorry. I was still back on my replay there. Sorry, I was watching from reviewing. Yeah, one of the things, even though, we think that we're 6 hours into the race, there's still a long way to go here. We talked about passing zones. The danger zones is everywhere out here. One thing I don't think we'll have, while lap traffic is always a factor, one thing that this course does help out with is that it's so big, at least that it's not a constant, at least not it's a constant traffic jam. You do get a little bit of a break going on to get around the cars. Maybe the danger zone for all these drivers might be the area between the ears. Keeping concentration, I think, is going to be the factor that gets these guys to the end.
Undoubtedly, and we talk about that a lot anytime that we have an endurance race, of the difficulties as we watch Santeri continue his way around. He's now currently 6th in his class. The difficulties in trying to stay focused, especially when it gets later on in the race. You run about 3 or 4 stints already, and you're at the latter stages of a stint, and it's so easy to just let the focus fade, let the fatigue get to you. I think, from what we've talked to, we covered a race recently in the Pacific Majors here, and even in only 2.4 hours, Bill, those drivers we're talking about, they're physically worn out after only that long. So I feel like this race, more than any other, is going to just wear drivers down and force mistakes out of these teams.
And I was looking, a lot of these drivers are doing some really long stints too. I would think 2 hours would be it, but I've seen guys who are going 3-4 hours at a time, maybe even more for that matter, as they try to work, get their schedules down where they can go the whole 24.
And I'm looking through to seeing if we could find a battle, and this is unfortunately the closest one we've got right now. Matt, who is slipping back from Santeri. He's about 1.5 seconds, so not gaining. We'll keep an eye open, see if we can catch anybody else starting to run someone down and get you a battle on screen. But Sean, Bill talked about the strategy needed to be very important around here, and I know you crew chief a lot of endurance races for Turn 2 Motorsports, and being a part of that team myself, there seems like there's a lot of discussion about what's the optimal strategy, taking into account the human factor.
Well, yes, and you talk about fatigue, so how long should a stint should be? What's your happy medium? Do all the drivers on your team agree? Does everybody, is the call an hour and 15 minutes, an hour and 30 minutes? The Mazda can go quite a long way. Just for instance, that car has a pretty good range on this track. Only burns about 1 gallon per lap. So, it's got to be a call that the team makes together. Everybody's got to agree with something that's comfortable for everyone. So obviously, every team's going to be a little bit different in that regard. The length of stint is very important as opposed to how much fuel you're going to put in. Do you want to run light? Do you want to run heavy? That, of course, affects the time of your stint. And tires, a bit of a factor here. This is a tough track. You're sliding around in several spots. You put a lot of heat down. We're already starting to see a pretty good groove come in here 6 hours in. So you're going to be taking tires and fuel, but how much fuel? So that's the big question. And again, we go back to what we talked about in the beginning. Take care of the car. We just saw that Mazda get off track and suffer heavy damage. As we're seeing already today, not much damage being repaired in your pit stall. So keep her clean. There's no fast repairs here at Green Hell.
Yes, very important to just run that thing to perfection and keep the car whole all the way till the end to keep yourself in contention. Now we're riding on board with Marcello Pajan, and those who have followed the Global Sim Racing channel for a while will recognize that name. Bill, I believe your series in the MX-5s, this is one of your drivers.
Very competitive driver in the MX-5 World Tour for a couple seasons. The Italian driver does very well. It's nice to see him out here racing. Hasn't put in a full season, but always up there front with a chance to win.
And it looks like he's showing that talent here today. He's currently on the podium in the MX-5s. He's a little ways behind the car ahead. He's about a minute 53, or excuse me, about 44 to Stefan Jan there. I was looking behind him there on the timing and scoring. So he's got a little ways to try and catch the next car, but it's a long race and there's still time to try and improve and see what he can do. Still, third place is a good showing for the Thrustmaster Movano MX-5 team.
Absolutely,
Well,
and he loves the new MX-5. He really has strived in since the rebuild and the new version came out.
Yeah, and we're only one season in, so only about 13 weeks. Now that's a good fair amount of time to familiarize yourself, but I have to imagine some of the guys who haven't run the MX-5 for an entire season might have had to acclimate themselves. And Bill, what have the drivers been saying to the big difference between the old MX-5 and this new 2016 MX-5?
I think they just find it more fun. I think that's the what I've seen is they enjoy driving it. Now maybe that's just because you like your girlfriend, you've known her for 3 or 4 years. There's always a prettier girl around the corner, and the new girl is always more exciting. I don't think that's the case. I think that they really enjoy racing it. And so what I think is happening is they're putting in a lot of time, and they're getting really, really efficient at it. Some of the drivers, though, we have some guys that are. What's interesting. I'll drop a few names. Jan Koemans is a renowned MX-5 expert. It doesn't race much in the official series much anymore. Some drivers have had a hard time getting it because it just doesn't feel right to them. It's like a pair of shoes. They can't quite get comfortable yet, and it takes some time. But I think that one of the guys, there's an Australian named Sonny Ketchen who has just come to love this thing, doing really good in the advanced Mazda series. And I think they just like doing it. Now, what's interesting is the other car that's in this class that's running just a little bit faster. One thing I noticed about that is the fuel consumption is good. They're talking that maybe that car can only go about 5 or 6, maybe 7 laps at the most here.
That'll be something to watch out for. We've jumped down to 5th place. We're watching Cy Andra in the Blackadder Motorsports, number 68 car. And those guys started in the 57th position, so that should be actually dead last, and working themselves up to 5th in class, 43rd overall. That is a nice showing.
Absolutely, Joe. They're having a great run. Solid performance so far. So far to go, but man, moving up through the field, that is definitely something you want to do in the early stages because you will make up a lot of ground late. We talk about fatigue being a factor. Certainly that's going to be an issue as the race wears on.
And on screen, we see another battle starting to erupt here. James Poole pulling in Samuel Augsburger, and James actually had an accident shortly before we went to air. We caught it as we were watching, and he easily manages to breeze past Augsburger in the Team GTRS number 1. So I'm assuming Sam has some very bad damage, because, man, that was a hard lick that we saw that Poole experienced over in Swallowtail.
Yeah, well, that car is a mess. You can see it on camera. amazing that it's handling so well as you see the Audi getting around there. But yeah, the car is still tracking well, actually.
Yeah, it doesn't seem to be too bad. I mean, I want to say it was at full tilt that he ran into the Armco, so I'm amazed that he's running as well as he is. That was Lucas Yastat, final podium driver currently in the 24H MSP Drivers Home 1 car in the Audi. But we're hearing that we have a battle for P11 at the moment. Lars Boll seeing if he can hold off Dustin Hickman. This is in the Roof C-Spec cars. And we saw these guys on the Audi V8s battling some hours before. So it looks like it's going to be round 2.
Lots of traffic right here, Joe. This is going to be fun as they head down the hill.
Plunging down the mountain. Yep, go ahead.
Just getting around them was Patrick Wolf in the roof, doing a really good job, and he's going to leave those guys behind.
I think Wolf is actually in an Audi, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I'm sorry, he is in the Audi. Sorry about that. He's in the.
So that's a different class. He's not racing them for position. Now Hickman is actually dropping back. He was less than a second. Now it's almost 2 seconds that he's behind Lars Boll. Not sure if we just happened to miss Lars actually passing him. There you can see Lars in his roof. That is for the Trimates team as they head up the hill, up Kesselchen.
Yeah, and that's where the Audi really has the power, is up the hill. That car has so much grunt. Honestly, a lot of grunt for this very narrow track, but getting up the hill, the Audis really are strong.
If you go just ahead there, we were talking about Patrick Wolf for a second. It's not a battle for position, but it is a battle from Audis there. Wolf just got around Simon Black. Wolf running in 27th position obviously had some problems as they work around a few more cars.
Yeah, Black a lap up on them, obviously.
Right.
And that's got to be encouraging. I feel like that's got to be a mental boost, Bill, when your lap's down and you're able to unlap yourself on cars ahead of you. That seems to me it maybe would give you at least a little bit of hope that you can maybe gain some positions.
Yeah, we know Wolf is currently racing in the Autobahn series. He races in their prototype class over there. Season opener, he got a win. So,
and that is no easy feat in the prototypes in that series.
I might be mistaken there. He finished second, actually, behind Robert Tinsey.
Yes, that's correct.
But he gave Tinsey all he could hope for, and of course you can see that's Autobahn series on GSRC as well. But you can see that he is very fast as he's pulling away now.
I tell you what, though, if you're able to fight Tinsey the whole way and challenge him for the win, you might as well count that as a win.
Yeah. I think Wolf's getting a little bit of help, actually, from the rear wing damage on that Audi. I think he's getting a little bit of extra downforce, actually.
Very, very damaged on the back of that Pure Racing Team number 74 car. Those guys started this race in the 8th position. They're currently 27th overall, and you can see they're 16th in class. So they've got a lot of ground to make up. Not the way they wanted this race to go, I'm sure. And in fact, I believe they were at one point, yes, I think shortly ago, they were leading this class, if I remember correctly. No, excuse me, I was thinking of the other Pure Racing Team, which is leading that, has Pitchler still in the car. Well, obviously a lot of teams out here, Sean, work in numbers. If you have enough drivers, it's, as I like to say with Audi in the Le Mans race, that you put enough bullets in the chamber, you increase your chances of a win.
You do. So what's the right number for 24 hours? Only you and your teammates know. We've heard of guys out there running solo efforts. I don't understand that. I don't understand that world they live in. But hey, whatever floats your boat. 2 drivers. That's really tough. 24 hours. That's a lot of time on this track with 170 turns. It's just. Again, the focus factor. I don't know, 5 drivers seems like a good number. 4, okay. Got to have everybody commit to it too, and hope that nobody has any troubles with connection or anything. And lot to plan for, a lot to look out for when you've got a 24-hour race. Everything's so important in the planning stages. Putting one of these together for a team.
As we watch Simon Grossman in 5th in his class in the Audi GT3 cars, let's go through the order. The top 6 of each class, those drivers are all on the lead lap, if I'm not mistaken. Overall leader still Pure Racing Team. That's Patrick Pitchler in that car. Core Motorsports holding down 2nd in that top class, and that is Angelo Mitchell in that car. Then you've got Lucas Justat in 3rd, and he is in the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home 1 car. 4th is currently held by Driving Revolution. Mert Utzel is in that car. Then you've got 5th, Trinity Motorsports, Simon Grossman. We just mentioned him not long ago. Top 5, not doing bad over there, but still 4 minutes and 55 seconds behind the leader. And then rounding out the top 6 for the Audis, Bill, it's going to be Thrustmaster Movano TRL. Stefan Muselar is driving that car. Let's go to the roofs. What are we looking at over there?
And that last car in that top class on the same lap, but is 6 minutes and 11 seconds behind. Now, we go to the next class there. We're looking at, this is the roofs. Pure Racing Team roof. That's the C-Spec 24. Florian Wolf is out in front. Now, he's got not that far of a lead, actually. He's only about 23 seconds back to Celestial DNF. I like that one. That's with Karol Wawrczewski. And he's got, now that's a giant lead. He's got a huge lead. These guys are all on the same lap, though. Back to Trimates. That's car number 48, I believe. No, sorry, car number 7. And that's Lars Bohl running that in 3rd position. Now there's a battle though. We talked about it. He's 3rd right now. He's only got about just over 6 second lead back to Simar CD De number 7 number 797 there. I kind of butchered that one, and that's Dustin Hickman running in 4th position in class. Still, then 1 lap down on these guys as we'll round this out. The top 5 is iRacers, Team Porsche, and that's Daniel Sinka.
Then we jump over to the Kias, and at the top of them is Alpine Eagle Racing. Andreas Galante is leading the way in that machine. Pure Racing Team number 116. Man, they got teams in just about every class, it seems. That is Mark Elkman, who is currently running 2nd over in the Kias. Clan AOD, .net 24-hour Kia. They are in 3rd, rounding out the podium. Gustav Belstam in the car for them. 24-hour Kia team. Johan Scherrer, I'm going to say. Apologies if I got that incorrect. They're in 4th. Chrono Sim Racers, CSR, they're in 5th. And then rounding out the top 6 in that team, that's going to be Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew. Karsten Tile, he is in that car at the moment.
All right, let's take a look at the MX-5s real quick. Dave Galenick holding it down there for Rookie Racing Team. He has got about a 1 minute advantage on Stefan Jan, running 2nd in class, Team RSO. 3rd in class, Marcello Pagnon in the Thrustmaster Movano MX-5. 4th, that's going to go to Syandra. We were watching them just a moment ago there in the Blackadder Motorsports machine. They are about just about 4.5 minutes off pace of the lead. Nice battle going on there, but you drop back to 5th and not on track right now. Jan, let's see, where was that? Jan Dirks is in the pit, and so we've only got 4 right now chasing each other on the track in the Mazdas.
Bill, did you and Sean have a Freaky Friday swap while I wasn't looking? It seems like Sean's stealing your bit today.
Well, we're going to be here for a while, so don't worry. Hey, just to follow up on Galink, they're running in 1st. You know, he's also teamed up with, I mentioned him before, Sonny Ketchen is on that team too. Galink also has experience in the MX-5 World Tour. Did very well there. Certainly got a reputation as my associate would. Ayrton Ellis would say a very confident driver. Let me say that politically correct. Some of the racers were not did not appreciate his confidence, but certainly doing good right now.
Okay, so I just realized my mistake. It is Dave Galink and not Galenick. So there we go. All right.
Like you said, we got 3 hours to get him right. So.
Sorry there, Dave. Nice run though. He's got some trouble right now, though. That Kia really wants to get around.
Ooh, and that having driven the MX-5,
Yeah, I'm
it's a
sorry, it was
C-spec
the
going
Porsche,
by.
yeah.
Having driven the MX-5 around here, I can attest. I did the VLN race. It's a little hair-raising when some of these faster classes want to get by in these marginal corners.
Let's move up one position. Let's go up to Florian Wath there, running 9th overall. It's not a battle for position, but it is a battle to try to get around there. I guess that's a Kia out in front of the roof. Is that what I'm looking at?
No, that's the roof, and that is a lapped car that he's trying to work his way around. So he's...
That's Matt Malone, yeah.
Yeah, from Grip TV, for those who are familiar with one of our fellow sim broadcasting channels. We've seen him, actually, I believe he drives in the MX-5 World Tour from time to time, too, as well.
He does, he makes his in there.
But
Malone,
he's not making it easy for
No,
Florian.
he's not.
Ooh. Yeah, that run through the carousel right there looked pretty tricky.
Well, I hope that he'd lift and let him by here on Darinahoa as they come around Gallows Hill. Pulls off to the right, and there we go. And Bill, you love to talk about this topic, about your special club, Backmarkers United.
Yeah, Matt's not really well, I guess he would be a member. He doesn't come to many meetings. He's not used to being that position here, but the strength of field is so strong. Look at Matt hang in there, but he did a good job at letting the guys around.
Certainly took his time. Now, I guess to his credit, though, Bill, it's a lot harder to pull off to the side at the Nordschleife and try to let a faster car through.
Oh, it's all about, and you just don't want to lose your rhythm. One thing in doing a little research, I did spend a little time on this track. I must say that the MX-5 was a lot easier for me to get around this thing, since you're flat so much. A lot of the corners weren't as technical in the MX-5 as they are in some of the faster classes. It's
Very
a big
much
track.
so.
It's a big track for that little Miata.
It is. It's so big, in fact, so steep that there's portions where you start to lose speed even though you're flat to the floor. So, yeah. I'd love it when we get on one of the MX-5s coming up to, it's called Moot Curve. Also, if you translate it, comes to Courage Curve, and you can tell why when you're in some of the faster cars. But in the MX-5, it's not so much of a problem. You're flat to the floor through there, and it can still get a little hairy, especially if you get one of the faster classes trying to stick it up the inside, but it's just not as challenging as it could be in something like the Roof C-Spec or the Audi GT3.
One of the things we talk about in the Backmarkers United meetings is to not only practice being fast, but it's just as important to practice racing off the racing line. You want to be able to miss the apex without losing time. And now, especially with these new dynamic tracks where you get off in and it gets a little slick out there, it's not as easy as it used to be.
Yeah, gotta watch out for the marbles. Shouldn't be as much of a problem here at the ring since laps are so much more sparse. We were watching Lars Bohl, but we have switched over to Dustin Hickman, who is currently 4th in, I believe, the roof class. Yes, that's correct. So he is heading on to Darinahoa, and actually I think is he chasing down Lars Bohl right now?
He is chasing him down, yes sir, just a little bit at a time.
But, Bill brought up an interesting point with the backmarker stuff that I looked at my notes real quick, and one of the things that I pointed out to myself I wanted to talk about is this plays into Matt Malone not pulling over immediately.
Right.
It's not always smart to just try and dive right in and overtake a lapped car. Sometimes, with this being a 24-hour race, you got to wait. You got to play the patient game.
And honestly, Malone is a very talented driver, so it's almost unfair to slap that back marker on. That's why I don't see him in any of the meetings. But again, with the strength of field out here, he's in a position he's probably not used to doing a lot.
Now on screen we see 9th place in the roofs. That's Daniel Sinka and the not ATK and friends. As we, excuse me, that was Malone. That was Malone that I was looking at as we switched without me noticing. iRacers.hu Team Porsche, as is what his team is. Daniel Sinka. Even I am prone to mistakes, Bill.
Again, we have a club for that as well.
All right, we are now under 18 hours to go. We are past the 6-hour mark, which means we're well past a quarter of the way into this race. Not that it means a whole lot. We've got 24 hours to go through. We've switched over to Patrick Pitchler, our overall leader. Still leads by an entire minute over the next car in line, Angelo Michel, also in the Audi GT3.
Yeah, and just from the time we've come on the air, he's up that by about 3 seconds just from when our broadcast started. It was, I've been trying to mark down some times, some intervals to see who's. You can't do it by visually. You have to actually take notes to see if these intervals are shrinking or gaining. And honestly, Joe, from what I can tell, this is. I'm a little bit of a science nerd here. This is like the expanding universe. All the intervals seem to be growing. Everybody seems to be getting farther apart, except from the one that we mentioned earlier. All the intervals seem to be increasing.
Well, if you are watching, if you're one of the teammates that isn't in the car right now, definitely come and talk to us. We are currently on the RaceSpot TeamSpeak. If you know where their TeamSpeak address is. Unfortunately, I don't have it right with me with the notes. We'll actually have it in the chat. Sounds like we'll get that internet if you are watching there. Come and talk to us. We'd love to interview you, see how your team is going. Tell us a little bit about the track conditions. We love hearing from drivers directly out there to get a good perspective of what it's like out on the ring today here for the 24 hours of the Nürburgring. And if you don't know where RaceSpots is, also if you're familiar with the Global Sim Racing channel, if you follow us usually, you can go to ours. We've got the address marked in our interview room. You can find it there and just hop on over to RaceSpots. Once again, thank you to RaceSpot for lending us their TeamSpeak for this broadcast. They've been very kind and gracious to us and offering us the opportunity to broadcast 6 hours of this incredible race.
A great team effort, not only from the drivers in the cars, but also from the broadcast companies as well, as we all coordinate to bring this 24 hours. The only way we could do that is for everybody to pitch in and get this whole day of coverage for you.
Watching Mert Utzel, currently 4th in the roof class, 4th overall as well for the Driving Revolution team. Works his way through the Beloff S's and then up into Swallowtail. Very difficult corner here, Sean, with the way you have to slow the car for that medium speed corner.
Yeah. And then you've got to get off this the mini carousel right here. You've got to get off clean. The car has a tendency to want to jut down to the inside and suck into the wall. You got to get on the power just at the right time to make that trip back up out of there. Get a nice run out.
Then out of Gallows Hill onto Dottingerpool. And now I know that Gallows Hill is named after a place that they used to have public executions, but you know, Sean, I like to think that corner is called Gallows Hill because if you get a bad exit, you basically hang yourself on the straightaway because you don't have the speed.
Yeah, you do want a great run there. Obviously, the speed down that straightaway is so important. Such a great opportunity to gain position and time on those who don't hit that just right. Absolutely, Joe. That's such an important exit. And honestly, you know, you're right there at the end of the run. You've just about completed a lap. The nervous anticipation of doing that sometimes lends to a very tricky out there onto the straight.
Couple of roofs coming into the pits right now from 15th and 16th position. Both those cars coming in. They were in a battle. And in fact, we have a driver change.
Zach Kalunki who's switching out, I saw. Oh, and
it is, yes. Kalunki's out, and Dominic Engel is in. And Joel Tremblay is in the car for Phoenix.
For a second on screen, I thought our director had found an accident, but I couldn't quite make out. It looks like that was not an accident that he switched to. There we see Engel, currently scored in 6th, exiting from the pit lane. And then you get dumped right away into which is basically a hairpin. It's supposed to be a chicane, but it is really frustrating trying to get it out of the pits and in there as he's got a car locking up the brakes into the Yokohama S.
For those who've run the VLN series, that is a very tricky turn to get used to when you first get out here trying to practice laps, Joe.
Absolutely. Takes a bit of getting used to, for sure.
Slight change in the track configuration there.
A welcome change, I have to imagine. It depends on if you're a fan of Herman Tilke or not, I guess.
Okay, now we're going to get back to Tilke talk. Okay, let's stay away
Maybe we
from
should
it.
stay up. Yeah, let's.
Okay. We do have European viewers here. We don't want to upset the community.
Oh,
okay?
I'm sure there's Europeans that aren't fans of Tilke. we won't get on that.
And I'm responsible for one of my favorite tracks. So anyway, I'll be.
We won't touch Coda. Anyways, actually, I'm looking at dominant angle. He's caught up to Lars Jepsen. Excuse me, Jeppesen. This is for 15th and 16th overall.
It's a battle for position here. Now,
This
in between it is Simon Grossman there in the Audi is between those guys, and he gets around him now. That's
Easy
your fifth
spot.
place in that class, yeah.
It's actually a great spot to get on by here in the kink heading up to the final chicane of the GP course. I believe it's called the NGK chicane, if I looked correctly. And
Joe,
then
I've
they head
never
onto the
done-
Nordschleife.
I've
Go
never
ahead.
done an endurance, but I would have to assume that Engel, who's coming out, just came out of the pits, has got to have fresh rubber. I would think should have an advantage, I think, over the 15th place car of Jeppesen.
Yeah, and I haven't spent a whole lot of time in the Audi, but I spent plenty in one of the other GT3 cars, which is the McLaren. And the fresh boots really do come into play. And I actually think Sean could expand on that a lot more, because with you having been a crew chief for GT3 cars in the Blancpain series, you've probably got quite a bit of experience of what it's like going from old tires to fresh tires.
Yeah, well, you mentioned the McLaren. Now we don't have the McLaren here, but they have those skinnier tires on them. The front tires on those things are very narrow. They build up a lot of heat, and they do fall off at the end of the run. Now the Audi, a wider tire all the way around, but also the horsepower, the torque on that car lends to burning those up just a bit. The fresh tires, really big. Now, getting out when they're cold, you're on that GP circuit. You've got to be really careful there. It can cost you some seconds, but once you get to that about halfway through the lap and start coming down the mountain, you got the heat back in the tires, and you're really picking up speed quick.
Whoa! Big moment for Lars Jeppesen, the Mad Cow Racing team, but he manages to hold it together. Holds up Max Lebarek just a little bit, but he's in a different class, and amazingly, Dominic Engel did not catch up to him. Also, apologies, I was talking about the Audi where Engel is actually in the roof, so is his competitor Lars. Wow, I am amazed. I'm wondering if we should get a replay of Lars holding on to that. See if we can pull this up. Whew, I don't know how it was for him going into Ehrenberg, but for me, it was giving me a bit of a heart attack. You have to go back just a little bit as we were heading down on the foxhole there on the replay. Here we go. Oh, and that rear engine car is not easy to bring back from the brink. I am impressed.
It's a fine piece of driving right there.
And Bill, that's one of our commentator favorites, the Mad Cow Racing team. They're in the Muriel car this time around. They like to have fun naming their various machines.
Yes, we don't have to be persuaded to put them on the TV there. Sorry, a little bit of a pun there.
We had to milk at least one out of there.
Oh, that's utterly awful. Our director says we just burned them all up. We have 2.5 hours to go.
I'm sure we'll think of more as time goes by. Again,
But that
Lars
team is-
Jeppesen holding on to 6th place in class at the moment.
Mad Cow very well of the commentator's curse, which we almost put on them there, where we put the camera on them and they have an incident.
And Sean, you about to say something?
Oh, we had a couple of roofs there in the pits. Dustin Hickman had just come in, and he was in 4th. And, I think we just had a problem with, is that Danielle Sinka machine?
It's a driver swap.
Okay, so they had just come in and do a
Jr.
driver swap.
Yeah, Attila Pap Jr. is currently heading into the car. They're 13th overall at the moment. Right now they're 5th in class in the roofs.
Yeah,
Again, if
they
you're
were in
just
4th, and they just dropped that position to Dustin Hickman, who came out.
Again, if you're just joining us, welcome to the Global Sim Racing channel. We are covering the first annual 24 hours of the Nürburgring here on iRacing. We've got just under 18 hours left to go, 17 hours, 42 minutes. It is a long ways.
And I got a hunch, Joe. I got a hunch when we do this next year, we might be looking at, I'm going to put a lot of faith in iRacing here. I think we might be looking at day-night transitions by this time when they run this again. That would really
I would
make
love
that
that.
special.
Wow, that'd be great. Yes, absolutely.
You can you can just feel iRacing easing into that as they start to get the different times of day now and stuff.
Absolutely. In fact, iRacing just announcing in the latest build that DX11 will become the default this time, as they had planned since they introduced it. So obviously they are making steps forward that they're happy with.
Cross your fingers.
Yep. And I tell you what, as much as I look forward to it, and I think that'll make racing amazing, I think it'll make it a challenge, and I'll enjoy getting to driving it. As a commentator, it's going to make life very interesting identifying the cars and where they are on the track of the ring.
I'd give that a thought.
Get us some night vision goggles or something to help us out there.
A spotlight, maybe.
Yeah.
Yes. Follow him with the police chopper.
We've jumped on board with Mark Elkman, currently second in, I believe this is the Kias. Yes, it is. As he heads down through Defense Valley. Now going to be into Brideschild.
I always want to stop off right here for a drink.
Yeah, it does seem like a place for maybe a lager and some cigarettes or something.
Absolutely, yes, exactly.
I believe our leader, am I correct in this? Is the leader in the Kias coming into the pits right now, or am I mistaken? From
I see.
position?
Yeah, no, that's correct. That's Hans Thaler. Is in the pit.
All right, Alpine Eagle Racing has headed in to make, I'm assuming, a driver swap. We'll see. In fact, they haven't made it yet.
I thought
Seeing a little bit of damage on the rear end of that car, actually, as it sits in the pit lane.
Yes, they did make a driver swap. Excuse me. That was Andreas Galante who was in there before.
Right.
Let's see if that damage, I'm going to go back a little bit, see if that damage happened right before their pit stop. Judging by what their laps have been in terms of number in a stint, it looks like this was scheduled.
That team has 4 drivers scheduled to race. 3 of them are from Italy, and then they have one from is that Germany, Austria, and what is that combination there? The Diachi.
Diach, yeah. That is Germany, Austria, Switzerland. Yeah, there we go.
Patrick Wolf coming in the Audi for the pure racing team.
And if we sound smarter than you'd think with us figuring that out, it's because we have a special voice in our ears feeding us a lot of this information. So don't assume that we're that smart. All right, Thaler heads out. Going to take over and see if he can continue on in the lead. Elkeman currently looks like, let's see, what's the gap between those?
Here comes Elkeman. It's only about 12 seconds, Joe.
Actually, we're looking at Elkeman right now, and he's still on the Nordschleife. In fact, he's coming through Brunchen. So actually, I think it's multiple minutes between them at the moment.
And I believe my timing and scoring failed me. I'm sorry.
Yeah, see, you went with technology over your eyes, didn't you?
I did. I assumed way too much there.
Well, thankfully, it's not a Michael Crichton novel, and things have not devolved into chaos. So life moves on. And Thaler is back out into the leads very safely, with quite a gap back to second place in the Kias. Let's round that field out, actually. As we said, Elkeman in second in the Kias. Gustav Belstam is currently in third with ClanAOD.net. Then you've got Guilherme Racadon Excuse me if I butchered that one. He is currently 4th in class with 24-hour Kia team, and rounding out the top 5 is David Morales.
See, now, here's the good news for Elkeman, though. He had already made his pit stop just, boy, that's misleading, just a few laps ago. Actually, a few laps ago is actually probably like 20 minutes
Half an hour ago, yeah.
That's right. So, but since we've been on air, at least I can go back and see that both those guys have made stops. So he's in the hunt.
You know, that last lap for Elkeman was 9 minutes flat. As he comes down the back straight now, curious to see what kind of lap he has here. He's going to hit the 8-minute mark.
And actually, let's see, he had sub 9 minutes 2 laps before that. And taller, let's see, well, Andrea Escalante was actually in the car before, and his laps were 9:02, 9:03, 9:07. So they were starting to run them down.
You know, that Kia's got a lot of grunt. When you hear it come by, you're like, that was a Kia? Really? Elkeman's in. Here we go.
So scheduled stop for Elkeman, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
What's
now
their laps?
This is he's coming in on lap 41. And this was the class where the cars didn't go very long. He made a pit stop on lap 36. So they went 5 laps. Those
It
Kias,
looks like
little tank, and I guess they're thirsty.
Yeah, certainly plenty of stops, and it's looking like that team's strategy is to double stint their drivers. Keep them going, keep them familiar with the car.
Yeah,
However,
I'm sorry, Joe, go ahead.
I was going to say, however, at this point, Michael Shellbach has actually hopped into the Pure Racing team number 116.
Yeah, I was going to say, nobody will give our leader in the MX-5s a break, Dave Galink. It seems like he's just in peril every time somebody goes around him. Poor guy is playing defense like the Oakland Raiders right now.
Well, he's got a bit of a respite because he's heading down the Dottie Norhoa Straight. Nearly 2 miles long, if I remember correctly. And these little MX-5s can get up to about 125, 126 miles an hour before they hit the binders down here into Tiergarten. And then into Hohenrad.
Depending on gravity. Gravity plays a big factor of how fast they can go.
And we're hearing one of the GT3 cars heading off.
Yeah, it was Lucas Stadat.
Yeah, Stadt.
Yeah.
Let's see, this is coming through the medic carousel. Ooh, I couldn't tell from that angle, did he touch the wall? He had to do a nice little K-turn there, though.
Boy, he just lost it right in the apex of the carousel there. Car just went around, the back of it just broke from him. He didn't hit anything.
And I tell you what, it's a little scary having to pull that Austin Powers here because there's you have to really carefully watch your F3 and make sure that you don't have traffic coming up.
Yeah, that's not an unlimited wing sprint car. You gotta you don't want to be sliding right through there.
Boy, but the racing gods only give you so many of those where you can loop it, and especially on this track, and not collect any of the barricades.
Yeah, it looks like Lucas got away with it this time, and in fact didn't even lose a position. He's still got about 2 minutes back to Mert Utzel, who is in 4th. So the 24 Hours MSP Drivers Home team continues on in the podium position. "17 hours and 30 minutes left to go now here at the Nürburgring. Running the 24-hour course, the Gesamtstrecke, I believe, if my pronunciation is anywhere close to being correct. 3 years of German in high school, hopefully coming back to help me.
Oh, that's not fair.
You have to remember, that's over a decade ago for me now, so...
My Spanish is of absolutely no use here at all.
I'm sure we got plenty of Spanish teams out there.
Yeah, I'm watching one of the MX-5s right now, Team RSO, Stefan Jan and the 397. Now, working with a lap car behind him there, Robin Rosenveen. But they've been working together. A little strategy going on there, maybe trying to save a little fuel and just, like I said, maybe doing a little bit of work together. But been a nice little, I don't want to say battle, but just really good racing together. As we see Robin starting to fall back just a little bit now. But
and Rosenvinge is another driver familiar to us from the Absolute Beginners League, although the races that we've broadcast with them, I do understand that they do one series with the MX-5, but we watched him in the Skippy, and he is usually a top competitor there. He's currently driving for Blackadder Motorsports. He's in the number 68 machine for them. And sounds like the number 27 is having some problems. We're going to pull up the replay. This is Jesper Delica in the roof class. It looks like this is coming through Lauda Links. And, oh no, off into Bergworks and into the barrier, and he gets caught.
Stuck the landing, Joe.
That's not the type of stuck he really wanted. So Jesper has had to take a tow, and they are now back into the pits. That is going to set them back significantly. Now, the timing and scoring was saying they're in 9th, but I believe that's after their incident, so I'm not sure if they were in 9th when they had that accident.
Yeah, and obviously they had to take the tow, so that's gonna be a while there.
Ah, here's a name that we know. Racing for Celestial DNF, Troy Schuster, another top driver, which at this point I think we need to expect that with us being in the top split, that we're going to get top-tier drivers. Troy Schuster, we're used to seeing him in the GT1 cars, namely the Corvette. He has hopped down into the roof C-Spec, and he is in 2nd position in his class, so nothing to be ashamed of there as he works his way through Ashbrook.
Hey, let's catch up on Angelo Michel, running 2nd right now in the Audi. Got Sean Wiltshire right in front of him, and Sean making it a little bit difficult to get around now. Oh, there we go. He opens the door for him finally.
And Sean is, let's see, he's 3 laps down, I'm seeing, even though he's in the same class. So that was not for position. CTC Racing Black, obviously having had some problems along the way.
Yeah, car a little bit bent up. They're riding a little bit of damage on that machine. Still out there, though. Long way to go. Anything could happen.
Again, another reminder to our drivers who are watching while they are not in the car. If you'd like to come on over and talk to us, give us a little bit of an interview. And Sean Wiltshire's into the wall. More problems for CTC Racing Black. Oof, this is up on the top of the mountain.
Hurt.
That was in Hedvig's Heights, I think. That was a pretty hard lick into the wall. I'm impressed that the car is not tracking wrong at this point, but it looks like he's able to keep it on the road and hopefully get it back to the pits here. As I was about to say, if any of the drivers who are out of the car currently would love to come talk to us, or maybe even crew chiefs are on a break, come give us a ring here at the Race Spot TeamSpeak. We'll have the address in the chat.
Ooh, Lucas Justat in the 193 just had trouble getting past Michael Schellenbach. Schellenbach almost loses it in the carousel, on the exit of the carousel. That was a close one.
Yeah, it wasn't on screen, but he had to take up to the higher side.
Now Justat is off the track. Into the wall. That 3rd place Audi R8 having trouble. He banged it up a little bit there on the left.
once again, almost in the exact same place that we saw just a minute ago for the CTC racing team. I mean, iRacing does not have any sort of oil or anything like that, but it's just strange that we had two in the same place. Very similar circumstances.
That sends the advantage to Angelo Michel, who able to get away from that and open up a little bit more distance there. That's a tough break for Justat.
Now the question is, can Utsel start to capitalize on these mistakes? Was there enough damage on Justat for him to try and run him down? We probably won't find out for at least a lap or two to see what their lap times are like, or even whether Lucas takes it into the pits for repairs.
Well, Ustel about 2.5 seconds back from Justat.
I believe,
or I'm sorry,
2 minutes.
2.5 minutes. Yes.
We're used to smaller gaps around here.
I got to get my magnifying lens out. I think here I got too many windows open.
Angelo Michel, speaking of which, second place, heads into his pit stall.
Now Justat is coming down the back straight now.
Alexander Voss gets into the car. Once again, that German coming in handy. I know that's an S-set, not a B. So Sean was mentioning Lucas Justat is now on the Dariner Hohe. Heads around the Antonius Beach kink. Takes it up into Tiergarten. Gets on the binders, slows it down. Let's see if he heads in once he comes out of Hohenron here. No, he stays out, so that damage was not significant enough that they felt a need to come and get repairs.
Yeah, just a little bit of damage on the left front fender there. Got a little bit out of place. Obviously, the car still tracking well. You see him head down into the hairpin.
And actually moves up into second position now as Voss is just coming out, so that car picked up a spot.
And wow, actually, Voss, look at the Core Motorsports machine. That rear wing is not looking good. They've got significant damage. And that, I'm pretty sure, happened quite a ways earlier in the broadcast. I know as we were watching V8's coverage, we did see some damage to the front of the machine, but they seem to have gotten that mostly repaired.
Well, Joe, wouldn't that be, he just came out of the pits, wouldn't that be something that could have been taken care of? That's a wing is fixable, isn't it?
Sean can talk to this pretty well because there's kind of a balance that you have to figure out of how much time do I spend repairing as we get a good look at that wing now, and is it worth the time that you lose on the track trying to get those repairs?
Well, you're depending on the feedback of the driver that was in the car, right? You want to know is how's the car handling? What kind of speeds are we running? Are we still on pace? We still doing pretty good? Is it worth, if you've lost a couple miles an hour, is it worth staying in the pit another minute to repair the wing? So that's the battle. That's the battle you're going to face. The strategy you've got to work with, and hopefully you've got a man on the box helping you through that, and the drivers aren't having to focus on that so much. Obviously, not everybody running in that type of situation. So yeah, when the drivers have to focus on that, it's tough, man. That's a lot to think about. It's a tough call to make. You just got to. It's all about position, where you want to be in the next stint, where you want to be at the end of the race. And sometimes it's a tough call. Sometimes it's a no-brainer. Obviously, you've got too much damage that's affecting the car, and really just how you get around this place. Then yeah, you're going to take the damage and just sit there until it's fixed, or at least you hope it's fixed. Because I talked about this earlier, as we've seen today. Repairs, lengthy repairs, not really necessarily fixing the way the car handles. Physically, you may see a little bit of difference, but once you get back out on the track, that wheel may still be 10, 15 degrees to the left, and then what are you going to do? Are you going to try and hurt the car worse and hope for more repair in the pit, or are you going to try and ride it out? That's a tough thing to do when that's just not driving where you want to put it.
Meanwhile, ninth place machine Kevin Leclerc coming in for a stop in the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Audi. Go ahead, Bill.
Interesting to follow up on your repair idea. The top two cars, well, the second and third place cars in the top class, both of those have damage to them. We just saw what Lucas did, putting his car in the wall, deciding to stay out, and then you see Vos, who decides not to have it fixed while he's in the pit. So those guys both running out there apparently have done the math and says, we'll just race what we got.
Keep it running, yeah. And actually, Sean brought up an interesting point that I hadn't really thought about yet this broadcast, and that's that the guys that do have someone up on the pit wall, a crew chief, someone devoted to just doing that, not worrying about driving, I feel like they would have a little bit of an edge out there.
Yeah, so you don't have to do that math in your head. They can. If I'm a driver, I'm saying fix it. But if I got a crew chief that says, no, we don't want to do it.
Well, and not only that, but Sean, with you having crew chief, I think you can attest to this, but that's a person that, doesn't have to think about, okay, when's my next stint, needs to go off and get a break and get away from the computer for a while. It's just someone who is devoted solely to that, while the drivers can actually step away and not have to sit and be tied to their computer when they're not in the car.
Yeah, it does make a big difference. I'm going to admit to everyone now, I'm moonlighting as we speak. So, can't wait to get back to that. But this is more important right now for sure. Again, having to think about those things when we're talking about the 170 very, very difficult turns on this track. The last thing you want to be thinking about is what your next strategical move is. And honestly, you talk about that guy in the box. There's got to be a little bit of trust, Joe. You gotta trust that guy just a bit. You don't want to question. Well, you may want to question that, and that's fine. You keep him on his toes, but yeah, there's got to be a little bit of trust. If he tells you you're fine, sometimes you just got to roll with that.
And roll on they do. As we watch Peter Cook, our leader in the Roos, lead the way, try to work his way through traffic as he gets overtaken by an Audi and comes up on...
Well, that was Pickler. The leader, getting by him there.
Now Pitchler finally makes his way by Karsten Tile. And this is where it gets very interesting with 4 cars on the track, as you could be trying to fight past traffic and let traffic through at the same time.
Look at that run that he's getting on that Kia.
What's interesting is the roof isn't really losing a whole lot of ground to the Audi. In fact, he's starting to gain, though some of that might be the draft pulling him in. So even though the roof is a slower class than the Audi, it seems like they're not too much slower on the straight. So I wonder if it's being very difficult for these Audis to try and get by because they have to try and work their way by on the corners.
And there comes our leader. Pitchler is in. That is the Audi R8 Pure Racing in the pit. Will there be a driver change here for Pitchler?
Those guys have been dominating. They've led 38 of the laps. The only drivers who have led laps otherwise has been Yastad's team and MSP Drivers Home 1. They've led 3. And just a reminder, we are, let's see, almost 7 hours into this thing at this point. So, and we've done 48 laps total, I'm seeing.
And just to update you on a position change here, 4th position now for the in the Audis. It's now Driving Revolution has moved into 4th, but I think they have a pit stop to make there as Trinity Motorsports has dropped from. Well, they're currently showing it. I have that backwards. Trinity running in 4th, I guess.
And excuse me, there's one other driver or one other team that has led laps, and that is Core Motorsports. They've led 6. Alexander Vos currently in that machine.
Now, all the cars in the Audis in the top 5 have made their pit stops since we've been on the air, except for the leader, who is in right now.
Yeah, Pitchler's in right now, and he's still in the car.
The driver swap taking about 30 seconds, no matter when you click the button. So, thankfully, it's not a matter of
and
trying to hustle.
Stays in, guys. Pitchler stays in the car.
All right. Now, how many laps has he been doing here? He took over for Maximilian Benecki, and he's been in for quite a while, it looks like. In fact, he's only the second driver. These guys have been running long stints. Benecki ran for 31 laps. So Pitchler has been going from lap 32, and he's currently starting lap 48. These are gluttons for punishment. That is impressive.
Yes, sir, indeed. That is impressive. And not having driven the Audi myself, only watched it going by. Things just must come up incredibly fast. Again, just riding along in the cockpit here with Pitchler, so much power in that car. These turns come up so quick, so much focus involved with that Audi, and Pitchler just doing a really fine job as he starts another stint.
Yeah, that's only a two-person team, at least so far. They're only listing 2 drivers as being eligible.
Someone could still yet later log in, yeah. We only see the drivers who have registered for the team in the session currently. Imagine they might have other teammates who are sleeping soundly, waiting for their turn to come up. Might be doing a case where they have these main 2 running back and forth, and then eventually they'll slot someone in who's fresh and has gotten some shut-eye. Now let's go to 29th overall, because right now Guilherme Racadon is caught up to Karsten Tile, and this is for the 5th position in the Kias. Heading up into Oudener Forest. Very difficult series of S's, getting the car slowed down, each one tighter. And look at him close in there. Guilherme really putting the pressure on. And into Metzgefeld. Very fast left-hander. And it looks like Karsten was just off the apex and managed to hold it together. They're going to have some traffic in the form of Pigeon in that MX-5. Is he going to hold one of them up? One tries to sneak in. He's got a little bit of room. Pigeon tries to hold on the outside. Now he manages to get by. Oh, but he moves over on Guilherme.
He shut the door on him.
That is not going to make for a happy Guilherme. He is stuck around miss, hit, miss. Now he slides to the right. I'm sure if he could wave his virtual fist, he would.
Oh, he's waving it. Slam the door on him. That Mazda just, woo.
I was surprised that he switched across the track. That's the normal line, but that gave him a surprise. Unfortunately, that put him back a little bit. The gap between these two is now a little over a second. They work their way up through X-Mule into Lauda Links now. Let's see if he can run him down once more.
Hey, Marcello Pagnon was not messing around, man. That Thrustmaster Movano team out there battling still, 38 overall.
And once again, Guilherme looking a lot tighter to the apex, coming up through Bergwerks. And that has allowed him to gain a chunk of time. They're heading up through Kesselchen. And the climb uphill, every ounce of speed is so important around that right-hander to get you that momentum up this steep, steep climb. Through Moot Curve, we were talking about this earlier. Now up to the top of the hill to Stylestrecke, and the gap has been closed down to half a second. The 24H Kia Team Machine is on a run, and look at him close through Stylestrecke. Now they're coming up to the carousel. No passing in here. It is single file through this banking.
So tricky coming out of there. Ooh. Scares me every time.
Car bouncing around, coming off of a transition of banking to flat.
You'll get a little bit of air. The car gets very light coming off.
Now up at the top of the hill.
Joe, you're a driver. These two are having fun. You know it.
Oh, yeah. I'll tell you what, though, the heart rate of both of them is starting to pick up now. You think that things get tense when you're fighting side by side at a normal track. Try making a pass at the Nordschleife. That really gets your heart pumping.
So which one do you want to be, the guy in front of the guy chasing?
This early in the race, guy chasing, I think.
Yeah, I'm one of those that, to coin an old dog track reference, I like the rabbit on the rail. I like to chase the rabbit.
I tell you who I don't want to be, and that's a partner to either one of those guys. I'd be saying, knock it off.
Oh, they haven't even started anything yet, Bill. There's fingernails left to be chewed.
Not mine.
I'm next in the seat. I'd say, let's get that decided.
Oh yeah, and having watched that today myself, I can tell you that's very difficult. You hold your breath anytime one of the faster classes comes by your car, just hoping they make a good pass, make good decisions. Now they work their way up into Swallowtail, and you can start to see the track getting darker in these corners as it rubbers in, and it's going to affect the handling. Drivers will have to start communicating with one another, telling them how certain corners handled differently from before.
Okay, I just picked up on an interesting little battle here. Not really a battle for position, but Simon Grossman in the Audi R8, the number 60 Trinity Motorsports team. Oh, okay, no, let's go back to the other battle real quick.
Yeah, I think the battle is on because the draft is helping Guilherme down the Dardinor, and I think he has no recourse, Karsten, against Guilherme. He's got to run, but as the air starts to push back on him, you can see
it out there, and then it didn't go anywhere.
Yeah, I think once he got out of the draft, it's just so much harder. But I think it looks like Karsten's lifting.
You got to make that move a little bit tighter, Joe. You got to get a little closer, get a little side draft off that. He went out a little too far wide, in my opinion.
See, that's your oval experience coming in there.
That's the super stretch at Talladega, baby.
So that is going to move Guilherme Racadon up into the 5th position in the Kia class. Top 5 for them, and to top it off, Karsten is going to take the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew Kia in for a pit stop.
Well, I was looking just a moment ago at Simon Grossman trying to get around. Simon sitting there in 4th place right now in the Audi R8. He's having a little bit of trouble getting around Mr. Polich there, and Polich sitting 19th, quite a ways back, and Grossman's decided to just back off and take it easy for now, guys. Car is clean.
Let's see if he can put another lap on Mike, possibly. I'm not entirely sure how this one's pronounced.
I'm glad I let you tackle that one.
Once again, one more reminder, if you're a driver who's not currently in the cars, we're going to see the overtake. Nope, looks like he's going to lift. Doesn't want to try and make it too wide here into Courage Curve. Probably a smart decision. But as I was saying, if you're a driver who's not in the car, taking a break, having a rest, you're willing to talk for a little bit, tell us how your team is doing, come over to the Race Spot Team Speak. We're going to put the address in the chat one more time. Come and give us a talk. You can hop into the lobby and give us a poke. Let us know that you want to talk to us. We'll drag you into the waiting for interview room and see how your race is going. Doesn't matter if you're first or last. We want to hear from you. Well, we thought we had a battle for P2. Lucas Justat was only a second ahead of Alexander Vos, but Justat, you can see, I think you saw on screen, headed in for his pit stall, and Vos continues on.
Well, we knew Justat had been out for a few more laps when Vos had gotten in the car, and so obviously things starting to cycle around just a bit. I'm still watching Grossman. I don't know, maybe he's losing the handle on the car a little bit. He'll seem to close just a bit, and then gets a little loose, gets a lot out of shape, and has to back out of it just a bit.
And Sean, you and I have seen that the aero wash in these GT3 cars is a real thing. You like to say the push is real.
Yeah, the push is real. Absolutely. The aero wash, not any fun, especially in some of these very, very tight, challenging turns where entry and exit are so important. And you get caught up in that wash, it tends to just take that car, not really overdriving it, it just washes out, literally. And that's a tough thing to control, and you lose time. Obviously, you got to get on the binders and then try and reel her back in. You hope you reel her in before you get off in the grass and start sliding off into one of these barriers. Obviously, they're just feet off the track. Sometimes it's as little as 5 feet away from the track surface, and that's a tough thing to contend with.
Ooh, bit of a wobble coming out of the mini carousel too. Once again, just like the other carousel, transitioning off from bank to flat. Very tough. All right, they're going to come up onto Dari Norhoa. Let's see if he can get close enough to get a draft and just get on by, but it looks like he's so far back that Simon's not going to have anything to Mike.
We talked about that just a little while ago, Joe, about how important it is getting through that last section there before you get out here onto the straight. He didn't do it well, and now he's not going to be able to catch up before they get to the kink here. Well, he's closing pretty quick. Maybe I'm going to eat my hat on that one. This is going to be interesting.
Maybe there's damage on that Core Sim Racing Audi. And a straight line, yeah, it looks like maybe he doesn't have the straight line speed as the Trinity Motorsports Audi breezes on by.
Looks like they do have some damage on the right front, maybe the right rear of that machine.
And he heads into a stop anyways.
There we go.
Moot point.
Maybe it was time for some tires, Joe.
Yes, and Grossman has been in there since lap 41. He took over from Marcel Fassbender. Let's see if he hands it back. Looks like these guys have been doing a single stint and then handing the car over.
Yeah, Grossman was hustling that car around because the car ahead of him just made a driver swap as well.
And there you go, Fassbender, you can see on your screen, hops into the 4th place Audi.
And then 24 MSP, the drivers, their home number 1 team, they've gone ahead and made that driver swap as well. They have a new driver in there now.
Now, I wonder if we're going to see a little bit of a battle start to erupt. If we go back to 5th in the Audis, Marco Arcidiacono, I'm going to have to try and work on that one. He's coming up to Tiergarten here. Where is Fassbender? He's still stationary. Yeah, we got a battle on our hands here. He could even overtake him. Trinity Motorsports currently in 4th. Driving Revolution in 5th. He's coming up on him now. Fassbender's still stationary. This is going to be a position change because Driving Revolution took their driver change in pit stop last lap by.
Right.
And Fassbender now slowly comes out.
So Trinity drops back into 5th spot now.
Interesting.
Now the team ahead, Bose came in on 48. That was a couple laps ago, but the leader's due in here pretty soon.
Just about to the 17 hours to go mark. That'll be 7 hours into this race.
Let me correct myself. The leader's in, so your top 5 guys have all pitted pretty much recently in the Audi class.
So it seems like those top teams are using pretty similar strategy as far as when to pit. Now, they're obviously using different strategies as to how they want to swap out drivers.
It's so misleading, though, because if they're off the pit strategy by a couple laps, it's 16 minutes. How really much is that strategy the same?
I guess it's a little bit harder to vary strategy here. At least in the GT3s. Oh, and we've got Thomas Tattari and Team GT having a bit of a moment. Where is this at? looks like this is right after Metzgefeld.
It's a very fast section of the track right here.
Yep, that's Metzgefeld. And got to brake hard. Did he? Oh, he just went a little wide out into the grass, and the rear came around, and he definitely made contact with that wall.
He missed his entry there for sure, Joe, and it cost him really bad.
Nice chopper view from our director, Amjad Yaman. And spare a thought for Amjad, he's going to be directing the whole 6 hours here.
And I believe had a stint. Didn't he run a stint earlier? Is that
his team is 49 Motorsports, actually.
They see her, director says they let him down. How is that so, Amjad? Oh, because they're out. Okay.
Yes, his team, shortly before, there you see their car. I believe it is not able to be repaired into a good enough condition, so I think their race is done today in the MX-5s. But good news for us, because that means less pressure on Amjad to have to take off. So, meanwhile, there's our leader in the MX-5s. That's Luis de la Nuez. Once again, rookie racing team number 55 has been leading the way for much of the race. Took over from Dave Galink.
Yeah, I think the rookie racing team is having a very nice rookie run here at the Nordschleife.
And they are not to be trifled with. If you look at their roster so far, they've got Dave Galink, who we know is a fast driver, and Yanni Mastampo. We know that is a fast driver. I believe he had the pole in the MX-5s, if I'm not mistaken. Fastest qualifying time.
I believe he always has the pole here in the MX-5, if memory serves me correct.
Yeah, well, that's what I was speaking to, that his pole should, if he has the fastest time, he'll always start on the pole, whichever 24-hour race he takes part in. If you're just joining us, or if you're not familiar with iRacing, they do hold multiple 24-hour races. They started one Friday evening American time, started one Saturday morning American time, and then they just started one just about around noon here in the States. So if drivers had a bad start, they can hop over to the next one and try again. And
not a bad strategy if you could swing it.
Speaking of trying again, we just about hit an hour into this broadcast. We've been going nonstop here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We're going to take a brief break. We're going to go on board and show you what it's like around this track with one of the cars. We'll come back once our voices have been rested and take you for another hour here in the 24 Hours of Nürburgring on the Global Sim Racing channel and iRacing Live. Welcome back to the Nürburgring here on the Global Sim Racing channel and iRacing Live. You're watching the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and we've now passed 17 hours left to go here in the race. Your overall leader is Patrick Pitchler in the Audi class. Then we've got Peter Cook currently leading the way in the Roos. Hans Thaler is in the pit stall, but he is in first for the Kias. And then leading the way for the MX-5s is Luis de la Nuez. So, we've now passed the first hour of broadcasting here at the Global Sim Racing channel. We've completed 7 hours total here at the race. I don't have a German lager, but I got a nice cold iced tea to keep me company. And Bill, I'm ready to go for the next 2 hours.
I'm proud of you. I believe we have the first two, the 1 and 2 in the Kias are both in the pits right now.
So, Thaler and I'm
Pure
seeing
Racing. Pure Racing is also in there as well. So Alpine Eagle Racing is in the pits right now, and so is Pure Racing Team 116. As they're making a driver change.
It does appear that they are making a driver change. Schellenbach was in the car.
So I'm looking to see if Clan AOD.net 24 Kia can get out there in front right now. They're currently on the same lap as our leaders.
Now we believe that Schellenbach and the Alpine Eagle Racing machine might have had an issue. I'm rewinding to see if I can find it. If so, this has major implications because they could lose the lead.
Well, there's definitely damage on the left front of that car as it sits there in the pit.
It looks like they're driving it back fine on the replay. Unfortunately, I'm not seeing any contact anywhere on this lap. So we might just be imagining things here. I don't think
they've been in for over 6 minutes now, Joe.
Yeah.
Are we talking about Alpine Eagle Racing, or are we talking about a different team here?
I'm sorry, I was talking about Schellenbach and the Pure Racing team. Sorry
Oh,
about
excuse me. I was looking through Hans Thaler's replay, so I called that wrong. Schellenbach, he is on the Pure Racing team number 116. Going back to see if I can find out what happened to them. As you said, they have indeed been in the pits for a long time here.
Okay, I think I got it. Lap 44 for them. Looks like they put it... Oh, he put it on the grass and then slammed the left side of the car in the wall. Lap 44. They're lap 44.
We're going to try and pull up the replay, see if we can see where this happened. This is up at the top of the mountain, it looks like. Yeah, this is in Wipperman. Oh, that's very easy to get loose there. Looks like he kept it on the track. Is that the damage on the car already, though?
No, it's if you see a car... If you see a car going around, has a car gone around it already? It comes up after that. Yeah, stay with it for a while longer.
So it's after the roof passed, yeah.
Right, you're going to see it get loose to the right, and then he almost loses it, then he loses it badly into the left-hand barrier. Stay on this a little more, because this is an important incident.
Is it up through Flansgarden? No, still holds it together. Oh, and it's out of Flansgarden.
Now stay with it though. He's loose, and then it gets worse coming up here.
You're grabbing too much curb.
Down into the Beloff S's.
Stay with it. We're gonna get there. There he goes off onto the grass.
Oh, just 2 wheels off, heading up into Swallowtail, and it's lights out.
And he's still in there.
And that's that part of the track we keep talking about, guys. You know, you're getting to the end of the lap and you're laying it down. You want a nice, good run off into the back straight, and you lose it in Swallowtail there. It's just such a treacherous part of the course because it's at the end.
It's at the end. There's no runoff, and you're coming in at a very high speed trying to scrub it off while it's curved. Now, a little bit ago, as we look at our leader, Hans Thaler and Alpine Eagle Racing, for the Kias, we saw Christian Challoner for Blackadder Motorsports number 69. Challoner is another familiar face. In fact, he's going to have a busy weekend after this if he's trying to hold on to his title, or at least earn his title, over in the Sox Out Racing V8 Super Trucks. He's going to be racing the NASCAR Camping World trucks at Donington's GP course. If you can imagine that will be a wild race.
Yeah, our director just chiming in about that being nuts. Trust me, it will be absolutely nuts. I can't wait to do that call tomorrow. A handful of wheels, the story of Donington and the NASCAR Camping World trucks.
And Amjad, our director, actually did our lap guide in that truck, so he of all people can definitely attest that it's wild in there. I watched him struggle to keep that thing even pointed straight around the lap.
I think Challenger also does the Mustang in the Continental Endurance Series, I believe.
Exactly. So he likes these type of cars here. He's in the Kia right now, which has quite a bit of oomph to it. Likes him having a lot of power, it seems.
Let's go to P27 real quick overall, as it's Clan AOD coming in. Now I believe they're gonna. My timing and scoring, I think they're going to be second in class now, so they're going to pull just ahead of Pure Racing that is still sitting in the pits. So that's a pass for position.
That's Gustav Belstam in the car. Let's see if he hops out. And yes, he does. Driver swap takes place. Christopher Baron Varshan jumps into the machine. Biddle, that'll be an easy one for you to spot. Nice bright purple car.
I don't know what color it is, but it's bright.
Meanwhile, we're looking at Guilherme, who we saw have a great battle in that 24-hour Kia team just a moment ago. He is currently holding down a podium position. 51 laps into this race. Now, normally, Sean, we're looking at, in most endurance races, 700, 800 laps in these cars. I have a feeling we're not going to have quite that many around the ring when 24 hours is up.
Oh, no, sir. I'm looking at about, maybe about 116, 117 laps left in this race. I think about 143, 144 total here in 24 hours. So, yeah, not going to see 700 laps today. I can't even fathom 700 laps around this place, to be honest with you right now.
You go.
That's a crazy number to even consider. How I guess I
could
could do the math real quick.
Be like a 72-hour race or something?
Yeah. Join us for the week of the Nürburgring.
Oh, I'm sure that the cars are getting more and more reliable. We've got 25-hour races now. I think there's a 48-hour race somewhere in real-world racing. So I'm sure eventually someone is going to hit that, where that's the challenge. Meanwhile,
we talked just real quick. We talked about the number of drivers you would need for a team. Think about that.
Oh, well, yeah. You'd need to not have a day job, basically. Meanwhile, we're watching, now we switched over to Augsburger as our director brings us up to a nice little blimp shot. Team GTRS number 1, 7th in the Kia class, although they've got a little bit of damage on the rear there because they let that roof go by. In fact, some damage on the front, too, it looks like.
I haven't seen many cars yet that don't have just a little bit hanging off.
And that goes back to what we talked about up at the top, the attrition factor, the fact that if you can keep the car pointed forward, keep it whole, you're looking at a decent finish probably out here.
Okay, let's go to the roof classes. The 2 leaders are in the pits right now, I believe. there's so much excitement out there. It's kind of silly to
Yeah.
show these cars when they come into the pits, but there goes your leader pulling out right now for Pure Racing Team Roof.
That's Peter Cook. And Troy Schuster just handed the car over to Karol Vorachovsky.
Okay, so that's Vorachovsky getting back in the car.
And as soon as they could get that car came in just about the same time the leader was come out, so they are separated by just a pit stop.
And you want to talk about a stacked team. Take a listen to some of the other drivers on Celestial DNF. They got Troy Schuster, who we mentioned, Evan Maillard, and Yassine Babert.
Oh, gee.
Whew. That is a dream team if I ever heard of one.
And nicely spread out there, those little French heavy, but Schuster doing the work. It's nice to organize your team globally so that you don't have people racing at bad hours.
Yeah, in fact, I'm curious, where is Vorachovsky from? Let's take a look here. Central Eastern Europe. So
yeah,
that
my mom taught me not to assume, but it sounds Czechoslovakia.
Somewhere around that area. Still, clearly going to be late at night, I want to say. Very late evening for Karol. Karel, maybe, I would say. We ride on board the roof.
I suddenly like that team. They are. I like Celestial DNF. If they can avoid the last part of their name, I think they got a good chance to win this thing.
They're currently in second, and they're only 30 seconds back from our leaders, which is Pure Racing Roof C-Spec.
We've seen 30-second victories and 45-minute sprint races from names like that. So give those guys 12 hours. That
gap can be narrowed, absolutely. Meanwhile, battle for fourth position, Marco and Marcel in the Audis. It is down to under half a second.
Fassbender really on the charge here, Joe.
He's pushing, try and stay up there. They work their way through Brunchen and into the ice curve. Not many passing places through here. If he can even get up close to him at this point, as we ride on board with Fassbender.
And if he makes a mistake, there's really not much time to react here. This is just a very, very tricky part of the course. You've really got to put a lot of faith in that guy in front of you when you're going to follow that close.
And Fassbender's going to get an opportunity if he stays patient, if he can just hold with him, because they're going to come up on Dardinor very soon. Now they work through the Beloff S's, and it looks like Marco's actually stretching the lead just barely up to Swallowtail, slowing the cars down over the crest. Very blind corner and down into the mini carousel. And he has closed it back once again. Fassbender within 2 car lengths, closes more as they come up to Gallows Hill, and this is where it gets critical. Through the sweeping right-hander onto the long backstretch of Dardinor, and Fassbender lost just a little bit of time, but he's within the draft as their speed increases 160 miles an hour, 170 miles an hour, and the draft kicks in. He closes in behind him, peeks out from the side, and it's going to be a done deal to take fourth for Fassbender.
Yeah, Fassbender in the draft about 8 miles an hour faster. And a great slipstream there, kept it nice and tight as he went around, able to get a little bit of side draft and a nice shot off, puts him ahead.
Now make this not quite so bad for Marcos that he's going to have to come in and pit a couple laps before Fassbender, as they were coupled not quite on the same sequence. We're going to go around one more time.
And that last time, and actually let's see what this lap is as far as laps go. 8:32 for Marco and 8:28 for Fassbender. So a whole 4 seconds faster around the lap. At a normal track that would be momentous, but around here it's not a lot.
And Marco, made just a little bit of contact with the tire barrier there as he came around.
Well, I think was that on the inside?
Yeah, it just rattled him a little bit.
Let's get a replay on board from Marco. If you don't have a 3-screen setup, it can be very tough to get nice and tight down that apex without clipping it.
It sure looked like he did. We'll see it on the replay here.
So watch on board the first part, and then the second part. Yeah, I think he might have just barely clipped it. If he didn't, it was netcode. That it looked like on our end he did, and maybe he was just an inch or two off in reality.
Now, I don't see anything wrong with the car, but Fassbender able to open it up just a little bit.
But still, those are the little mistakes that you need to avoid over 24 hours because you don't know what kind of little bit of damage that can do and slow you down. And when we mention netcode, Bill, for those of our viewers who aren't familiar with sim racing, what exactly does that mean?
The cute name for it that a lot of people use is ghost contact, and that's where the two computers just don't quite sync up right, and there's contact made that maybe doesn't happen. You can see incidents where they're 6-8 inches apart. I've seen it up to like 18 inches apart where a car will, the computer thinks they're actually hitting. Sometimes the computer has to assume, kind of has to guess where they're going to be. It makes judgments, and sometimes that's not actually the case.
Now we're getting information from the chat that Marco might actually be fuel saving to get a lap more, which might explain the slower pace.
Well, he's not that much slower, and he's not drafting anymore, so I don't know how much he's going to be saving now. I'm not sure now. Is the Audi, the R8, the fuel map on that, correct?
Yes, I'm pretty sure the GT3s all have fuel maps.
Right. So he could have just switched map as we're starting to see Fassbender really pull away now on the high-speed portions of this track. You know, it's funny.
Sean, you got to help me here. Help me. How could that possibly be true with there's 15 hours left? How many hours left? 18 hours, 70 hours left? Can they calculate how many laps are left from this far out? I mean...
Oh, absolutely. Sure. Yeah. I mean, there are several really good...
They're out of their mind.
There are several really good timing and scoring applications out there that really do the work for you. But yeah, you can dial it in. There's an equation for everything, Bill.
I was going to say, Bill, you're talking to the very guy that does that for his team. So
that's assuming you're not going to spin the car once between now and then, or I tip my hat. I bow to anyone who can do that.
Well, you do have to make adjustments on the fly for sure when those things happen.
You're telling me if I'm a driver, I'm just going to preach over. If I'm a driver and we got 17 hours to go, and you're telling me to save gas, I'm saying you're out of your mind. Let me race.
It's all about the end game, Bill. It's all about the end game.
It's not who's the fastest, it's who travels the farthest over 24 hours. And that's what these guys are thinking about.
The tortoise certainly has the opportunity to beat the hare at the Green L, definitely. Oh, yes. Oh, Marco off and hits hard.
Well, they were fuel saving, but the aerodynamics are no longer going to be helping that strategy.
Oh, they're still in the middle of the track. Still trying to get turned around.
And we're watching the replay here. Those S's are very, very difficult. Did he just clip the curb, maybe? We rode on board. I'm going to watch on my screen real quick.
Boy, that car is really damaged bad right now, Joe.
He did not touch the curb on my screen. Now, what I'm thinking this might be, because I did get a chance to drive the Audi when it first came out, around the ring a few times. And it's mid-engine, which means that it can get a little loose in some corners where you don't expect it. So I wonder if that's maybe what bit them.
Well, the whole front end is gone off of that car. I can't imagine it's handling well at all. I mean, he's up over 100 miles an hour right now, but still, that car just can't be handling well, Joe.
I'm blaming the guy on top of the box there for taking me out of my rhythm. I was running a nice race. Tell me to back up. I lost all rhythm.
Well,
not your fault, buddy.
It's funny you bring it up because, I mean, it is really important where you talk to your driver. You really, really don't want to unsettle them or interrupt them when they're in a really technical part of the course. So hopefully it wasn't the guy in the box rattling them.
Well, to quote the great Freddie Mercury, another one bites the dust. So they don't necessarily have to be out of the race, but they are certainly not in it for the win at this point. Now, we mentioned Mad Cow Racing a little bit before. Another familiar face has jumped into that, and we've seen him race for Mad Cow before. That's James Stevenson, and he is currently 16th overall. He is 8th in his class in the roof. Let's see how James can wheel it around here.
Yes, another one of the members of Thunder from Down Under, James Stevenson.
Very familiar to those who've watched the Continental Endurance Sports Car Series, multiple-time champion in that endurance series. However, that is in the MX-5, which even though that's out there today, I guess Mad Cow is not looking to run that class. We've seen...
almost feel like the Mad Cow guys betrayed us.
Well, if I recall correctly, they ran the roof and the Blancpain series when we covered that, so this is not unfamiliar for them to be in this car.
I guess they soured on the MX-5.
I don't know how you could after iRacing released this new one. That car is so much fun.
You could. You could.
Our director's getting in on the jokes now. All right, Stevenson works his way through the Swedish Cross, down into Ehrenberg. Slow corner, and then you blast downhill into the foxhole.
Hey, I got a battle that is going to shape up here in the next, probably not for this announcing team, but if we look at the team, Pure Racing Team Roof, they're up ahead now by 29 seconds. We talked about Celestial DNF. They've knocked about 2 seconds off since we made that driver swap. So I don't know if we're actually going to be here to cover it, but it may go over to our buddies Richard Losper and Kevin Brown and Ayrton Ellis when they get to see it. Keep an eye on that because Celestial DNF is on the move.
Now, we haven't checked in with the Mazda MX-5s in a while, as we mentioned that a little bit before. And currently leading still in that class is Luis Del Nuez for Rookie Racing number 55. And they still have about a 50-second lead over Alex Zerny and the team RSO number 37. Not a lot of action happening over there at the moment. And in fact, if I'm seeing correctly, we only have 4 cars on the lead lap at the moment.
Yeah, that's what I'm seeing, Joe. I will tell you, Rookie Racing Team, we talked about him a little bit earlier, having a really solid run. I talked about not many cars looking pretty clean out here. That one is. Luis doing a really fine job wheeling that Mazda MX-5 around this track.
If you have any wood paneling on that car, they need to start knocking on it in case of the commentator's curse. But yes,
that is... You brought it up. I didn't want to.
You're the one that said it. I'm not taking blame for it. But yeah, leading the way pretty much as soon as we hopped on the broadcast, these guys have been leading the way. Looking very solid. Now 7.5 hours into this 24-hour race. Once again, welcome to the Global Sim Racing channel if you're just joining us for the 24 hours of Nürburgring here on iRacing Live.
Doing a quick count, Joe. I think we got 40 cars still out there total. 40, it looks like the car in 42nd position might be the last car running, and then there's 2 cars ahead of them that are out.
So let's see, 7.5 hours and 17 cars lost. So a little bit, about 3 cars an hour that were falling by the wayside.
Yeah.
Ooh, I don't want to put the potential math to that. That doesn't sound good.
Well, fewer cars out on track means less traffic, which means less chance of getting run off by someone accidentally. So hopefully the number goes down. Still, I'm pretty sure it has gone down because it was about 13 cars gone in the first 6 hours. We joined in. It's been about an hour. We've lost 3 more. So, actually, no, that does not mean that it has gone down. That means that it's about stayed the same.
I guess you could win one of these races with actually no cars actually running. You got the car that went the farthest.
That's true, yeah. You could be first in class and nobody's still in your class out on the track, but I don't think we're going to get to that. There's that aspect of endurance racing, Sean, that you really need to be able to win, and that's to never give up.
Yeah, always have a plan to recover and stay in it. You don't want to give up. It's a painful thing to do. You invest a lot of time prepping for this, and it's a hard pill to swallow when you have no choice but to give up. But man, if there's a way to work it out and stay in this thing. We just talked about the number of drivers, the average that have fallen off. So staying in this race very important. You never know what might happen in front of you. There's still a lot of really good little battles going on out here. Not always for position, but cars trying to work around each other and work with each other. Dennis Hines, one of those right now in the
That's funny.
The roof spec there, and he's still wheeling his way around, heading through a Blank Garden right now.
I was looking at that exact battle. Yes, he was trying to make his way around the car that was behind him there. Well, actually, no, I was looking at Pollock in 17th spot, but Hines is in that battle as he gets passed up. He's being chased down by the car behind him in Sim RC. Maximilian Scheider doing a great job. Running in 4th position right now in class and beginning to close in on Hines. Although the interval is about 17 seconds, it was about 19 and a half a little while ago.
Yeah, Scheider currently running 8:48 laps. He's recently jumped into the car, took over from Dustin Hickman and the Sim RC DE797. Hines, on the other hand, also just got into the car, but an 8:50, last lap. He is sharing the car with quite a few people. Lars Boll, who we've seen earlier, Justin Hopp.
We can drop back to 12th position at the risk of sounding like one of our associates, Richard Losper, where he name drops all the time. I just did a race with Maximilian Scheider, the Classic IndyCar event. Scheider currently in the Sim RC team. Very fast driver, at least in those open wheelers. So actually, it was the old version of the open wheelers, and he was very impressive. And he's trying to run down Dennis Hines for the podium spot in that class.
Indeed, that's the one we've been watching here in that yellow roof. Just 18 seconds back now as he climbs up to the top of the mountain.
Gentlemen, let's focus on Alexander Voss for just a moment. Running 2nd place in the Audi R8, the Core Motorsports machine. Last lap turned in 8:26.4. 2 seconds faster than Patrick Pitchler. That gap now just over a minute. I know Voss has been in the car for a little bit, but certainly having a nice run with a little bit of damage on that car.
Not as much as Pitchler. Pitchler's been out there for a long time. I think he's
that's
23rd lap. So, yeah, I think Voss has got the rhythm down.
So Max Benecki put in 31 laps, remember, at the start of the race for Pure Racing Team. Pitchler has been in it since 32 to 53. That's about 21, you said? So he could go potentially even 10 more laps if he's doing the same amount of stints before he's done. It's a very interesting strategy by our leaders. Typically, we talked about at the top of the broadcast, you take into consideration keeping your drivers fresh, trying to swap them out. And there's really no time penalty for swapping out the drivers in these GT3 cars if you're taking full fuel and tires. So might as well put in a fresh driver, keep people from getting too exhausted with trying to handle whipping these cars around the Nürburgring. These guys don't seem to be taking that philosophy at all, and it's not hurting them so far.
You know what? I know if I'm allowed to encourage people to do this, but it would sure be interesting if somebody could take these 24 hours of broadcasting that we're all doing, flip them down into a nice 1-hour highlight show. It might be something interesting to watch.
I'm sure someone out there on YouTube is going to try and do that. Maybe we'll have another supercut of us botching a name over and over.
No, I get final cut on that. So if there's anything in there, I don't know.
All right. Oh, and actually, a leader just made contact. That was with Pedro Van Balen, Torque Freak Racing. That's a Kia. Now, it was a light touch, so I don't think it's going to be a big deal. Still, they're not going to want more of those. Here you're going to see it coming through hit, miss, and then...
The Kia just came over on him.
Yeah, it's very hard. That's a very marginal corner. That's difficult. That's Defense Valley. It's a tough place to try and sneak through, so I think he wasn't expecting it.
Pitched, he was a little bit up on the curb right there, and the car kind of shot left, and there's the Kia. Not much room to run out there. Van Balen was there.
Well, I'm glad that I was watching. It was luck of the draw that we had been talking about the leader. Otherwise, I don't think we ever would have caught that.
Sean, I'm going to agree with you. I thought it was the Kia's fault there, but looking at it again, I think you're right. I think the Audi took such a shallow entrance into the corner, just kind of came across. The Kia gave him a...
Yeah, the curb, you saw that. Again, they get shallow entry there. He gets up on the curb, and it shot him right off, right into the side of Van Balen. But no worse for the wear. It looks like the Audi is fine and still under power. I don't see any damage on the left-hand side. It looks like they got through that clean.
Must have been just a glancing blow.
It was not the backmarkers' fault. So that's the slogan of Backmarkers United. I can't tell you the secret handshake though. They kicked me out.
We might have to put that slogan to the test a little bit later, because I'm sure there's some faster drivers who would argue otherwise. But Patrick Pitchler is living on to fight another day for Pure Racing Team. We know he is a tough competitor, very, very precise competitor, able to just rifle off those good laps as we've seen so far today and in other broadcasts that he's been in with us before. I would not bet against Pitchler being able to come home with the win in the Audis.
Let's go up to 9th overall, our leader in the... In fact, we just have a car off, I believe. It was the leader who just got involved in it. See if I'm looking at that correct. In fact, it might have been your leader.
As we're watching Peter Cook, and that's a Mazda that he's trying to work his way past. I'm not sure who that is. Oh, it's the Mazda that went off. That is Luis Silveira for Vendaval Sim Racing. That was coming up through Bergwerks. Now it looks like it actually looks like that car is crabbing, and that he didn't touch the wall at Bergwerks, so that must have been from earlier.
And the reason why that's important is Peter Cook is trying to keep the distance between the car that's closing behind him, and that interval is shrinking.
That's the team of Celestial DNF that we mentioned before, as Luis Silveira has a handful of opposite lock coming through Stylestrecke. Love that angle on those MX-5s. Just looking over the roll bar, you can see the driver at work, pushing the steering wheel.
Joe, I've never done an endurance race. Have you been in the position where you're well out in front, but you can see the car behind you slowly beginning to run you in? Is that the position you've been in before? Or are you always gaining?
Yeah, we're always behind, if anything, in ours. So we've only won one race in our team in these endurance races so far, and that was a late race pass. So unfortunately, we've never had to try and hold people back for the lead. We've had to hold people back for position.
We're good hunters. We're good hunters.
Not by choice, really.
Well, the
Guys,
rabbit right now, Peter.
Voss just got around Joel Tremblay in the GT3 Porsche, and it was a really, really close moment. Tremblay getting up on the curb, And yeah, the C-Spec having trouble there.
Obviously, the roof, not a GT3 in this case. The C-Spec is the class that they're using. So slightly slower than the GT3 cars. And there you can see Joel Tremblay still in 7th place, able to continue on.
He sure made it interesting for Voss getting by.
And I'll tell you what, just watching these roofs down this straightaway, they are very slippery. They are flying.
It almost seems like without any less downforce on that car, it almost seems to want to get some lift.
And Alexander Voss, 2nd place in the Audis, is into his pit stall, or will be in a moment. He's entered pit lane. I'm amazed they're doing as well as they are with all the damage on that GT3 car. It looks like it should be incredibly slow down the straights, but I guess they're making up for it in the corners.
Well, that's going to open things up for Pitchler. Pitchler just about to get off the GT course. And off into the mountains.
Now, does Voss swap out? He's only been in it for one stint, and it looks like he's not. He's going to stay in the car.
Man, just stinting here. That's a bold move. It's tough, requires a lot of focus and a certain breed of driver really to handle that.
Absolutely. That's where the endurance and endurance racing certainly comes in for these teams. Now, we mentioned Max Scheider and the roofs trying to run down Dennis Hines. That's currently down to under 17 seconds, so he's closed the gap just a little bit. But it's probably not going to happen within our broadcast, I'm guessing.
Both of those, the one that may happen, the one that is really closing is Celestial DNF. They got it down. Now, they've knocked out 5 seconds since the time I brought this up, which was, I don't know, maybe 20 minutes ago. It's now down to 25 seconds. And that's where I was talking about Peter Koch, whether he has to be, if he has to be worried about his teammates are thinking where he's given up this lead.
Well, they've still got 16 hours to go. We're not even to the halfway point yet. We're just about 8 hours in. You can see Cook, our leader, in the roofs for that Pure Racing team. He's going to come through the chicane and then exit onto the Nordschleife himself. I tell you what, this corner here, this left-hander entering to the Nordschleife, it's always a little bit tricky to me because it's almost like a street circuit with the way the wall comes up on the outside.
Yeah, and the car obviously has a tendency to want to run out right there, and you get right up against it. Don't want to get too close. Man, I just saw Luis De La Nuez get passed again. That car all day, ever since we got on here, Joe. I talked about it playing defense like the Oakland Raiders earlier. Every time someone comes around, it's take care of the car, but they just have a tendency to want to run over that little MX-5.
It's not just the slowest class, but it's also the smallest car of the four. Very light, very nimble. But as we like to say in the CESCS, if this car and another class get into an accident, it's usually the MX-5 that loses out.
Well, that rookie racing team's done an excellent job of taking care of that car so far and fending off another tough customer. Here goes Patrick Pitchler.
Yeah, that's our overall leader streaming on by. Caught him at a good point, actually, though, coming out of Bergwerks. This is a long stretch where you're both on the power, so just have to kind of pull to one side and make sure you're clear. You make your intentions clear.
Heading through the little valley and up your way over to Courage Curve.
I'll put my little MX-5 up against anybody in a stopping contest, though.
This is true.
They slow down
short
quick.
braking distances.
Yeah.
Yeah, the new MX-5 I think really improved that. To be honest with you, I'm a fan of the braking in that machine.
Yeah, if you ever want, if you ever see Rebel Without a Cause, that's going way back. But you give me two side-by-side cars heading towards the cliff, you put me in the MX-5. The other guy's going to be Thelma and Louise.
Hey, hashtag Rebel Without a Cause. We'll get that trending over in Europe. That's a great one.
Okay.
Brush up on your film history, folks.
That one's even before my time, but I have seen it because it's a classic.
Well, right now it's being a classic race here for rookie racing team number 55, still leading the way and has been since we picked up the torch from our friends over at V8's Online. Haven't looked to be challenged the entire way.
Kind of funny how the rookie racing team, very misleading. We talked about the depth of the drivers on that team. Misleading like a league that I'm thinking of, the Absolute Beginners League, which is filled with guys that are anything but beginners.
Yeah.
A lot of the iRacers on iRacing, I feel like, have a bit of a sense of humor about themselves. So you get some interesting names for these teams.
Well, there's this like a Scandinavian-based thing, and remember they named Greenland green so that people would go there. So, and Iceland, so they wanted people out of Iceland to go to Greenland.
I'm all about honesty. I just call it the Sandbaggers League, right?
That's your classic bait and switch, isn't it? You go to Greenland, you find out it's not green. That
sounds like this is experience with you, Bill.
I've never been to Greenland, but I do know bait and switch, though. Hey, how about tell you who is for real, and that's this team in second place, Celestial DNF. It's down to about 24.5 seconds. They may get there pretty quick.
There you can see Vorachovsky in the car currently in that roof.
He's got some work ahead of him there.
Quite a bit of traffic, actually.
He's got an Audi behind him.
Yeah. Oh. With varying states of damage. Oh, guys, get it single file through here. Whew.
Almensberger right on his tail. Almost makes contact.
Moot curve is not where you want to go side by side, but they managed to do it.
That's my old friend Dennis Garrison there holding them off. Dennis trying to hang on to that roof.
And that was Andreas Almensberger there in the Pure Racing Audi, sister car to the leading car, I'm assuming. We've seen Almensberger. It's sad to see him as far down as he is, obviously playing catch-up since some early problems. You can see the damage on the car. But Almensberger, we've watched race as well in endurance races. He knows how to wheel these cars, especially these GT3 machines.
6 laps down, you wonder how, that's only one class down, you wonder how fast he is if he's able to actually get around.
Well, he should be able to, because unless he's got some serious damage.
The damage, yeah, who knows, yeah.
All right, our
coming
leader,
in, boys.
Yeah, he is actually in his stall. And is he? Yes, he swaps out.
Time to get out.
And it's Max that gets back in. Interesting. Maybe they do only have 2 drivers.
Well, then he gets the nickname Mad Max.
I'm afraid he'll have to try and fight Max Pappas for that one.
Maybe so, but if those two are going to pull the whole thing off by themselves, they are truly mad.
Yeah, that would be amazing. A 2-person team for 24 hours. That's the kind of stuff you expected back in the 50s, not in the aughts.
31 laps for Max, 24 laps for Patrick. Come on, Patrick had 7 more to go.
Maybe he was finally feeling it. Meanwhile, we're watching the second place car in that class, Alexander Voss for Core Motorsports, caught up a little bit behind the roof. In fact, is that our leader in the roofs that he was overtaking? Looks to be the case.
No, that was Dennis Garrison, actually. He was overtaking Dennis. Yeah, Garrison right now on his 4th stint. Woo. Dennis having a long day right now, but You know, honestly, the car in 10th place, 23rd overall, but 10th in class. Not bad for a guy who's put in a lot of miles right now.
Forget an extra fuel tank. They'd probably have a colostomy bag in that car. That is way too long.
Whoa. I'm just glad I don't have to change it.
Slow qualifier's job, I think.
That may be a job for the headlight scrubber.
Yeah.
Well, we actually might have a battle shaping up. Ecos Pecor has caught up to Thomas Erdens. This is in the roof class. They're heading onto the Nordschleife, which means they're going to get fewer passing opportunities now. Let's see what kind of laps Akos has been doing. 8:57, 8:49. Thomas, on the other hand, 8:49, 8:52. So they're about even, it looks like.
I just left Dennis Garrison a message on his Facebook and told him to take a break.
And actually, I went back a little bit on the replay to see if I could find out some more information on this battle. It looks like Thomas has gone by the pit exit just as Bocor was exiting the pits. And that has turned this battle on, so we're not going to get a real good idea of where these guys are on pace. And for a little bit here, although it looks like Bocor is dropping off.
But I believe they both pitted at the... What were you saying, Joe? That they had
This last lap,
before that.
Well, maybe in the last stop they pitted at the same time, but this lap, Akos just came out, and Thomas was already out. Core not really able to make up much ground. In fact, just losing by a hair, but only a tenth since we started watching these guys. It seems they're pretty evenly matched. Thomas in the orange machine up ahead, the white car with Bocor. Bocor driving for iRacers.hu, and Thomas for Core Sim Racing C-Spec. Thomas looking back over that rear spoiler. Love this angle, getting a sense of where the rear of the car is. Boy, with all the weight of this car hanging off the rear end, this should give us a good idea of when they start to slide. Just not able to gain ground as they head back down into the valley. Ground miss, hit, miss, and braking hard for Defense Valley. They're going to come up on some, or they did come up on some lap traffic. Excuse me, no, lap traffic is coming on them. Massimo Erda for Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. Could split them up more. He could bring them closer together. Let's see. He's catching them at a good point here. If he can sneak by Lauda Links. Gaining a little bit at a time. He takes a look to the inside, tries to outbrake him, and squeezes it in there. Just barely. Unfortunately, as they go around Bergwerks and up into Kesselchamp, that means that Akos is going to lose some time.
Now, Joe, I went back to check, and as far as I can tell, these guys both pitted together at 48, and they're both on the same cycle. So I think this is a legitimate battle.
We're hearing from the chat that Ekos has pit and Thomas has not as they work their way around Moot Curve. And look at this Audi just get right up on that roof. Sneaks by here before they get up to Convent Valley. And he is going to be out of their hair finally. The gap between them has actually gone down, which surprises me. I thought that Akko would have lost some time. Let's keep an eye on these guys to see if a mistake happens and if that iRacer's HU roof gets an opportunity.
Joe, let's go ahead and confirm what we're reporting there. That's right. Ackles was coming out this lap, like you had mentioned.
And look at him close now, down within half a second. He was much stronger through this sequence, up the top of the hill, through Hedwick Heights, now into Vipperman. Very difficult to keep the car steady through those bumps. Into Ashbrook, plunging back downhill once more, and into Brunchen. And I think that Akos is starting to gain. May have just needed to get himself up to speed, get himself acclimated, but he is on the move and he is starting to put the pressure on. A bad exit from Thomas means that he might be vulnerable, but no, into the ice curve, he's able to hold him off.
Oh, it's off in the dirt there. Really pushing hard. Great battle. That's a really good one there.
It can be tempting to hustle the car still with 16 hours to go, but there's a lot of race left. Got to keep that car together. Can't risk it too much, but Thomas is starting to stretch it back out once again. He's found his feet. Might be stronger through this section, through the Beloff S, and up into Swallowtail. One of the dangerous parts we've seen bite many drivers this race. Both of them nice and tidy through there.
You got to trust the car. Honestly, you got to trust it right through there.
Through the mini carousel. Now they head up to Gallows Hill. Just a little bit of a break, maybe a light lift up over the crest. Then it comes back down around this long sweeper, and we are on to Dottinger Hoa. Let's see if the draft helps him.
Let's see what Akos is going to do. He's obviously going to pull him here down the straight. Not closing too quickly yet. Now starting to pick up a head of steam. Not coming too quick though, Joe. Not as quick as we've seen previously. Now he starts to make a move.
Momentum has built, yeah.
Yeah, he got out too wide though. I really think you want to make it a little bit tighter. But as they come into the kink, you don't want to get too tight.
But he's got it done. And that is for position. Akos now up into 5th.
Gotta be careful here.
Yeah, here's the question. Is Thomas going to be able to come back at him now? Remember, we saw that they were pretty closely paced. But no.
There's the pit stop. Yeah.
Thomas is off. That was a good battle until it wasn't, Joe.
Isn't it always? How very Murray Walker of you. So
now if we go put the camera on Joel Tremblay, though, in 15th, I believe he's got a shot. In fact, I think he's going to get the position here. I think he's going to get around.
That'll move him up to 6 if he's able to leap Arends. He's coming up to Tiergarten, slows the car down.
Arends still in the pits. I think he's going to get there.
And actually, Arend has handed the car over to Nietzsche Malmgren. And he is going to get him. Just starts to take off, and Joel screams on by.
And he pitted 4 laps ago. Tremblay pitted 4 laps ago. So that's probably going to hold up for a couple more laps at least.
Just checked in with our leader, Maximilian Panacki, and he is closing in on Akos. We were just following him. That car's still really turning some great laps. They're on their outlap right now. Voss still keeping it close in second here in the Audis.
And while we're at it, why don't we go through the order of each of our classes? Let's go through the top 3, actually. Max Benecki, as you said, is our leader overall. Alexander Voss, trying not to let them go. They're about a minute back, just over a minute. They're in second place. Julian Grunestad, we haven't talked about him. He has taken over in the 24 MSP Drivers Home. He grabbed the car off of Lucas Yestat after Lucas had a little bit of contact earlier in the race with the barrier, but just very light contact. And they are actually getting into the pits now from that third position. What about the roofs, Bill? What's our top three looking like over there?
Well, as Peter Cook is out in front, but we've been monitoring that interval. It was 31 seconds when we started talking about it. It's now 23.2. So it's closing quickly. And doing the chasing is Karel Borchowski, doing a great job of running those guys down. Now, Dennis Hines is behind them running in third, but trying to catch up to Hines is Maximilian Schreider. That interval is now down to 16 seconds.
Our leader in the Kias, Robert Klotz for Alpine Eagle Racing, has got the rest of the class down by a lap. Right now, Daniel Quintrapani is hanging on to second in class. Behind him, Johan Sharai in the 24-hour Kia team. And they're holding down third. And then Pedro Van Balen back there in a Torque Freak Racing corkscrew machine holding down fourth. They are, again, a lap down, though, to the leader in class.
Meanwhile, in the MX-5s, as we said, rookie racing team number 55 still has Luis de la Nuez, easy for me to say, in the lead, as has been the case since we joined this broadcast. Alex Zerny is in second place with Team RSO 397. Rafael Adepalo is currently third. We haven't talked about him. He is racing for Thrustmaster Movano MX-5. So with that, running down the top three of each class, we're going to take a short break here since we've hit another hour. Less than 16 hours to go here in the 24 hours. We'll be back in a moment. Welcome back as we fly above the beautiful mountains here in the castle at the Nürburgring. We're watching the 24 Hours of Nürburgring, here on the Global Sim Racing channel and iRacing Live. As you can see, Maximilian Benecke in the Pure Racing Team Audi is still leading the way, has about a minute 13 seconds over the next car back, Alexander Vos in Core Motorsports. Peter Cook is leading in the roof class. Robert Klotz is leading in the Kias, and Luis De La Nuez is leading in the MX-5s. I got that name right this time. So, with that summary, let's get back to the track as we watch Luis and rookie racing team number 55 MX-5 work his way towards the mini carousel.
Car just keeps on ticking, Joe. They've done a good job of that all day so far.
Now, Bill's noticed something about Dennis Hines. What have you spotted?
Oh man, he is slower than the condiment stuck in the bottle. He is being gobbled up by Scheider, running him down quickly. It's now down to 6.4 seconds, about 8 seconds just right before we went to break. It won't be long until Scheider gets him. This is for the final podium spot.
Is it Hines or Boll that he's chasing down? I think it's Boll, because Boll has...
Oh, I'm sorry. It's Boll.
Yeah, they just had a driver swap. So that's why that happened. Currently, I'm seeing about 19 seconds between these two, so trying to run him down. In fact, it seems to be the roofs that have been providing the most excitement here since we picked up the broadcast.
And second place is out. Troy Schuster in the Celestial DNF machine just coming out of the pits, hanging on to second place.
In fact, he's got a big gap back to third place, Lars Boll, over 3 minutes, 3.5 minutes if I'm seeing right.
Yeah, they had a really nice pit stop there. Schuster double stinting here.
They did lose some time up to our leader, Peter Cook, in the Pure Racing Team roof. And it's now up to about a minute 13 between first and second in the roof class. However, that was down as far as 19 seconds. And since we started watching this battle, that's about 10 seconds chopped off, if I'm remembering correctly, Bill.
Yeah, absolutely. Now I'm straight. Now I can go ahead. Like you said, Boll is in there for Primates running in third. But that gap is closing. Mauricio Micconi is flying.
And he is actually in an Audi. He's in a different class. He's an 8th in his class.
I'm just going by what timing and scoring says here. All right, thank you, guys.
Yeah, no, it's a good thing, actually, that Bill mentioned Micconi. Micconi really doing a good job. That car had trouble early, and, they're hanging on. They're 2 laps down off the front of the pack. But, again, with so much time left, the fact that they're still hanging on, we talked about it earlier, Joe, about leaving yourself a chance to stay in this race, to keep fighting. That's a team that's still fighting, for sure.
Absolutely, and I'm sure they're going to try and keep it out as long as they can. Keep repairing whatever damage they can. You can see there's just a little bit on that Audi from driving Revolution Racing. So they are not done until that checkered flag falls, hopefully, as they work their way under the bridge around Antonius Beach Kink.
Now I'm not an engineer, okay, so I can't speak to this accurately, and I'm certainly not a programmer, but I would have to think that the wing damage there, okay, in some sections of the track might lend to a little bit more grip.
I can't speak to that one at all.
I mean, honestly, it just looks like it might create more downforce on that side of the car.
And that's where, unfortunately, I don't know if iRacing's damage model visually is exactly how, it's interpreting it. Especially because we know that, that wing would probably be carbon fiber in real life, and so it wouldn't bend like that, would be more likely shattered. So it's hard to tell how exactly the car is behaving. Right now, only Micconi knows exactly how that machine is behaving, and it looks like, with the way they've been running to that 8th place, not doing too bad.
No, not too bad at all. Like I said, that car just out there surviving right now and doing a pretty good job of it.
The laps continue to tick off here at the Nürburgring, up to 58 here for our 8th place driver in the Audis. But they still have 15 hours and 45 minutes left on the clock before they can call it a day.
It's going to be halfway just before we know it. You know, I was thinking about this earlier. It is amazing because the laps are so long here. You really do kind of start to lose sense of time. You just lose it. It doesn't become important anymore. You're so focused on the race and what's watching going on, and especially us as broadcasters when we're trying to cover everything and try and pick out something good that's going on the track. The time it fades so quickly. Again, we are almost to the halfway point of this race.
And you know, Sean, just to follow up on that, when I actually drive this track, this is the only racetrack that gives me a feeling of I'm actually going somewhere. That I'm going to go here, and then I'm going to go make a right-hand turn. I'm going to go to this city. This track is so big, you actually feel, instead of going around in a circle, that you're actually going to this place, then to this place, then to this place, then it starts over again.
It's almost like a trip through Disney World.
It is, kind of, yeah.
Yes.
And you know, that's a good point, Bill, because it really does go through multiple towns. That's just how big this course is. You know, usually you have a track within a city. Well, this is basically cities within a track instead.
Yeah.
Now, your cycling enthusiast would tell you that the Tour de France.
And let's go to McCody. McCody has caught up to. Oh, excuse me. This is two different classes.
See, got you too. I'm glad.
I was looking at the gap going down, and my instinct was immediately that we had a battle on our hands.
Well, I was going to make the quick reference about the Tour de France and your cycle enthusiast saying that that's the greatest road race, in all of motorsport. But I'm going to be honest with you. This trip through the mountains here, I don't know if it gets much better than this, guys.
And none of these competitors are juiced, so it's more fair.
Oh, you got to bet somebody's out there looking for an advantage.
Oh, there's a lot of Europeans going to be. Send your emails to GSRC, care of Joe Peak.
All right, leaving the controversy behind. Right now, we can see that Pedro Van Balen in the Kia is currently running fourth for Torque Freak Racing. Once again, another one of those cars that we can see, despite being as high up as he is in the positions, not a clean car. Has seen some damage along the way as he works his way towards the carousel. Gonna get lapped by an Audi here in just a moment. I think this might be Jonas Grunnestel as he slips out of the banking. That usually isn't very good, but he manages to keep it out of the barrier. There you can see now, Grunnestel, he's trying to lap him. Unfortunately, this is a very twisty section. Tricky to try and work your way past, especially with the rises, the crests in the track, making it blind. Sneaks up behind him, still can't quite find a way past, and this is going to cost Julian quite a bit of time.
Quick update from the Audi 8, the Audi R8s. Voss starting to lose a little bit of pace to Maximilian Benecki there. Car just a little bit slower, about a little over a second slower on that lap.
And we're still watching Grunnestel on the back of Van Balen. And now he finally gets by, sneaks through the inside on the exit of Brunchen, and he's got it done. But man, he was looking left and right and every which way to try and sneak past. And I really don't think that Van Balen was doing it. He wasn't weaving or anything. It was just that there was a lot of hesitation from Grunnestel.
Okay, your leader in the groups have come in now. And this will be interesting because Troy Schuster has taken over second position behind them. They've already made their pit stop. So we'll see if Peter Cook is going to stay in the machine or step out.
Tom Valentini is in the car. It's another name we have seen.
Schuster coming up the back straight coming up the back straight right now.
Valentini still stationary. Schuster heads around the Antonius Beach kink, and Valentini is now moving I was about to say Valentini is another name we have seen here on the GSRC. Again, driving in an endurance series. He exits out, and Schuster comes onto the main stretch, so they are basically separated by the front straightaway.
Let's see if Schuster can get that machine moving. That car does have a little bit of damage on the left side. They've been riding with it just fine here for a while, though.
He has definitely made time, though. Last we looked, before they were split by the pit stops, it was about 19 seconds between them. Now, Schuster to Valentini, 14 seconds. He is gunning them down.
It's been a long gobble up of that interval, but they are getting there.
And if you're in that Celestial DNF team, the heart has to start picking up, thinking we could take over the lead of this race. We could win this thing.
Yeah, and Valentini's got to be careful coming out on those, new tires. Got to take care of it here. It's a very, very fast section here to get out of the GP course.
Yep, and in fact, he is going to be heading on to the Nordschleife very soon. Works his way through the kink up to the last chicane.
I love this chicane right through here.
Nice and flowing, which is not something you can say about chicanes very often. It's a lot better than the F1 version.
And you don't want to flow too much to the left. That will get you in trouble.
Absolutely. He works his way around some traffic that's in the same class. That was
George
Buchan. The gap now, is a second has been cut off since we last mentioned. It's down to 13. Schuster's on the move.
And with respect to Troy Schuster and Karol Woroszewski, the big names, Yassine Beret and Evan Maillard, are yet to race. Although Yassine's been in, I guess he put in 6 laps earlier. Well, so did Maillard. So they've both been in. All 4 drivers have put in time.
Considering it's, I think, the middle of the night over in Europe, that makes sense that Robert and Maillard are probably on a break right now. Might come back in a few hours' time to take over from Schuster and Woroszewski.
Woroszewski did the lion's share of the work with 31 laps. That's more than both of those other 3 drivers combined, but that team is going to be tough.
Time to give him a pat on the back and tell him to go get a rest, because he has definitely done a lot of hard work, as you said, to get them up closer. Schuster, as well, has put in his time, and he continues to try and do what he can. His pace looking very good. Much like the ghosts on that car, they are haunting the Pure Racing Team Roof C-Spec 24. Gap had gone down about a second, but it's only gone down 0.3 now.
Down to 5 cars on the lead lap.
That would be Maximilian Benecki, Alexander Voss, Julian Grunestell, Matthias Schoger, and Anders Dahl, all in the Audis. Those are your cars that are on the lead lap at the moment of what is a, let's see, about 8.5-minute lap for those Audis. More than that, obviously, for the Roofs, Kias, and MX-5s, but whew, that's a small number for a lap as long as this one.
Can I just take a minute to say, or not a minute, just a moment to say, I miss the McLaren, the MP412C. I wish it was in this race.
Oh, I'd love to have seen more of the GT3 cars out there, but I understand that they had certain decisions that they needed to make, and probably had good reasons for deciding on the Audi being the only GT3 car out there. But yes, I'm partial to that McLaren as well. Beautiful looking car. Would have been a good match probably for the Audi with them both being mid-engine.
Yeah, and then that's the battle I would have really liked to have seen. I think those two cars are matched pretty well, and McLaren is such a fun car to drive. But don't want to dwell on that. Certainly don't want to take away from the great racing that we've already seen. These classes are a great mix. Make no mistake about that. I think the Mazda absolutely belongs out here. I think it adds an interesting element to this race, and I also think it opens up opportunity for more people to run. I think there's just a certain amount of drivers out there that are just, quite frankly, more comfortable with that car.
And when we talked about things that will be missed, not to take away from the racing, we lost a great one last night with a hero of mine. Muhammad Ali passed away, so wish him, we'll be thinking of him, and he's noted for floating like a butterfly, stinging like a bee. Well, he's floating with the angels now, so rest in peace, Muhammad.
Yeah, I want to echo.
Thoughts to his family as well, obviously, in a time of mourning, I'm sure.
ABC's Wide World of Sports.
Yeah.
I remember it as a young man, and I must say, very saddened by that news. My heart, thoughts, and prayers out to that family also.
Well, I was looking at the times, and we need to jump to James Stevenson. Once again, the roofs, the excitement of the day. Stevenson is hunting down Nürburgring, and this is for, I believe, P6 in that class. Let's see what Stevenson can do. We've seen him fight side by side in the MX-5s. How is he in the roof? I'm sure just as feisty, got that Australian blood in him. A lot of fight in that car.
Australians are so likable until you have to start racing against them.
Yeah.
That's fine.
Boy, I know there's somebody waiting in the wings that is just you. You got the hair on the back of his neck standing up right now there, Bill.
I saw some of the next crew stepping in there, so I thought I'd slip that one in. Get that out of the way before the next group takes over.
That gap now down to 3 seconds between Stevenson and Malmgren. And there you can see visually the gap between the two as they run down Duel. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw Stevenson catch him by the time they get back onto the Nordschleife.
Quick second to make sure that this battle is going to be broken up by pit stops, and it's been a while since Stevenson's been in.
Well, Malmgren stayed out. However, Yipe Lamy apparently had an off. Let's see if we can find out where that happened. Pulling up the replay. Oh, and this was out of the carousel. This is that point that we talked about. It's very difficult. You can see exiting that embankment, just sent it into the barriers, and that is some significant damage, sadly, on that Core Sim Racing Audi.
Such a fun corner. I love that corner.
And very unique. Not many corners like that at all.
And it seems to be like it doesn't belong here on this track. All of a sudden, you're at Daytona for just a minute.
So, have you heard the story about that one, Bill?
No.
Actually, because I do know why it's like that. So apparently it was just that long sweeping corner originally, and there was a ditch on the inside. And I'm going to butcher this Italian name. It's Caracolia, I believe. As a driver who first realized that ditch had a little bit that he could dip his tires into and take it faster. So more people started doing that. Eventually, it just became an embanked turn. They paved it and made it banked.
And yes, Caracola is absolutely correct.
There we go. So the actual name is the Caracola Carousel, but most people just call it the Carousel.
So you're saying it was kind of erosion that almost built the bank?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. It was a driver who I guess maybe had some. Well, they didn't really have rally back at that point, but took a rally style line and used it to his advantage. But this was a long time ago. So
he was developing the sport, Joe.
Exactly. There you go.
doing some R&D.
Just to follow up on that battle we were looking at, Stevenson did have to come in. So now he has fallen off the pace, but it won't be long till Niki has to come in as well.
I think there's two different commentators' curses. There's one where we make the drivers have something bad happen to them. There's one where we start to focus on a battle, and of course it then peters out.
But that's something to watch. That'll be back. They were close, and it won't be long till that Corsim Racing C-Spec team has to come in.
And then it'll be on once again. However, if remember, we saw he was catching at a rate of knots, so it could be the case that by the time they come in and pit, that James Stevenson simply leapfrogs him. So it'll be a non-issue.
You know, there's a car I've been watching for a while, and that's Matthias Schoger in the Trinity Motorsports Audi. There's a car right now that running pretty good laps, not necessarily on pace with the leaders, but the car is clean. Now, obviously, there are going to be more drivers getting in that car. Still a long way to go. Watch out for those boys. They may have something up their sleeve before this is all said and done. They're on the lead lap. They haven't lost it yet.
And they're sitting in 4th position. They got 2.5 minutes up to 3rd place, but they also have about 45 seconds back to 5th place. So they are well in the clear. They're not fighting anybody directly at the moment. Just putting those laps in, as you said, quietly running their race. And sometimes might not be exciting to watch. That's kind of what you want as a driver. Just a quiet race, running to the end.
That could be the tortoise that beats the hare, right?
And Patrick Bieri, a name we're familiar, was waiting in the wings to come in for them when they needed. So that's
very fast driver.
Yeah, and there
nice
you go.
Thing to have in the bank there.
Bieri, familiar to us from the Continental Endurance Sports Car Series. We've seen him driving the Mustang. Always very fast. One of the few drivers over in that Mustang that has won races in that series. Very difficult to get those wins.
And I'll tell you, as a series manager, and I can speak for all series managers, it's always nice. It's a feather in our cap when we see drivers who've raced in our series in the top split of another endurance thing like that. It's nice to see, and a lot of these names we are familiar with from stuff series we covers on GSRC.
So unfortunately, with Stevenson pitting, that took away our closest battle. Everybody else is pretty much almost a minute apart or more at the moment, except for Lars Boll and Troy Schuster, but they are separating.
You know, watching some of these cars work through traffic, though, really fun. Akko Spokar, we talked about him earlier, iRacers.hu Team Porsche, just fought off a challenge from Javier Soto, who manages to get around him in the R8. But now he's got Andreas Almensberger right behind him. Traffic up and running. We got a slow Mazda up off here to the left. This is one of those moments, guys.
Working their way through Ashbrook, now down into Bruchen, and everybody sorts it out for now. Whew. Very close from Almensberger out at the exit of Bruchen, though. Now he sneaks by.
Almensberger working with a little bit of damage on that pure racing team, Audi. And well, that was a little slick through there.
Remember that number 74 is the one that ran into some trouble earlier on that we didn't catch on our broadcast. Must have happened in the first 6 hours.
Oh, and he's off in the grass.
Oh, did he make contact?
No, I didn't see him make contact, but he was definitely off in the grass.
Oof. Not gonna help their cause today. He manages to stay ahead of the roofs at least. But yeah, you can see all the damage on that machine.
Akos just keeps plugging along, having a nice run.
Now, remember earlier, sorry to take this us away from this. Remember, we were watching Troy Schuster trying to chase down Tom Valentini, and he was gaining and gaining. Yep. Well, that has gone away, actually. It's up to 15 seconds between Schuster and Valentini. I wonder if Valentini's crew chief got on the radio and told him to pick it up a bit.
Yeah, he lost. He got it down to about a second from what it is now. Then had it going. And it wasn't so much, I went back to check it out, it wasn't so much traffic or anybody getting caught up in traffic, it was just outpacing them.
And Valentini getting around our friend Dennis Garrison, still in the car, guys.
Oh, it doesn't matter. If these guys can just turn a car over in second place within 30 seconds of the lead to those Frenchmen, it's good night, nurse. I'm looking forward to tuning back into throughout the day to see how Celestial DNF is doing.
Well, our friends across the pond are definitely now into the deep night hours, guys.
And thankfully, Troy Schuster, based in the U.S., though, is just in the late afternoon over here actually in my club, the West Club, so it's a nice time of day for him.
We heard Troy, he's scheduled to race in the Autobahn Series tomorrow. He mentioned that he may not be able to make that one. Doesn't know how much energy he'll have left to race tomorrow night. 2
days from now, really.
That's true, it is. Well, then what's his problem then? What's he complaining about?
He's still got 15 and a half hours to go. So, looking at the other teams, though, Tom Valentini, he is our leader overall for Pure Racing Team Roof C-Spec 24. That's a mouthful of a name. He's in the Benelux Club, so, as you said, European, late at night now. About midnight or so over at that point. Actually, maybe 1 a.m., I believe, for them.
I think for me here in the Central Time Zone, it is +7.
Sounds about right.
Yeah, about 1 a.m.
We're hearing 11 from information behind the scenes here.
Aha. What do I know?
We don't use watches in California.
Our time master chimes in, I see.
Some of our other crew have hopped in, and they're waiting to take over from us here in about half hour's time. There we watch Tom Valentini leading the roofs. Boy, Pure Racing has... We were talking about it earlier, Sean, with bringing a lot of teammates in and just really putting effort everywhere. And considering how they're showing in all of these classes and performing, this is incredible. Because remember, this is top split, so this is the best of iRacing coming out to play. And they're still up towards the front in multiple classes.
Yeah, multiple classes for sure. I was just watching Benecki get around another leader in Luis de la Nuez. I'm sorry, that was a mouthful there. Ran all over it and did it clean. Heading through my favorite little stop here. And yeah, the leaders of this race have really got it nailed down right now. And we're seeing a good one here today. The attrition, not near as bad as we had thought maybe earlier. It's really settled down real nicely.
Yeah, Sean, I agree. I was going to follow up on the same thing you just mentioned, that honestly, these guys are very well behaved. Got a little ugly there when we first came on, and they lost a lot early, but we'll see how it goes if they start to get a little more tired. I know as announcers, we're beginning to wear down a bit, so...
Unlike everybody else, we're only covering about 6 hours of this thing, and we get to swap out after about 3, and then we get 3 more hours with our other team. These guys have to keep going for 12 more hours, so a lot harder for their focus. Not as hard on their voices, probably, unless you're shouting at traffic every time by. As we continue to watch Robert Klotz, leader in the Kias for Alpine Eagle Racing, another team that has been in the lead since we joined this broadcast. Klotz took over for Hans Thaler about 4 laps ago.
Hey, I just saw a familiar name on the track here, running the Black Adder Motorsports number 68 entry. That would be Marco Mogren in the field today.
Hey.
I have not seen Mogren in a while.
He's driving. He's running 36th right now, which puts him 4th place in class. A lap down from the leader.
That is for, as you said, Blackadder Motorsports, number 68. Mogren, another driver who has spent a fair amount of time both in the CESCS and the MX-5 World Tour. Probably knows this MX-5 about as good as anybody out here.
Definitely what I call a hot shoe.
I believe he's a Norwegian driver and had some PC issues, so I'm good to see him back.
Scandinavia is his club, so not sure if that includes Norway.
I think Norway is, yeah. It's
We'll
not
have to
Finland.
we'll
It's
have
not
to-
Finland. That's a...
Yes, we know that much. We just have to get that confirmed because I wouldn't want to misidentify which country
Yeah,
he's hailing from.
I know very much that he's Norwegian because my first girlfriend was from Norway, and she had a ton of Swedish jokes. Apparently that's and Marco knew a bunch too. So, so I'm not going to mention any, but
I was going to say I'm not sure if we want to share him on air, but
no. Apparently that's the thing between the Nords and the Swedes there.
Well, right now that Nord is making his way towards just outside of a podium finish. He's got a little bit of damage on the left side of the car, so it hasn't been totally clean for these first 8 hours of the race. Still, they do have a chance to try and get onto the podium if anybody ahead has serious issues.
Right side looks good.
And that one's a bit of an inside joke that I'm not sure our watchers may get there, Sean.
True. And I stole it from somebody who's getting ready to take over from us. So
We saw Malmgren in the Core Sim Racing C-Spec just streak on by Mogren. Remember, Malmgren and Stevenson had a bit of a battle looking like it was going to erupt, and Malmgren has not come in for his stop yet. So they are still about a minute apart.
Right side looks good. Reminds me of that we did a Continental Endurance Series race where iRacing wouldn't repair the left side of one of the driver's cart. I think it was Dino Topic, and he spent the rest of the race banging in the right side trying to balance out the repair to get the car to go straight. Kia leader has come in.
Robert
Alpine
Klotz.
Eagle Racing, yeah.
Let's see if he swaps out. He's been in the car for only one stint. We've seen most of those teams keeping drivers in for about 2 stints. So looks like he is not getting out of the car. And they have quite a gap over second place in the Kias. Isaac Garcia Dominguez currently working his way. He's currently working his way around the mini carousel, but our timing and scoring is showing that they are actually a lap behind. Now that could be skewed by the fact that maybe the overall leader is between them.
No, we're figuring it out. Yeah, our director's saying
An
that doesn't matter
entire
either.
lap.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, he could get the lap back here if Klotz stays stationary, but I don't think he's even going to get close to doing that because he's coming down the Dariner Hoa. Klotz still stationary. Kias take a long time for their stops. The refilling of the fuel, according to iRacing, should take longer since these teams are virtually not as experienced. Now we're hearing that we have a car in the wall.
yeah, that would be Juho Reina in the CTC Racing Black Machine.
Ooh, hit it pretty hard too.
Yeah, that's the Audi.
We found the replay. We think we've got it. Let's take a look.
Ooh, lower steer,
this-
understeer there.
Yeah, this was once again in Metzgefeld. We saw almost the same thing, except this one the car was much more loose, just came in a little hot, and took a nice little tank slapper into the wall. Oh, and
Matthias Schoger. That was
Yeah.
Matthias Schoger had to make a quick evasive move to get around him.
a good call by him to try and hug that inside curb.
They were well down the running order, 3 laps down at the time, so that's not going to help their cause.
And Schoger, getting by, that was fortunate for him. That's Trinity Motorsports. They're running 4th place in class.
Now, for those wondering, Isaac Dominguez actually headed in for his pit stop, so he did not overtake Klotz and the Kias, so it is indeed a lap between those cars. Now, let's go to our leader in the MX-5s, Dave Galink. Hops in the car, takes over from De La Nuez.
Galink was really throwing it down earlier. Him getting back in the car is nothing but good for rookie racing team.
Now, second place, it looks like, has closed down to about 7.7 seconds. That's Patrick Lankow and Team RSO 397. But when was their last stop? Oh, no, actually, wait a minute. They've recently stopped because I'm seeing Alex Zerny and the car for all the laps leading up to now. So is this a legitimate gap between these two? About 8 seconds. Was there trouble for our leader somewhere along the line?
Yeah, the second place team would just in the pits last lap.
I'm going to see. I don't believe the gap was that close or anywhere near that close. I'm not seeing any unusual lap times here. Have they just been running them down? Maybe there was a long stop.
Let's go to Joe Beckert real quick in the car running 38th. He just put it in the wall maybe about 20 seconds ago, Director.
Let's see what happened. This is in the Kia.
Yeah, that wasn't pretty.
And it looks like we need to go just a little bit farther back. This was coming up out of, up into, excuse me, mind is drawing a blank now. We've been calling so many quarters. Outner Forst.
Yeah, Joey's coming up the hill. He's coming up the hill, and that kink, he hits a little bit too much curb. Car gets out of shape. He's just not able to recover it. Slaps it in the right rear, and then tank slaps it on the left.
Very easy to do up into Outner Forst. You're coming at a high rate of speed, and once again, it's you're trying to get the car turned and slowed at the same time. Never a good combination.
And again, it was the initial contact with the curb that really upset the car, and he just had to. He couldn't fight back to grab it. Tough break for them.
Yeah, that is going to make Burkett's day not very fun for the rest of these 15 hours that he has to try and make it to the checkered flag. Doesn't seem to be tracking too bad, though.
Wow. It's amazing. Whatever they're doing with that car right now, just getting it around after that hit. I mean, they didn't miss a corner on that car, Joe.
If you're gonna damage one side, at least damage them all so it's balanced.
It almost doesn't look like a Kia anymore. Maybe a Mustang almost from the front.
Belongs on a stock car short oval.
Yes. Bristol, baby.
Let's go through the order of each of our classes before we close up here in a few more minutes' time. Let's go through the top 3 of each. Maximilian Benecke still leading the way. Alexander Vos in the Core Motorsports Audi is in second. Julian Grunestel, he is rounding out the podium with 24H MSP Drivers Home. And that's the Audi's. Bill, what do our roofs look like?
Well, it's still pure racing team roof. That's the C spec number 24 there, and it's Tom Valentini there running in first position. Now, stalking him for quite a while is Troy Schuster for Celeste DNF. That interval is now up to 25 seconds, so Schuster going the wrong direction. And then third position is right now, it's Lars Boll running in third for Trimates. And just to see if that interval, yeah, he's got quite a distance back to the next guy. So there's your top three. Sean, who do you got in the Kias?
Well, that'd be Robert Klotz. Right now, pretty solid. He's still has a lap on the field for Alpine Eagle Racing. And then back there in second in class, that's going to be Guillaume Racadon on the 24-hour Kia team. They are in second, and sitting in third, Isaac Dominguez, Chronos Sim Racers. They're hanging in there. Got a podium finish in sight. They're just a lap down.
And the MX-5s, Dave Galink back in the car and trying to hold on to that lead, much closer than we saw before. Only 10 seconds between him and second place Patrick Langkow. Then in third, we've got Luca Favaccio, and that is for Thrustmaster Movano MX-5. I don't think we've seen Luca out on track since we started this broadcast, and it looks like he has put some laps in since before we came to air, but he's new to us, and he's back out rifling him in, trying to hold on to that podium position. That runs you through our top three, getting very close to having less than 15 hours to go here at the Nürburgring 24 hours. Thanks for joining us here on the Global Sim Racing channel. Even though we're going to swap teams out soon, we're going to stick around for another 3 hours, and then we'll hand off to Race Spot after that. Still, we got a few more minutes to go before we are going to say goodbye to Bill and Sean. I'll stick around for just a little bit to help the team transition over.
Joe, just to follow up on Stevenson, I went back 2 or 3 laps looking for if there was to the leaders there, why there was a problem there, and I couldn't see it. I think that team just got run down.
Interesting. So we'll have to keep a closer eye on that. They've actually extended it since the pit stop. They've gained about 3 or 4 seconds.
Well, they got the Flying Dutchman back in the car, and Dave Galink is certainly living up to that name.
Now, a name that we are very familiar with Dennis Garrison's team. I'm trying to see if he's gotten in the car or not. We understand that Jeroen Ursum, one of your favorites here, Bill, is involved in that team.
No, that can't be right. That can't be. How much money did he have to pay to get on that team?
We're big fans of Jeroen Ursum, one of the guys that's been fighting for a top 10 finish in the MX-5 World Tour since he began.
He got it. He got it last race of last season. That's right.
So it's been a very heartwarming story watching him. Go ahead.
No, I just been a fan of Jeroen's for a long time. I've known him for a couple of years now, a little over a couple of years. Him and Dennis also, really, really great guys, and fun to see them working together today.
That is Team DFTBA. They are running in the roofs, it looks like.
You know, we did have a battle for position. Zach Thomas in the number 27 takes position from Max LeBrock. They were battling for 30th. Max LeBrock.
That's another case of getting confused because they're in 2 different classes. Zach is running in the roofs, and Max is in the Kia.
You know, the damage on the car fooled me. It had the rear end. I guess I was a little far out on it, guys. Listen, we've been running since 7 o'clock this morning. The damage on the rear end of the car, I thought it was a Porsche.
So I was going to say, so you're telling me I don't need to buy a Porsche for thousands of dollars. I just need to bang up a Kia, and I can fool everyone.
I think the 12-pound sledge will work just fine.
All right, I'll remember that. Save myself some money.
I think you pick up a 12-pound sledge for about $29.99.
There you can see Max Labarak in 6th place in his class. Haven't really talked about Team GTRS1, although we've poked in to see how they're doing every once in a while. And 6th place is not bad. Granted, I'm not sure how many Kias we have here today. Let's take a look.
11, maybe? 11, I think.
Yeah, seeing 11 overall, so they're halfway up the field. I can say they're average at least then. Christian
Looks like
Challenger
they've
for
lost.
Blackadder Motorsports in 7th behind them, though.
Looks like there's only 6 of those Kia still running, though.
Well, no, we've got Christian Challenger in 7th still out there. Now we jump over to James DeFeo, running in the top 5. So I think we got 7 of them.
7.
Go ahead.
7.
Can I just say for a second how consistent this pure racing team Audi has been today? They're still turning laps down in the low 820s, 822, almost 822 flat their last lap.
We have a battle that has just erupted on our hands. Santeri Kulunki came out of the pits right behind James Stevenson. And you can see this is a battle for 6th place. Now, what kind of laps has that team been doing, though, in comparison to Mad Cow?
Well, Stevenson on the last lap was an 852. So that's quite a difference, actually, there.
And
Seems to be picking him up. He's picking him up now.
Patrick Langkow
Stevenson's
letting
loose.
it through. Stevenson trying to hold on to it through Dunlop, but that mistake is going to cost him. They're side by side. Santeri has the right, and James decides that it's better to try and give up the spot now. Lifts and lets him in at the Schumacher S.
Boy, I didn't think it was going to get that exciting before we got out of here.
Boy, another good catch that we've seen in the roof. Remember earlier on in the broadcast, we're watching through Ehrenberg where a roof got very sideways. I'm amazed that these guys can keep these rear-engine cars from going all the way around when it starts to get that far out.
Almost makes me think I might want to get in that car a little bit more and try it out.
The C-Spec is an interesting run. It's doesn't have the grip of the GT3 roof, so it's a little more tricky.
Well, this battle's going to go on for a while because it's only been 3 laps since Stevenson. Well, it looks like he might have brushed the wall there. Since Stevenson was in the pits, and the car he's chasing just came out in front of him. So this is going to go on for quite a while.
Stevenson is dropping off a little bit, though. I'm wondering if he understood that Santeri had the pace on him and just didn't want to make it a battle, especially with still 15 hours to go.
Let's stay on it a bit because they're coming up on the leader here, Dave Galink, in the MX-5.
And I think they're going to be able to stream on by here up to Flugplatz. Krittelbacher. Did Galink brush the wall?
No, but just they made it a little tight through there. Galink's
Certainly
fine.
did. Wow, he got close to
Galink,
that wall.
My favorite Oakland Raider on the track right now, Dave Galink.
Maybe the Las Vegas Raiders, Sean. You got to stay up with the news there.
Yeah. All right, let's
sorry.
let's not
move
confuse these great race fans and get me on a rant. No, sir, not today.
Well, meanwhile, we continue to watch this battle, and Stevenson is holding on, but he's not closing in on Kulunki. It's Core Sim Racing C-Spec versus Mad Cow Racing Muriel. Stevenson trying to see if he can stampede his way into the top 6.
You know, it's funny. I'm just used to seeing Stevenson just drive by people easily. So I'm confused right now. I'm scratching my head a little bit going, all right, what's going on, James?
He's still holding his own, though, and this goes to show that, you know, that pace was not just because he was in a shallow talent pool. He was really just a fast driver.
We don't need to go there, but the leader is in. Overall leaders come into the pits for good racing.
And is Max going to stay in the car?
That's what I was just looking to see.
Do we see a new driver? Let's check and see if anybody else. I didn't check to see if anybody else checked in.
He hasn't swapped out yet. I think Max is going to stay in it.
Yeah, I think they're running long. They're running long stints. Yeah, this is his second long stint. So.
And they've got quite a gap back to second place. Kashube still has almost 2 minutes up to these guys. He's, let's see, where is he actually? I'm trying to make out. Looks like the Stefan Bella S's. And now Benecki takes off. So that gap is monumental between first and second place at the moment. It can still disappear in a heartbeat, though, as we've seen. We already know that the Pure Racing team, the leader, has had a moment where they made slight contact with another car with a Kia, trying to work their way past and lap them. And we don't believe there was any major damage done to the car.
Well, I talked about the type of laps. It was still turning deep into that run. Honestly, I think the car is fine, and Max gets out of the pits clean, didn't have anybody behind and nobody in front of him. So off to a really good start here on another stint for Pure Racing.
Four cars still left on the lead lap, and we were looking at that battle there with Stevenson at pretty much holding station.
And we don't see it on screen at the moment. But oh,
Did he
Stevenson's
spin?
mistake. Yep. And once again, this is the third time we've seen this coming out of the carousel. That tricky transition from banking to flat. That's going to cost Stevenson a lot of time in trying to get that position away. Here we're going to see it on the replay. Hits the exit, and the rear really just comes around.
When I was watching it live as it happened, I wasn't sure I was getting an accurate depiction of the car because it almost rolled.
Joe, do you remember when I was talking earlier about getting a little air off of that?
Absolutely. And I remember that was a problem in the C-Spec when it first... Wow! Look at that. When they first released the car on iRacing, it did sometimes roll on you. I think it's just that softer suspension on that car and a little bit high center of gravity.
Yeah, it's awful tricky. It really is. The Mazda will do the same thing through there. Did it just last night. And I didn't fare very well. I wrecked it.
Well, fortunately, that means James Stevenson is now very solidly in 7th and has got a lot of ground to make up. He's about 13 seconds back from Santirdi Kulunki, just ahead in 6th place. We just ticked over past 15 hours to go. Means these guys have been out on the track for 9 hours, if my math is correct. Not always reliable to expect GSRC commentators to get math right, though. So I'm getting confirmation 9 hours is right. Should have done it. We started with 6 hours to go. We're 9 hours now, so 3 hours in. And unfortunately, because of James Stevenson making that slip up, we don't have anybody very close right now. But the cars closest to each other really don't matter because our leader, Robert Klotz, in the Kias has closed up to an Audi of Sven Kresmer in Pure Racing Team 74. We've got a couple more minutes, and then we'll take our swap over to the new team who's been waiting in the wings patiently, watching, taking notes to see how things are going.
Well, somebody taking a break right now is Troy Schuster, who's brought the car in from 2nd place for Celeste DNF.
That's been an ongoing battle between himself and Tom Valentini for the lead of those roofs.
And, you know, they've had really good pace, Joe. Those cars are only 2 laps down from the Audis. They, you know, again, we talk about we're now 15 hours remaining. That's not bad. They're hanging in there.
Oh, the Iron Man's getting back in it.
Karel Verchovsky going to get back in for...
He did 31 laps, just took that short little break to let Schuster do a little bit, and now he's back again.
Whew. I hope that at some point they're going to start bringing back in Yassine and Evan and give poor Carroll a break. Here we see a bunch of forlorn cars, though, in that pit stall. We have had a lot of teams drop out. In fact, let me see if I can figure out how many are still running, and I'm seeing 37 cars that are still active out on the course. One of our commentators accurately calling it the graveyard. I think that's a good term for the pits right now.
I'd like to welcome back Ayrton Ellis, going to join us. He's been with GSRC from its founding. Went away for college, doing a little bit of announcing with us again now in the summer break. One of the sharpest race analyzers you'll find.
Ayrton certainly a young talent.
Sure.
We're glad to have him back. Meanwhile, watching Tom Valentini, our leader, in the roofs, continue on. Now that the team that has been chasing him, Celestial DNF, has taken their pit stop, giving him just a brief respite, a bit of time to breathe and not have to worry about where that gap is.
And that's a clean race car, Joe. Very clean.
Very clean, yeah. Oof.
Oh, here we go. Gotta say a prayer. Ooh, here we go. I love that. It just, you're carrying so much speed. It's you're hanging on the ragged edge.
Absolutely. We've already seen just how punishing the Nürburgring can be. It's amazing that drivers still attempt to race on this track. Even more amazing that they try to race on it for 24 hours straight. And it doesn't matter whether it's the real-life version or here in the sim world on iRacing, it is a challenge. It is just the ultimate test of driving, of focus, of your competitive skill and knowledge, taking a car to the finish line as quick as possible. Once again, thank you to those who have joined us here on the Global Sim Racing channel. We're watching the 24 hours of Nürburgring, the first time that iRacing has run it. We're glad that you're joining us on iRacing Live. You're seeing Maximilian Benecke, our overall leader. We saw Tom Valentini, our leader in the roof class a little bit earlier. Robert Klotz is leading in the Kias, and Dave Galink is leading the way in the MX-5s. We've been going for just about 3 hours here, so I think we're going to wrap it up here with our first team. I'm going to stick around just a little bit, help the other guys transition in case they have any questions about what's been happening. Thanks again to our director, Amjad Yaman. He's going to stick with us for the next 3 hours. And a huge thank you, Sean and Bill. You guys have been a pleasure to call this one with. It's been a fun job.
Thank you, Joe. Have a good little handshake there to the next group. And we'll look forward to coming back and seeing what RaceBot has to offer here as they close this thing out 15 hours.
Thanks, guys, for having me in. I'm going to go jump back up on the box for a little while.
All right, don't wear yourself out. That was Sean Ambrose and Bill Soup Zahn. I'm Joe Peak, and joining me in the booth is Richard Losper here to take over the lead from me. Welcome, Richard.
Good day to you, Joe. Very, very pleased to be here. This is a new experience for me, calling a race at the famous Nürburgring. But certainly, I am excited to start talking about some of these drivers who we know very well, a lot of them. So, Joe, thank you for having me.
Not a problem. And as well, obviously, we've got Ayrton Ellis in the booth and Kevin Brown, two names very familiar to us. And if you've been with GSRC a long time, very familiar to you too, even though they haven't been around for a while.
Yes, indeed. And let's bring in Ayrton Ellis just quickly so we can have a few words with Ayrton. Ayrton, welcome back.
Yeah, thanks. It's good to be back.
And of course, Kevin Brown, he and I were mic mates on the Champion Motorsports series for quite some time. Welcome back, Kevin. Glad to have you.
And it sounds like we've got a little bit of a technical issue with Kevin's mic, so we'll see if we can get that working, get him on air. Kevin's always been an excellent analyst, especially of the GT3 cars, so even though the Audi is a new one, I'm sure he'll have some good informative stuff, especially with the roof as well, the C-Spec version. I'm sure Kevin can help us talk a little bit about how that car is handling out there. But Richard, it's been interesting. We've seen some threats from drivers trying to take the lead, especially in the roofs. But the top drivers, the leaders, have really been solidly in place in each of the classes.
Yeah, Joe, I am just driving along here with Maximilian Benecke, who's leading the race overall for Pure Racing Team. And of course, he's also leading the Audi 8 group. So he's just started a new lap just recently. And this guy is absolutely, what's the word? He's beyond technical. He is just perfect on every single lap. So if this is what we are looking for the next 15 hours, it's going to be wonderful to call.
And it sounds like we've got Kevin working, Kevin's mic's working now. So Kevin, welcome.
Thanks, Joe. It is it's fun to be back in the broadcast booth. It's been a long time since I've been a commentator, and I'm just watching George Buchan try to spin it in the carousel, manages to save it, and Zach Thomas right behind him had a great job avoiding and piling up the two. So immediately some excitement for me.
Yeah, it looks like we caught just the tail end of it on screen. Not a typical place that you would lose the car, though.
Well, having spun the C-Spec in a myriad of places myself, most of them very unique to me, I'm not too surprised, I'll admit.
Well, Thomas currently on lap 65, about 14 hours, 48 minutes to go. These drivers probably getting pretty worn out by this point, having done multiple stints, I'm sure, for most of these guys.
Yeah, indeed. It's a very long race. Just having a look at the times here, the elapsed time on my clock is just over 9 hours, 9 hours, 14 minutes, which of course means that there is 14 hours and about 47 minutes still to go in this race. We're in hour number 10, just coming to the close of well, sort of halfway through hour number 10. Joe, how do these guys do it?
I'm sure a lot of energy drinks and maybe some coffee along the way.
Certainly. You know, we noticed that just watching here, some of the guys doing double stints, that puts them in the car for, 3 hours, 6 hours. That is a long time just to be driving on a road, going from point A to point B. Driving at the speeds that these guys are doing and having to concentrate 100% to keep that car on track. It's no shame on anybody who loses it from time to time on the track.
I was just looking at the Kia class. Looks like second place team, 24-hour Kia team, just put in their second driver, Johan, I'm going to botch his name, Cherreri, who filled in for Guilherme Rakadon. So that's up in second place for the Kia class.
Yeah, I think we'll go to that break very, very soon, Joe. Let's just wrap up the positions as we see them on the track at the moment, and then let's take that little break.
I haven't said anything about a break, but yeah, we're looking at Johan currently second place there in the Kias. That 24H Kia team's been doing a good job holding down that P2 for the hours that we've seen them. Meanwhile, we saw George Buchan a little bit earlier having troubles, and I think he's heading into the pits. Maybe the tires are fully worn out now. And it sounds like we actually are going to take a little bit of a break, so we'll be back after just a moment here. We've been going for about an hour, so even though we got a couple fresh guys in, sounds like we need to sort out a couple gremlins. We'll be back in just a moment.
and welcome back to the Nürburgring 24-hour race. We are back and we are looking at better than 14 hours to go. I'm your host for the next few hours, Richard Losper. With me in the booth is Ayrton Ellis. Welcome, Ayrton.
Thanks, Richard. Glad to be back.
And on the other side of the microphone as well is Kevin Brown. Kevin is also back from a sabbatical. Welcome, Kevin.
Thank you, Richard. GSRC clearly scraping the bottom of the barrel here if I'm in the booth.
No, not at all, Kevin. Both of you guys have been stalwarts for GSRC. And still hanging around with us for a little while was your previous host, Joe Peak. Joe, stick around for a while. We're going to need you.
All right, I'll be around here for a little bit more. Then I got to go get some rest of my own.
Okay, and a well-earned rest it will be as well. Now, we had a major incident. Robert Klotz, leader of the Kias, had an accident just before we went to break, and we are going to get that on replay. Apparently, it happened. The replay's coming up as we speak, and it happened in the Adenauer Forest as far as we can tell. Let's have a look at what happened here. He gets loose and hits the Armco. Go ahead, Kevin.
So easy to do. That's a blind turn in really, really, really fast. And if you just turn in just a fraction too early, get that curb on the inside, you bounce off it, just what Klotz did, and really upset the rear end of the car, and around it goes, and there's just not enough time to catch it before you hit that wall. And I've done that before. A lot of drivers have done that, a lot of great drivers. So easy to do there, and a real shame to end your run from the front that way.
Yeah, that's true. And he is now sitting in the pits. He's been in there for quite a while on this pit stop. So unfortunate for Robert. Now, Robert still technically holds down the first position, but that will disappear as time goes by, I'm pretty sure. Let's run down the order for the various cars here. So, Kevin, as far as the Audis are concerned, who do we have in our top 3 or top 4?
Well, that Pure Racing team, the number 111, currently being driven by Maximilian Benecki, is in the lead. They've got a nice gap of about 1:20 over the Core Motorsports team. In third place in class is the 24H MSP Drivers Home 1. That is a mouthful. Trinity Motorsports in fourth. Thrustmaster Movano TRL, the only Audi, or the last Audi, I should say, on the lead lap.
Yeah, that's correct. And you're quite correct about the mouthfuls that we're going to have here in terms of particularly team names. And going to the roof C-Specs, what are we seeing there, Ayrton, on our top group?
Well, first place in the roofs is the Pure Racing Team, Roof C-Spec 24, driven by Tom Valentini. In second place is Celestial DNF, which Carol Vorsky is behind the wheel on that one. Third place is Trimates, driven by Justin Hopp. And fourth place is Sim RC, driven by Dustin Hickman. And then Itali Pop Jr. is driving the Team Porsche iRacing's HU team in fifth place.
And going to the Kias, we can report that let's get this name right, Johan, it is, Cherea, has taken over the first position, it looks like, in the Kia group, and Robert Klotz will fall into the second position, although timing and scoring showing that being reversed once again, with the 24H Kia team of Johan Cherea now showing up in second place and Klotz still showing up in first place. Whatever the case may be, in third place we have Isaac Garcia Dominguez, and he is for the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew. And that is, in fact, the fourth place. The Torque Freak is George Gruber, also in the Kia Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew. Some team names we have here. Let's go to the MX-5s, and we'll come back to you, Kevin. What's the grouping like in the MX-5s?
Well, that class is being led by rookie racing team number 55, and you want to talk about misnomers for a team. Rookie Racing with guys like Dave Galinkin there. Come on. In second place, the Team RSO number 397. In fourth, Thrustmaster Movano, their MX-5 effort. In fourth place is the Black Adam Motorsports 68. And in fifth is the Vindalvo Sim Racing Team, also out there on track. Are they? No, I'm not. Oh, so there are fewer MX-5s than I thought they were. So there's only 4 MX-5s on track as far as I can tell.
That is correct, Kevin. I am also just seeing 4 MX-5s. I don't know what the full group was, but just having a look down the list of MX-5s that have exited from the race, the major exiting drivers have been in the MX-5 group, so they haven't fared well at all here, Etten.
Yeah, for sure, and that seems really interesting to me because it's also the slowest class, so you'd think that it would usually be a car that's maybe less grueling, less concentration required to drive the car, but I've heard from you, apparently Kevin and you, that this car can really be difficult to handle sometimes.
Well, I'll say with this weather, it's a little greasy in the MX-5. We've been running the MX-5 ourselves in a different split, and it's a little exciting, especially in the twisty bits. And some of the faster cars, I think, I'm trying not to be too rude, but maybe are a little surprised sometimes by the slowness of the MX-5. We've seen some shaky passes, so maybe that's been happening in this split. Hard to tell, since I was not able to watch the first 6 hours. But it's an endurance race at the toughest track in the world. You know, anything could happen.
Yeah, that's true. And I just had a little count of these cars that we've got. 1, 2, 3, 9 cars are MX-5s out of the race, and we're talking about drivers that we know very well, drivers that are not rookie drivers or not inexperienced drivers. Dries Nice, for argument's sake, Rico Alotalo, Jere Tettinen, and Antti Tuominen. These are not drivers that we would imagine would have been out of the race, but there you have it. That is the situation as we see it. By the way, there are quite a large number of drivers out of the race here. I'm just trying to count this up here, Etten, but certainly better than 15 drivers out of the race.
Yeah, well, we have 38 cars running right now, so and we started with 57, so nearly 20 at this point in the race. So definitely this race, I mean, we're 9 hours in, and yeah, it's taken a lot of people out. We still have many more hours to go.
Yeah, that's true. Well, we might have a moment here and talk to Joe, and then say our goodbyes to you, Joe. Thank you, sir, for the stalwart effort you've put in to date. Why don't you go and have a rest now?
And Joe has departed the building. I know he's busy. He's got been racing with me. He and I are teammates today.
And is that true? So you guys are racing an MX-5, Kevin? Is that the case?
Yeah, I've been shanghaied out of a decent car into the MX-5 once again. I'm not sure what's going on with this. I keep getting sucked into that car.
Well, let me tell you. How about yourself, Etten? Have you spent any time in the MX-5 or in any car indeed recently?
Not at all. I have yet to drive the MX-5, so I should get onto that, actually.
Well, I'm here to tell you, as a regular driver of the new MX-5, the global ND MX-5, it is an absolute blast to drive. Much faster than the old MX-5, now called circa 2015 MX-5. A little more difficult to handle, as I'm sure, Kevin, you can attest to. But certainly, once you get the hang of it, a very exciting car to drive and quite easy to handle once you get the hang of it. But back to the racing over here. Let's start by having a look at our overall leader. Kevin, we've got Maximilian Benecke leading the race, leading the Audi class as well. And this guy is just a joy to watch.
Yeah, this whole team, the Pure Racing Team 111, they are just stacked with talent all the way through. the core motorsports team also stacked with talent. So this is a great battle, and between the two of them, to get a 1 minute 20-second lead between these two teams, even if it has been almost 10 hours, that's a phenomenal run right there. These guys are just so good, and Maximilian, every time I put my camera on him, he's just looking clean and fast out there, so precise, really good stuff.
That's true, and having a look at our second place driver there, which is Kei Kashube, for Core Motorsports. As you say, he is down close to 1 minute and 20 seconds, and the car's a little bit of wing damage there, and a little bit of rear damage as well by the looks of it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of these Audis with that rear wing damage, and I'm not sure what causes that, to be honest. I've got very limited experience in the Audi, to be honest. Most of my GT3 experience has been in the Z4 or in the McLaren MP4 12C GT3, also yet another handful of a name. So, I kind of wonder if it's an iRacing feature, if you will. It's a lot like maybe the various roofs that kind of have their fenders getting banged in every time they go over a curb. I would love to have an Audi expert chime in and tell me about that, because it's just too weird to see all these Audis with these bent wings.
Yeah, and that is high up on the car, so it is unusual. As we see Kei Kashube coming up on, I believe that might be our leading MX-5. So let's just stay with this for a moment as he passes the number 55 car without any incident. No problems there. So,
and Richard, I just want to jump in there. That was a great job by Kei Kashube, just pausing a moment to make sure that Galink had a chance to get through that corner. I've seen too many GT3 cars shove their nose in there right there, and then that makes that corner so difficult for both the faster car and the slower car, and it ruins the exit speed of both cars for this long uphill straight that they have to follow. So Kashube doing the smart thing, giving both cars a chance to get out through the corner. That was heads up mixed class racing.
Yeah, well said there, Kevin. Let's just go back to talking about the Audi now. I am no expert in the Audi. I have done a few laps with the Audi at various tracks, and it is an exciting car to drive. It appears to be a car that handles very, very well, but I really can't comment on the situation with the wing. And you're quite right, Kevin. It's happening on a lot of the cars. As you track through the Audis, you'll find that many of them have this wing that is bent somehow, and we're not quite sure what the reason is.
So it sounds like we have a driver coming up for an interview room, or in the interview room, Maximilian Scheider, who's with the 787 roof team. Maximilian, tell us a little bit about your race. We haven't seen much of it, to be honest.
Yeah, hello. I drove my first two stints now, just 20 minutes ago. It ended, yes. And yeah, first I drove about the times as the guy in front of me. I think after the stint, I was 15 seconds behind him. And yeah, in the second stint, it was a little bit, not that great stint, because I had much traffic, and somewhere I think in lap 3 was, from my T500 steering wheel, the screw to mount it, one screw of the two just fell off, I don't know. Then I had only one screw, and I lost much speed. That wasn't really great. But yeah, I got it in the Döttinger Höhe somehow, and then I drove some great laps. I think those were my best laps I've driven in this race so far. So yeah.
Boy, that is tough to have a real-world hardware failure when you're sim racing. We've seen all kinds of crazy stuff with that. And just to have your wheel fail in some manner when you're driving, that's just a horrifying moment. I've had my shifter fall off before in a race, so I know that absolute panic that you have for a moment.
Yeah, I know. Just GT3 was behind me, so goodness, that was really scary.
Well, it looks like your teammate Dustin Hickman, I've driven against him before. He's a great driver. Looks like he's having a nice stint out there. You guys are in fourth in your class, 55 seconds behind Justin Hoppy in third. So it looks like you're fighting back still. Still have a good chance as Hickman locks it up into that first turn.
Yeah, I think P3 is possible because we have Jürgen Frank driving in the morning, and he is a little bit better than V2 are and the third guy which didn't drove this race, and probably he can catch up to those guys in front because those are almost on the same pace as we are. And yeah, I think P3 should be possible.
Well, that would be a heck of a run. I see that there's a lot of great talent in the roof class. First and second, the Pure Racing team, roof team, Tom Valentini driving that right now, just loaded. Celestial DNF in the roofs. We're familiar with a bunch of their drivers as well. So, do you think you might be able to sneak up maybe and get up in the top two, or are you only hoping for a third? Do you think?
That's really a good question. I think the only way to catch them would be if they fall out or crash or something like that. But those are good drivers, so I would be happy with P3. I would be happy if I finish this race, actually, but P3 would be nice. A podium. Yeah, P3, P2 and 1 is really hard to get.
Well, and for sure that's going to be crashing in the roof C-spec, I think, is a lot, or making a mistake, I should say, is a lot easier in the roof C-spec. I think since you don't have the anti-lock brakes and you don't have traction control and you don't have semiotic transmissions, and as we saw James Stevenson, you get some weird suspension issues too, trying to roll that car. I think, the guys that complete a 24-hour race at the Nürburgring in the roof C-spec, my admiration 100%.
Yeah, this car is really hard to drive, but because I drive it really often, especially for this race, I practice much in the IMSA races. Yeah, I'm really familiar with this car, so yeah. Actually, I find the Mazda MX-5, the new one, a little bit harder to drive because there's such a loose rear end, but yeah, I think that's just because I only drive rough last time.
And just let me just break in for a second there, Maximilian. Just while you were talking, our leader in your class there, who is Valentini, was just passing one of the Kias, and it was just interesting to see how he had to wait to find a clear spot to pass. So are you finding when you were in your stint that passing was difficult of any other class when you were the faster car, or even getting past when you were the slower car?
Yeah, it's really hard to pass the Kia actually because it has such good brakes against the rough. But you need to overtake them on the straight because the rough is, I think, 20 to 30 km/h faster than the Kia. Yeah, I also was stuck behind a Kia in the Fuchsröhre, I think it was. And yeah, that's really not that great. The GT3s and the Mazdas are not a real problem. Only when the GT3s have no top speed, then it's also a little bit hairy. But yeah.
Yep. And here we see Tom Valentini. Sorry, Kevin, to hijack your interview there, but just interesting to watch Tom Valentini work as he comes through the last sections now of the course there through Anton's Busche, I believe it's called, and coming up to the Tiergarten a bit later on. Very, very clean and very professional the way he's driving that car.
Well, Maximilian, thanks for chiming in, stopping by. Great to hear some input from a fast roof driver. I've driven the roof a bunch, but I don't consider myself fast in it. So thanks again, and good luck on the rest of the race.
Yeah, okay, thanks. By the way, great broadcast.
Thanks. See ya.
See ya.
And now that we've heard there from very interesting comments there from Maximilian on what's happening in the race, and I'm sure that all those people listening there would have taken some hints from what to do. The Roof's C-Spec, Kevin, you would know that is not an easy car to drive.
No, it's not. And, the iRacing World Cup finals, I think it was last season, ran the Roof C-Spec at Road Atlanta. I was in that with the Northwest Club and got my behind handed to me by Gregor Hutu and the rest of the Finns. Was that 2 years ago, Amjad? Oh my gosh. Time flies. But anyhow, my point was I spent so many hours just at Road Atlanta really, really trying to work on the car, nail it down, get my rhythms down. And I really felt like I started getting a handle on it, get into the race session, and just got absolutely spanked by the Finns and the guys that really know how to drive that car. And the C-Spec, I feel like it's such a different beast on iRacing, and it's got a well-earned reputation of the fast drivers really know how to make it go. And so anybody that you see that is leading a field of Roof C-Specs, they're a good iRacer in my opinion.
Yeah, and such a person is our leader here in the C-Spec Roof 12 RT C-Spec. That is Tom Valentini for Pure Racing Team Roof C-Spec 24. And there's a mouthful for you. He is just starting a new lap now, and he looks very, very accomplished and very comfortable in that car. Second in that class is Karol, at the moment, it's Karol Vorachovsky. And then third in that class is Justin Hopp. So those are the guys that are leading our roof class at the moment. Let's take a moment and bring in Ayrton here, and we'll talk about the Kias. Ayrton, what are you seeing about, and what have you got to say about our Kias, if anything?
Well, I've been really keeping an eye on it. If we remember from before, Robert Klotz did get into an incident after a long time of leading the race and dropped down to second, but he's actually only about 40 seconds behind the leader of Johan Chereri. And considering the big lead that he had, it was nearly a lap before he had his incident. I wouldn't be surprised if he closes that gap coming on to the next few hours of the race. So I would definitely keep an eye on Klotz to try to get back up there.
Yeah, that's correct. He's currently about 40 seconds back. And in third place, we have Enrique Navarro Izquierdo from the Kronos Sim Racing, or Sim Racers CSR team. They are holding down third place. Fourth place is David Barraclough in the Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew car. And then in fifth place, Jacob Levesque. So still a bunch of Kias out there, and a couple more still running as well. So all about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, about 7 Kias running. I have to say also, Ayrton, I'm very disappointed in the MX-5s. 4 MX-5s left in this race. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, casuals, you know.
All right, well, before we get on the MX-5 flamethrowing committee here, I want to point out Keika Shuby in the Core Motorsports number 33, the second place Audi, has been throwing down some hot laps trying to chase down the overall leader, Maximilian Benecki, and has dropped that gap about 6 or 7 seconds over the last 5 laps. Not a lot in the grand scheme of things, but at this level, that's scooting. Benecki's been running, the last few laps were 8 minutes 22, 24, and then another 22. Kashube's been running sub-22s, or actually his last lap was a 22.077. So Kashube out there really dicing through traffic and throwing down some stinkers.
Yeah, doing very well indeed. I'm seeing what is a purple and black car. Hopefully, Trading Paints is showing me the correct colors here, but I'm watching him as we speak, and he is coming up on a car there in front of him, who is Dustin Hickman in the C-Spec. So let's just watch this situation for a little while, Kevin, and see how he deals with what is, of course, slightly slower traffic. Or maybe a lot slower traffic.
Yeah, I'm going to catch the simracing.de car in a slightly awkward spot, but let's see, a late turn in from Dustin Hickman. I think Koshube really wanted to come in there. You saw Koshube offline. I think he was saying, hey, let me come in. And Dustin Hickman either didn't see that or didn't really want to let him by. And now Koshube's easily going to use his horsepower to drive around the outside there.
Yeah,
so
and
some time lost, but not too much, I think.
No, I think you're right. And that is a little bit of unaware driving, I would imagine, from Dustin Hickman. Or he was just not concentrating at that moment. But he did kind of cut him off on the exit from the GP course onto the Nordschleife. So it's all good. No harm done as they make their way through the straighter part of the course now. Let's go back to... I want to go back to the Audi in third place now, which is Stefan Meisler. He's coming up on one of the Kias, and his car looks pretty clean as well.
Well, Stefan is in fourth place. That Thrustmaster Movano TRL is actually in fourth place. It's getting cut off on my screen. The 24H MSP Drivers Home 1 Audi is in third place. That's being driven by Rito Hartmann. I apologize, Rito, if your name is actually pronounced Reto or something and I mispronounced it. Haven't seen much of Hartmann, to be honest, on my screen, but seems like he's running a solid third place, about 3.5 minutes behind the overall leader, Maximilian Benecke.
Yeah, that's interesting to me. Stefan Meisler, as we know that driver from, I think, Kevin, that was in one of the GT leagues that we did broadcast. Stefan Meisler, not a slow driver by any means.
No, none of the guys in the Thrustmaster Vano teams are slow. That is for sure. Stefan is a solid, fast driver, and he's got some good drivers with him. Mario Bertoletti, Anders Dahl. We've seen a lot of Anders Dahl on GSRC. That's a solid, stout team.
What I find interesting about some of these teams is that the one I was talking about was Stefan Meisler, Thrustmaster Movano. They switch drivers nearly every pit stop, whereas a lot of the other teams, they have their drivers do very long stints. So that definitely has some separate mental strain on some of these drivers for sure.
Yeah, that's a good point, Ayrton. Oh, sorry, I was going to chime in. We were kind of talking about that a lot, and him and Han about that in our team with the MX-5s, where that car can go 10 laps on fuel. That's an hour and 40 minutes of driving at the Nordschleife on a single tank of fuel in the MX-5. And the question was, what happens with driver fatigue if you go that full 10 laps? Is the driver going to start losing mental acuity and maybe making small mistakes? And this is a track where you can't make those small mistakes. Small mistakes are big mistakes at this track. And, actually, 2 weeks ago, I think it was, the VLN race on iRacing, our team actually won that race because the overall leader, the class leader, was running full 10-lap stints and just wasn't able to focus at the end of the race and started making a bunch of mistakes and running really, really slow. So that is a huge consideration, in my opinion, in making sure that your drivers are fresh at this track.
Yeah, and I was going to kind of make the same sorts of comments that you've made there, Kevin, that the question I had in my mind there was, is it better to change at every pit stop the driver as well? And my thoughts would be, as you've kind of pointed out, that that would be a good strategy.
Yeah, I absolutely agree with that. The GT3 cars, it's another matter. They can only go about an hour, so that's kind of I think a moot point for those guys. The C specs, I would definitely, in my opinion, change them as drivers as frequently as I could, just because that car is such a handful to drive. And probably the same with the Kia. The Kia is a car I feel like you really have to be on your toes to really get the most out of it. So, it's not.
We're getting information from our director. There's some issue happening in the Fuchs, so let's go and have a look at that replay. Car spinning there.
And yeah, he was sitting in third place before that crash.
Oh, he's upended completely. Hit the Armco very hard there. Let's get that back again if we can, director. That was very, very interesting. And we're coming back on that replay. We're going to have another look at it, Kevin. The car ends up on its lid.
Wow. So not 5 minutes after I talked about how small mistakes are big mistakes at the Nürburgring, he dropped his outside wheels on what is essentially a straight section of track. It's not straight. You can see there's the twisty bits, but it is a flat-out top-speed section, and he drops his outside wheels into the grass before a turn, and over he goes. Oh, that's heartbreaking. It is. And, it's easy for us sitting here to talk about these things, but you think of the drivers who've been going for close to 10 hours and then that happens. That is not fun. Yeah, for sure. He's got to be gutted, the rest of the team, depending on him, and he makes a mistake like that. Oh, yeah.
He only just got in the car, too. That was his third lap out.
And that probably, Ayrton, that could have contributed. You kind of get into a rhythm if you've done 4 or 5 laps, because you've then done better than half an hour in the car already. So maybe that contributed to his momentary lapse of concentration there. And hitting the grass on any track in any car is always bad news.
Yeah, absolutely. The smallest mistake can really have a big effect.
Yeah, and we're 10 hours into the race. It is now technically Sunday in Europe, which I believe Enrique is actually in. So maybe, physical fatigue starting to strike up as well.
Yeah, definitely. And we were slowly working our way through all the cars. And I think we're up to 5th place in the Audi GT. So let's have a look at Marcel Fassbender for Trinity Motorsports. I've been watching him for a little while now, and he looks very comfortable as well in that Audi.
Yeah, he's not one that I've seen on my screen. Sorry, Ayrton, you had some?
I was just going to say he's starting a brand new lap now, so very opportune moment to cross to him.
I'll have to admit, I'm not sure if I've ever raced against the Trinity Motorsports guys. Fassbender is a name I've seen before. Not sure if I've raced against him. He makes a little bit of a mistake out of that chicane. And I got to point out, that chicane on the GP track is one of the nastiest, ugliest sections I think I've ever made. And he makes another mistake under braking right there, drops his outside wheels. Marcel, clean it up, guy. You don't want to wreck it. We just saw another guy wreck it, making small mistakes. Let's get it sorted out here.
And I was just saying that he looks pretty comfortable in the car and he makes those little bobbles. However, he hasn't lost control and doing a great job after, close to 10 hours in the car as he works his way through the Grand Prix course before heading out onto the Nordschleife once again. Thoughts on the Grand Prix course? I quite like this track, Kevin. I think it's a great track.
Well, I'll admit I can't stand it, but I also will admit that I don't think I figured it out either. So that's probably part of it. But yeah, it's got, I think it's got a pretty decent flow to it. I'll admit that most of my laps on it are in MX-5s, which is not the car that the track was designed for.
That's correct.
But definitely, it's got a very different feel to the Nordschleife, and that's something that really makes this combination so interesting, to have the GP track and then you get dumped onto the Nordschleife, the themes of the track, if you will.
we are getting information that one of the drivers is off there. I missed the name. Ayrton, did you catch the one?
Giuseppe Curry is, who was in 8th place before the crash. Get a replay up now.
We're getting the replay up there. Giuseppe Curry, who I know very well as a driver. And Kevin, have a look at that wing. Also bent. Same again.
Who was that C-Spec?
Thomas Szabo in the iRacers.Hungary Team Porsche was that roof car.
That is a roof C-Spec indeed. And Thomas Szabo is one of my teammates. He drives for Asbury Motorsports when he's driving an MX-5. At the moment, he's driving for iRacers.HU Team Porsche. And Thomas, normally a very, very, very good driver. Did we say he had a moment there? Because he's looking okay on my screen.
He had a little bit of contact with Curry with his spin. That's not good for him because he's got a Santeri only 13 seconds behind him for that 5th place position.
Yeah, that was in the right front of Szabo, right on his right front wheel. That could be really, really bad for them if they bent that suspension. Guys, I keep looking at Giuseppe Curry's wreck, and it doesn't make any sense to me. I'm not sure what caused that.
I've had a look at the replay as well, Kevin. It's you're quite right. Didn't look like it should have happened.
Yeah, that's a fairly easy corner for the GT3 cars, and he shouldn't have any issue. I wonder if he just got a sudden side draft from the roof in that corner, and that was just enough to upset the aerodynamic balance of the car. He didn't hit the curb. It doesn't look like he bottomed out. He wasn't loose going into the corner, just coming out of the corner. Around he went.
Yeah. Well, is going live again. He seems to be going okay once again. Bent. He's got a car bent in various places at the moment now, but still going. Hopefully, when they go, if he can make it to the next pit stop, then they get some repairs done on those cars. Bearing in mind, by the way, guys, there are no such things as fast repairs, which is as it should be. On a race of this quality, no fast repairs, so any damage you have on the car has to be repaired by your pit crew.
Yeah, absolutely. And Giuseppe, he's got a lot of damage to repair. I'm amazed that he's actually able to do 150 miles an hour on the straightaway, but that car looks like it'd be better served in a junkyard.
Well, he's finishing off the lap. Interesting to see if he actually comes into the pits. Although, I guess the strategy is as long as the car's going, let's just keep it out there. But he's still going straight. He's even with all that damage, he's certainly laying down some hot laps. Now he comes into the last section of the track there. It does touch the curbs a bit, but that's no problem for him. Comes onto and he comes into the pits as we suspected he might do. So he'll be sitting there for a while if he's going to get repairs to all of the damage that he has.
Speaking about coming,
go ahead, Aaron. I think you saw what I saw.
Yeah, there was a change in the lead for the Kia class. 24-hour Kia team actually made a pit stop. Johan Cherer last lap. They did not make a driver swap, but that actually put Alpine Eagle Racing back into the lead.
That's right. And Robert, sorry, we're tripping over each other. Go ahead, Kevin.
I just want to point out that the other guy that was involved in the Curry's wreck, Thomas Szabo, got that contact in the right front. He has stayed out. He did not go into pit lane, but keep watching him lock up the right front. So I don't know if that's new handling problems he's having or old handling problems, but either way, looks like he decided that it wasn't enough to come into pit lane this time by. So I think he's going to probably just stay out and try and stay on their normal fuel strategy. Back to that Kia battle.
Yes, and indeed, let's go back to the Kia. Robert Klotz now our leader once again, and in second place now is still being held down by Johan Cherer, who did come into the pits. So we kind of chopped you off there. Ayrton, what were you going to say?
I said most of what I wanted to say, but with that pit stop, Johan is now about a minute 30 behind Klotz. So Klotz now got his lead back. He's going to have to make another pit stop at some point.
Yeah, just driving with Klotz now. There's no car that doesn't have some damage on it. Now, that's a little bit of a mystery to me as to why these cars have all this damage, Ayrton. You'd think that with a track this long, even though it's narrow, and even though, you are racing and there's going to be some racing incidents, there's not a car that doesn't have any damage. Are these guys racing that hard in a 24-hour race?
I think most of it probably caused by getting through traffic. Whenever, like you said, it's a narrow track, so whenever these guys are going for passes, a tiny little bit of contact is going to damage your car, even if it doesn't affect the driving of it. I think it's very easy to get a little bit of slight contact with another car or wall when making passes.
And our second place Audi is coming into the pits. Could be just a regulation pit stop here, Kevin. Kei Kashube in the Core Motorsports team is coming into pit lane, and he is right in the very first pit stall.
What are they going to do, driver swap?
I'm having a look to see if they're actually going to do a driver swap there. I haven't seen the jacks even go up yet for tires. One would assume that every pit stop they would be taking fresh tires, but not seeing that happen.
Yeah. Each of their stints have been about 15 to 20 laps. He's only been out for around less than 10, actually. So I imagine he'll probably stay in the car for now.
Well, I'm wondering if they're going to fix that wing, because it really annoys me that all the wings on these Audis are bent. And it doesn't look like they're going to fix that wing at all. Yeah, it's bent. It's not broken.
It gives it character.
Saying. It gives the car a bit of character, is what we're hearing. But that's a fairly longish pit stop there, 67 seconds, which is over a minute. And the car is sort of getting ready to move off now. And there we go. No wing repair. It was not broken enough to be fixed. Out he comes, and he will still come out in second place. Now, have we lost Kevin Brown? I haven't heard from him.
No, I was just being quiet while y'all talk.
Ah, there you are. Don't you leave us, buddy. We need you right here. Now, Kei Kashube in second place. Core Motorsports looks like he's about a quarter of a lap behind the leader at the moment. He's done his pit stop. And so let us go and continue with our look at all the drivers. So we got up to the first 5 in the Audi. Now we're going to go to car number 6 in the Audi group, which is Iku Merikala. And here's a car that looks pretty pristine, Kevin.
Oh, sorry, Richard. I've been watching actually this. It's not really a battle, but 20th place Jonathan Brault in the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car is behind the 7th place car, GT Rose SST Orange, and have been for about the last lap, I think. Running well together. The Gecko car looks like they're really getting a nice advantage by staying in the draft of the GT Rose guys. And the GT Rose, that orange Audi, looking really clean. I don't see any damage on it. Whereas the Gecko car has had some rough moments, clearly.
Yeah, yeah. There's not a single car in this race that hasn't got some sort of damage. But yeah, you're right. These guys are just trundling out their laps and doing the best job they can. And I take my hat off personally to any of the drivers who actually dare to go into a 24-hour race, any of the teams who dare to go into a 24-hour race. I will certainly be watching more of this once we finish our broadcasting stint here. But just looking at Jonathan Brault in the Gecko Vortex sim racing team, as you've mentioned, just doing his thing in the car, and good luck to them, and I hope they do well. So now we need to have some sort of I guess, plan behind our broadcast here. So I was going through all the Audi cars. We've done the top 5. Let's start and have a good look, Ayrton, at all the roofs in the race.
Yeah, well, I'm actually looking at a specific car who's sitting in 6th place. I think Santeri Kalunki, who's actually only 4 seconds behind Tomas Zaba, who, remember, had that little incident with Giuseppe Curie. Had that damage on his right front, so he's clearly been a lot slower. Last time we checked, he was it was a 13-second gap. Now it's down 4 seconds and closing pretty fast. He's going to catch on to him within the next lap at least.
You're quite right. Santeri Kalunki and Tomas Zaba up ahead of him there. There was about 4 seconds now. Tomas' car looks pretty slippery, and Tomas is running behind David Barraclough in a Kia. So the C-Specs are faster than the Kia. So this is going to be interesting as Santeri starts to catch them, Ayrton.
Yeah, I don't think it'll be too long for core sim racing. Definitely, it seems like Zaba is struggling with that damage. Definitely taking a hit to his speed around the corners.
Yeah, the gap is visibly. We'll stay with this as it becomes a battle very soon. Tomas Zaba, I know Tomas very well now. Tomas doesn't give up a position easily, even with a damaged car as we head through the Dottinger section of the course. This is high speed, right foot flat to the floorboard stuff. And there are 4 cars at the moment, different classes. So let's see what happens here, Ayrton. This is going to be interesting as the leader in the MX-5s gets past.
Yep, that's Dave Galink for Rookie Racing Team. Having a nice Sunday drive as he sees those roof cars go on by.
And up ahead there, Ayrton, the positional battle is on there. Tomas Zaba wants to put that other car in between himself and the car following of Santeri, and he's done that. So Santeri now has to deal with the Kia as we start a brand new lap. By the way, 71 laps has been completed by the leader of the race, Maximilian Benecke. These guys are about 3 laps down, so they still have done with their team better than 68 laps. That is incredible.
I've been watching Dave Galink, the MX-5 leader in that rookie racing team, number 55. I mentioned it a little bit earlier, but this is not a rookie team. They got 2 of the fastest MX-5 drivers on iRacing, in Dave Galink and Yanni Mastampo. And Galink just looks so good out there, just so clean, so precise, not making any bobbles. The car just looks so clean itself. Just a little bit of damage on the right front. Looks like may have made a small touch with some car, but the rest of it is, the car is just in great shape, and they've got a healthy lead over Patrick Lankow in 2nd place. It's about a minute 13 on track, and we're going to see Galink get passed by an Audi. You can see that speed difference right there, just how much faster the GT3 cars are, and away that Audi goes. And,
yeah, that is correct.
Yeah, you really have to be heads up when you're in the MX-5 to paying attention to who's coming up behind you, because even though these GT3 cars are flashing their lights, chances are, but when they're flashing their lights saying, hey, I'm coming, you're probably not seeing them in the rearview mirror because they still are so far away from you, relatively speaking. And then the next thing you know, whoosh, by they go.
Yes, sir. Now, let's go back to this battle. Ayrton, this is now becoming serious for Tomas Zaba. Santeri is right there with him now.
Yeah, I think Santeri is definitely faster, but I'm interested to see how Zaba will deal with him as he approaches. I wonder if he's going to try to defend the position, or if he's just going to let him by and try to follow him through, knowing that he has the damage.
Well, we'll find out. They're coming through a very tricky part of the course there. This is I think it's the Hudson-Bach section. Now they go through a more open section, so this should be easy for Santeri to make the pass.
Yeah, he goes right on by. Got a great run out of that corner, and Santeri Kalunchi now going to get into 5th place in the roof class.
Well, that's a great job by Tomas, I would say, to let the faster car by. He's obviously got some handling problems there, and there's no point trying to battle now. He's got a bit of draft, so he can try and hang on as best he can and increase his lap time a little bit, or decrease his lap time a little bit, and hang on. But a good job there by Santeri. As we see smoke coming off the tires of Tomas Szabo, he's trying hard, and I think that's part of the problem here, Ayrton. He's using a lot of brakes.
Yeah, definitely struggling on the entrance to that corner there. A lot of smoke coming out. I didn't expect that.
I wonder if he's got suspension damage from that hit. You know, I've seen him lock up that right front a bunch since that hit, and just seems to me like he's got to have some sort of suspension damage.
Well, you can see the damage on the car on the right-hand side there. The wheel rim is actually sticking out of the past the body. Not to mention the fact he's got damage on the left side as well. And certainly it is the right side that's locking up all the time. So whenever he gets in a really tight corner. But at the moment, he's certainly holding station behind Santeri quite well, even with that damage. Very fast part of the course here, as we see them clocking up better than 170 kilometers per hour. And they come down through this gap. Now, this section of the course, I believe, is Kallenhard. I'm not all that familiar with this track. There's so many corners. We can't even start to think about each corner. We've just got to think in terms of sections here, Kevin.
Well, I will admit that I don't know. I know very few of the corner names. Actually, I know the track pretty well. But we should point out that off-screen, our overall leader, Maximilian Benecki, that Pure Racing team, they brought their Audi R8 into pit lane, got a fresh set of tires, a full tank of fuel, and Maximilian back out. That gap between Benecki and Kei Kashubi for the lead is back to a minute 17. So remember, Kashubi had dropped it down to about a minute 12 or so over a course of about most of a stint. And now it is back to where it was at the beginning of the stint of Kashubi, minute 17, minute 18. So Benecki and that Pure Racing team, they have responded to Core.
Fantastic. Good job by these guys. Good job by everybody, as we have said. Now, we are looking at the roof group, so let's go to... we've spoken about Tom Valentini before. He is in the Pure Racing team leading the group there. Ayrton, Troy Schuster. Let's go and have a look at Troy Schuster, who's better than a minute behind him. But Troy Schuster also no stranger to GSRC.
Yeah, for sure. I forget what series he's from, but I definitely recognize the name. Autobahn. But yeah, no, he's had a very good run so far this race. He's been consistently in second place. His teammate, Karol Borowski, also had some good running behind Tom Valentini. So definitely a good run in second place for that roof team.
Yeah, and just looking at the car here, this the way we're doing things gives us a good opportunity to look at the car. You can see some left side damage there. And that may not be hurting his times very much, but certainly that might be, if we think about Tomas Szabo's car, that might just be the opposite of Tomas, although I don't see any brake lockups from him as he goes through some of the reasonably tight part of the course at the moment. But he's looking good, I must say, Ayrton, and he's in a good second place there.
Yeah, for sure. Great drive. I have been looking on the side. There is a battle for 18th overall within in Audi class between Jonathan Brault and Javier Soto. Those guys have been within the second for quite a while now, and I'm interested to see if Soto might be able to get around him.
Yeah, this is quite a decent battle. Go ahead, Kevin.
I was just going to point out, this was that battle I referred to a few minutes ago where Soto was a lap up on Jonathan Brault. So clearly what we weren't aware of is that they were on different pit strategies, and they weren't just battling for laps back on each other. They were effectively battling for position. So Brault in the number 101, that Gecko Vortex Sim Racing car, in front, taking the position over Soto in the GT Rose SST black car.
And Javier Soto, he's about half a second back at the moment. There's a slower car. Or is it a slower car? Let's have a look. Who is in front of them there? That is...
he just passed them.
Almensberger.
He's a couple laps down, but he just passed them.
Yeah, Andreas Almensberger, one of the fastest GT drivers on iRacing. He can wheel a GT3 car, so he's probably not going to be an effective problem for this battle for 18th and 19th. I'm sure Almensberger will either pull away from them or get out of their way very cleanly.
But folks, we have a real battle here as they go through a nice open section of the course. Javier Soto, lap number 68 for him from the GT Ross SST Black. Very close there. In fact, no gap whatsoever between those two cars. In just a couple of car lengths at the moment. Slower car up in front there. That is one of our MX-5s, Kevin.
Yeah, and this is a slightly awkward place for the GT3 cars and the MX-5s to collide. The MX-5s like to track all the way out, and it's difficult for them to see the GT3 car because the GT3 car is moving so much quicker at that section, and it's a twisty bit that it's very difficult for an MX-5 driver to actually see that car in their mirrors. So it's pretty easy for an MX-5 to wander over into the path of the GT3, but Marco Mogren, a smart driver, doesn't make that happen, and that battle for 18th continues.
Yeah, and if anything, the gap has just gone slightly bigger. Still no gap, or not much of a gap to talk about. Javier Soto stalking the driver in front there, which is Jonathan Brolt from the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing team. And he is also on lap number 68 of... Gosh, Kevin, with better than 13 hours and 45 minutes still to go, they're not even halfway yet. So they're going to be doing something like 130 laps by the end of this race.
Yeah, they should be doing more than that, 150 at least, I think. But yeah, either way, there's still more than half the race to go. So, these guys... Still, you can't make those silly little mistakes that we've seen a couple of drivers make. You got to keep the car clean, and it's tough to focus sometimes when you have these huge gaps on track. When it's a minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes to the next car, sometimes it just it doesn't seem like the guy's right next to you, even though effectively over the course of 12 hours, sure, a minute 20 is pretty doggone close to you.
Yeah. So here's a question. If you're driving in a very long race, no matter which track, do you like to be involved with another car and perhaps not dicey, but following another car or just ahead of another car? Or would you rather be driving just by yourself there, just clocking the laps?
For me, I think it depends on the track and the car. The Nürburgring is a place where I'd actually rather be alone. I'd rather not have another car around me so that I can just kind of sit there and get into a rhythm. Some tracks, like say Daytona Road, I'd rather have a car around me because making sure I stay in their draft helps me stay sharp, mentally sharp. So for me personally, it depends on the track and the car.
Yeah, I second what Kevin says. I think on a track like Nürburgring, you're focusing no matter what because there's so many corners to keep track of. But on like a shorter track, that's a lot more repetitive. Sometimes you need more cars around you to keep you awake.
Yeah.
And if you're driving an MX-5, you need all the help you can get because that's boring.
I think something else to talk about is kind of the windows of the race where people end up dropping out. I think we're kind of in the area where a lot of the people who just don't have the consistency drop out very early and get to wrecks early. And then the people who get very tired or end up getting eager for positions near the end drop out near the end. So we're just in this 6 hour gap where nearly no drivers end up dropping out because of that.
And we should absolutely point out, you're right, Ayrton, and to add on to that, this field is almost entirely European, and it is almost 2 a.m. in Europe right now, obviously depending on where in Europe you are. So it's getting into that graveyard watch. This is the start of it, where drivers are starting to get mentally and physically fatigued, even if they haven't been in the car much. So absolutely, this is the place where, I think, Ayrton, you're right, this is the place where we could see guys starting to drop out left and right just for silly mistakes.
This battle's still going on. Soto hasn't been able to really get a chance to make a pass on Brault in the past lap.
Now the question for me is, do you actually want to make a pass at this point? The race is not yet halfway. You've got a good guide in front of you if you like. If you're sitting back there, sort of 1 second back, it's a perfect gap for you to assess what the guy in front of you is doing, and to kind of have somebody to track as they come up on a slower car. One of the Kias, I believe, let's have a look who that is. That's Joe Burkett in the Kia number 69, and these guys will no doubt just blow by. There's a bit of a decision. Go ahead, Kevin.
No, I just saw that Kia wandered out into the middle of the track, and now he's weaving back over. He wandered out into the middle of the track and really didn't give Brault much of a choice, and Brault was confused about where to go, and then we see the Kia move back over. A little bit of shady, not heads-up driving from that Kia, but now he's swerving. Burkett, he must have a bunch of damage on the car that's really making him struggle with the bounce of the car.
And you're right. I had exactly the same thought. Sorry to cut you off there, Etten. Exactly the same thought. I thought he was going to go left again, and Brault had a moment there of deciding which side to make the pass on.
Boy, Soto, I think, was probably just sitting there going, please don't do this. Please don't do this. Just let me by.
Yes.
Yeah,
indeed.
that cost him a lot of time to, well, not a lot of time, but like a couple seconds to Brault ahead of him now.
Well, that's right. The safety first in cases like that. That is the worst thing in the world when you're driving the car. All of us are drivers, and we know that feeling when a car in front of you makes a move that you just can't figure out what the heck is doing at that point in time. And it's nerve-wracking because that can end your race so easily.
Well, fortunately, no contact was made between the three cars, so everybody can kind of gather up their rosebuds and get going back on the track. But now Javier Soto, a little bit of work to do. He was down about 2 seconds on Jonathan Brault, and it's now about 1.3, 1.2, 1.4 seconds, changing a little bit corner by corner. So maybe Soto is the faster car out here. Maybe he was just kind of sitting in the catbird seat in Brault's draft, just waiting to see what happens. And maybe I'm wrong. We'll find out.
Yeah, this is it's not exactly a battle, but it's a fascinating following of two cars that are actually fighting for position, but at this stage just kind of strategizing and trying to figure out where they are as they approach here the 10 and a half hours is what I'm trying to say of time in this race. Now that's a long time. Kevin, how long did you say the fastest cars can go? They can go about an hour and a half on one fuel of the tank of fuel?
No, the GT3 cars can go about an hour. The Kias and the C-Spec through C-Spec, we'll have to get somebody else to, hopefully our viewers can chime in and let us know how long their fuel tanks are. I think they're both about an hour as well. And then the MX-5s can go up to an hour and 40 minutes, which is a really, really long time.
Yeah, and that's with the big fill of total. Now, we have the battle here. Etten, all yours, bud.
Oh gosh, this is exciting. Soto actually getting a really good run out of that last corner, looking to peek to the left side, decides against it as they come up to this left kink. They've actually got a slow Kia coming up ahead of them. That's Hans Slaller, who's actually part of the Alpine Eagle racing team that Robert Klotz was driving for. They actually pitted, so they're now in second place. But back to this battle. Soto still sitting close behind.
dropped off just a little bit now. He was very, very close when they were coming through some of the tighter sections. As he closes up again now, seems Kevin, he might have a little bit on the driver in front of him. Brault when it comes to braking as he catches up now, but now he drops back off as they come up to the slower traffic. You don't want to get tangled up with those slower cars. As we see the Kia battling to stay in it, doesn't give it up easily.
Ooh, tight track.
And I think that was heads up by Javier Soto. Dropped back a little bit to allow Jonathan Brault to have a chance at the Kia, make sure that they weren't forcing the Kia into doing something awkward in a difficult spot of traffic. So I will give heads up to all those drivers right there, making sure that nothing stupid happened.
Okay, we're getting information that we should go and have a look at the C-Spec who's just come out of the pit. So let's go with that now. This is your area, Ayrton, so take it away. That is, in fact, who is that? It's Lauren Heinrich who's leading the C-Spec class.
Yeah, and Lauren Heinrich drove in the second stint of the race. This is his second stint. And I wonder what the gap is. It's 17 seconds right now ahead of Troy Schuster. And Troy Schuster, he actually did a pit stop just a few laps ago. So this is actually pretty accurate right now. I wonder if he might be able to reel him in.
Yeah, Troy Schuster is a known fast driver, and we've seen him. Troy Schuster, I'm trying to think. Sorry, we're getting more information from our very talkative director then.
Oh, Soto making a move on Brault right now, peeking to the left side again, but can't quite get it as they go to the right kink, and now another left, heading to the braking zone. And yeah, he keeps on getting these slight runs, but it's never enough to get alongside before the next corner.
And it looks like he's serious about trying to make the pass now. And he closes all the way up. Kevin, this is dangerous. If they make a mistake here 12 hours in, 10 and a half hours in, you don't want to make any mistakes at this early part of the race, dare I say.
Always a little weird to think you've completed 10 hours of a race and it's still early. But
yes, exactly.
yeah, you know, they were running through the steel Strecca. Not that difficult a section, I believe, in the GT3 cars. You know, the computer wizardry, the ABS, and the traction control really helping you out. But this is where they get to the section where the GT3 cars can really struggle. All these twisty bits here, curved braking zones, everything's off camber, bumpy, curbs all over the place, uphills, downhills, lefts, rights. This is where the GT3 cars really make their money. So this is where Soto, I'm guessing if he's the faster car, this is probably where he's faster, but this is a section where it's basically impossible to pass an equal car, or even a somewhat equal car. There needs to be a pretty big difference in speed to easily be able to pass around here.
Yeah, and if you look at the track overall, particularly down a long section of the track where you can get a good view of what's happening in front, you can see that this track is very, very narrow. We can see it right now where they are at the moment. Sort of staring down a section of track that I don't know where he can see a place that he can pass, but when he does get up to the car in front there of Brault, gosh, they are really laying down some high kilometers, over 230, over 240 kilometers per hour now, Kevin. This is very, very fast, and to be traveling that close to another car, it means you've got to be heads up all the time, making sure that you don't. As they go through the bank section there, now they come through another open section for a little while. This is some very tough racing going on here, Kevin, without a doubt. Good racing too.
Well, this is where Soto needs to get a good run right through Dodijohoe and onto the main straight. Get that draft. There's nobody in front of you. This is a great chance. If Soto's going to make a move, now's the time to do it. And no, actually, there's a spec in front of them. They've got Almansberger way up there on the straight. He's not going to be a problem. But Soto's got that draft. Pops to driver's left. He's going to be on the inside for the kink up here over the hill. and they are just barely side by side. They've hit terminal velocity on the main straight, and nobody's passing each other. As Soup Zon would say, Cialis bathtubs, they are side by side, gentlemen. And Soto's going to give it up.
Yes,
after
I was
that
going to
long
say that.
stretch.
Wise move, sorry, Ayrton.
Yeah, you'd think with the draft you'd be able to just get ahead of him, but he lost out just at the end of that straight.
I think he didn't stay in the draft long enough. Like, he should have stayed behind him. He went out pretty early to try and make the pass, and then just as Kevin so aptly put it, they hit terminal velocity and he couldn't do it.
And into the GP course, this horribly difficult chicane.
Oh,
and you
goes
can see
wide.
Brout really going deep, making a big mistake. Soto might be able to. No, Soto just can't, not close enough to be able to pounce on that mistake.
Well, guys, you know, we'll stay with this battle as he now tries the pass, and there was some ghost contact there, I think, Kevin.
No. Brout was not expecting that. That is not a normal passing spot. Soto sneaking it in on the inside, and at the last second, Jonathan says, oh, there's a car there. And now Soto's got the advantage going into the hairpin, and he's going to have the advantage going up this long hill. This is Soto's chance. He really needs to make something happen quickly.
And Soto has done it. He's passed Jonathan Brault, and Jonathan now lets him get ahead a little bit. You're quite right, Kevin. That was a surprise move on the part there and a risky move as well. He comes back now at him, so he's going to try to get him on the left hand, on the right hander there. Doesn't get it done. Soto, with a bit between his teeth now, moves forward a little bit. They're still on the GP course, of course. And here they come up to that beautiful left, and I love this turn in any car, and it just flows so nicely. You go left, then you go right through that chicane section, and this is a tough part. Normally you would be going to the right there to complete the lap, but they go now to start another lap on the Notch line.
And now we get to see what Soto can do. Is he actually the faster car? Will he be able to break Jonathan Braut, or will Braut be able to stay in that draft? But we're seeing Soto start to sneak away a little bit. It's about 3/4 of a second, starting to stretch up to a full second. Remember, Soto was a little bit quicker than Braut behind him. Soto was quicker than Braut when Soto was behind Braut.
Yeah,
And
quite correct.
It's almost a second and a half now, really starting to happen. They're going to easily get by Yanni Mastampo in the MX-5, I think. Well,
whoa, that was a little bit of a risky pass there. Well, it just looked that way. But you're right, Kevin. It looks as if Soto is sneaking away. Jonathan Brault doesn't want to let him get too far ahead. Although there's plenty of time, but certainly this has been very exciting, and Brault maybe just seeing a bit of, Soto certainly saw the red mist, and he decided to make a move there, and did so, and did it very well indeed. But now these guys are looking as if the battle is over. And you know what, guys, I think at this stage, a director chipping in again. Go ahead.
Troy Schuster, it sounds like, crashed.
Oh, whoa.
It says that Schuster's had a crash, and we're going to get a replay of that. Let's have a look at that. That's big news.
Second place in the roof class.
Are we sure? I see him on track.
We've got a replay up of Troy Schuster. Information is that he crashed. He's coming around the left-hander, going into the...
Yeah, he got back on track.
There, Kevin. Yeah.
And unfortunately, I don't get to see. I get to see it with the rest of our viewers.
Yeah, looks like just got a little spin out of the corner. It wasn't a big hit. He just nudged the wall with his nose. But that definitely cost him a lot of time.
Yeah, you're right. And he'd be very happy to get away with that there, Ayrton, because that could have been nasty. So a big spin and a big lose there for Troy Schuster. And Troy Schuster, of course, was running in second place, I believe, in the roof class. And that has it hasn't lost a spot because of that. But that would have given him certainly what they call a pucker moment.
Yeah, I mean, he was within around 15 seconds of the leader, Lauren Heinrich, for that. Now about 30 seconds, so lost a little bit of time. Still got second place, well ahead of Justin Hopp.
Yeah, that is correct. And with that load of excitement behind us, and the battle for the for Soto and Brault calming down, let us go ahead and take a short break. GSRC will be back shortly to call the rest of our particular stint in this race. But at the moment, we will take a break. Back shortly, folks. Welcome back to the Global Sim Racing Channel's coverage of the Nürburgring 24 hour. We are currently 10 hours and 42 minutes into this race, still more than 13 hours to go. The racing has been pretty exciting in the last little bit, where we saw a great battle between Javier Soto and Jonathan Brolt. And the battles continue around the course, but we would like to start off by giving you the leaderboard as it stands in the various classes. So starting off with the Audis, Kevin, go ahead.
Well, as we've seen our entire stint, Maximilian Benecke and that Pure Racing Team number 111, not the only Pure Racing Team car out there, but they are in the overall lead. They have a lead of about a minute 18 over Kei Kashubi and the Core Motorsports team. That race has been pretty solidly at that gap. Third place, the last Audi on lead lap, is Reto Hartmann in the 24-hour MSP Drivers Home 1 car. In fourth place is Thrustmaster Movano TRL, a lap down, being driven by Fabio Gonzalez. That lap down is probably more a function of pit strategy right now than anything. And rounding out the top 5 is Trinity Motorsports, currently being driven by Patrick Bieri, a friend of GSRC.
Indeed, Patrick Bieri, well known to GSRC. Ayrton, let's go through the groups. Group 2, which is the roof RT12 C-Spec.
Well, Pure Racing Team's roof car is in first in that class, driven by Lauren Heinrich, who actually just hopped in a few laps ago. Second place is Celestial DNF, driven by Troy Schuster. He actually had a little bit of an incident a little while right before he went to break. He's still in second place, still running fine at the moment. Trimates Racing is in third place, driven by Justin Hopp. In fourth place is SimRC.de, with Maximilian Scheider in the car, who we actually talked to in an interview about an hour ago. Fifth place is Core Sim Racing C-Spec, who actually just came out of the pits. Dominic Engel just hopped into the car.
That is correct. And starting the first place for the Kias, Kia Optima is being run there by Hannes Thayer, or Hannes Thaler, it might be, for the Alpine Racing Team. He is in first place in his Kia. Second place being held down by Guillaume Rassadon for the 24-hour 24H Kia team. Third place by David Barrowclough, and David Barrowclough is driving for the Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew team. Fourth place by Gustav Belstam, and he is racing for Clan A OD Net 24-hour Kia. Where do they come up with these names? Fifth place in the Kia class is Christian Schallner for Blackadder Motorsport. Finally, a sensible name.
No, we skipped one. Sorry, Richard. Fifth place in the Kias is the Corona Sim Racers car, Daniel Quattrapani. They're currently in pit lane, though, so we may see a change.
Indeed. And timing and scoring jumping all over the place at the moment, but those are the Kia Group leaderboard. Now, because you are driving the MX-5, Kevin, you get the honor of calling the MX-5 group as the last group.
All right, thanks. Yanni Mastampo has the lead in the MX-5s. He's in that rookie racing team, number 55, the most unfairly named racing team I think I've ever heard of. Team RSO, the number 397, is in second place. That gap, I'm trying to actually figure it out exactly. It's about a minute 40. The car's being driven by Elmer Erlicott. I probably butchered that. I apologize. Third place is Thrustmaster Movano MX-5, being driven by Enzo Conta, and they are about another almost 5 minutes behind Elmar in that final podium spot. Marco Mogren in the Blackadder Motorsport 68 is in fourth place, and he is the last MX-5 running. Sad to say, 13 MX-5s started, only 4 still running.
And to me, being an MX-5 driver myself, Kevin, that is an utter disgrace that of 13 cars, we only have 4 cars left in the race. That is disgraceful. bad situation for a sad day for the MX5 group today in this 24-hour race. You would have thought that being the slowest car, they might have had the easiest time, although of course they would have to been extremely heads up to watch for traffic, because every other car in the race is faster than they were. Every other class is faster than the MX5 class, but still, for MX5s, that does not augur well for your race, Kevin, if I dare say.
Well, hopefully my team was doing all right. I handed over the car in first place, so hopefully they were doing okay. We had only, I think, 13 cars in our split as well. But, you know, okay, maybe it's disgraceful that there's only 4 MX-5s running, but let's point out some of the teams that were running in this. Glacier Racing, 49 Motorsports, Radicals Online, Team Potato, Trinity Motorsports, all DNS. Those are all really fantastic teams with deep talent lineups and teams that can really wheel an MX-5. So, you know, I got to hope for their sakes that maybe there was something else that happened. Maybe they unfortunately found a faster class car in an odd spot. But yeah, it's a shame. You know, you hope in a 24-hour race that you might have a lot of traffic that you can battle with for the course of those 24 hours, and not even halfway through, and you're dealing with only a third of your class left. That's kind of disappointing.
It is disappointing. Perhaps I was a little harsh in saying disgraceful, but certainly with the talent that was on show there, you would have thought that the MX-5s would have put up a better show. Not to be in this particular race, and certainly the guys that are sitting on the sidelines now must be thinking, what did I do to you know, let my team down and not be in the race anymore? And that is after less than half the race has been completed. However, going back to our theme that we were following prior to the break, we now want to have a good look at all the Kia drivers. Etan, what's happening in the Kia class?
Well, Alpine Eagle Racing is still leading the way. Hans Thaler was handed the car a little while ago by Robert Klotz, who did a really long drive. He had a little bit of an instant, but managed to get it back out there in second place, and they're now running first. 24-hour Kia team, they had a good run too. Guillermo Rakdon just got back in the car, and those guys, those are the two cars that have really been swapping for that first place position, and they kind of trade off every time the one in front makes a pit stop. So I'm kind of interested to see how it will end up in the long run pit stop wise, because the gap kind of gets closer than longer as each one switches around.
Yeah, and third place in that group is about 9 seconds back, so he's more than a lap back at the moment, or just about a lap back, so not in the picture at this moment. And we're talking about David Barraclough for the Talk Freak Racing Corkscrew. So that basically is our Kia team, very wide open in that class. Now, Kevin, we need to try and find ourselves a battle. What are you seeing?
Well, we had a fantastic battle a few minutes ago between Javier Soto in the GT Rose SST Black in the Audis, and he was fighting with Jonathan Braut in the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing Audi. The Gecko Vortex car just came in this lap, changed drivers. Ryan Castline is in that car, so it's about a gap of 1:32 on track right now. So we'll have to see if Castline's got the pace to kind of hot that battle back up, see if Soto comes in a few laps, which I think he should be in about 2 laps or so. We'll have to see if he gets out of the car and somebody else gets in, all figuratively speaking, of course.
Indeed. Now, I want to touch base here with Giuseppe Curry. We've got him on screen. I've got him on screen at the moment. He's back out there. You will recall that he had severe damage to that car, came into the pits, sat there for quite a while. He's back out on track again and wheeling the car as fast as he can. Looks like, Kevin, a lot of the damage has been repaired, because the car, as we start just going down the Dottinger section of the course now, which is the long straight section, the last part of the course, he is certainly getting up there, plus 250 kilometers an hour at this point in time.
Well, you might think that the damage is repaired, but I feel like that car fell out of the ugly tree and hit every branch on the way down. This thing looks like a rolling wreck to me. But yeah, he's having a good run. He's actually chasing down Lauren Heinrich for position. That is not a class battle. Lauren Heinrich is the leader in the C-Specs. Giuseppe Curry in the Audi, of course. But that is for overall position. It's about 7 3/4 seconds right now. So Curry should catch Lauren this lap and hopefully should be able to easily move by. But we've seen weirder things happen for sure.
Yes, and I love your description of the car. Let me say that Giuseppe Curry...
Boy, sorry.
Oh, what was that?
Well,
Fabio
Curry
Gonzalez.
just absolutely cut off Fabio Gonzalez, who I think was trying to make a move.
Yeah, he was lapping him.
He's getting lapped right there, and you're right. I just saw the shadow of the trailing car of Fabio Gonzalez just for a second there, and it looked ugly.
Yeah, I don't think Curry had any idea that Gonzalez was making a move, which is bizarre because Gonzalez had poked his nose over quite early before the braking zone. Was definitely showing his intention that he was coming through.
Yeah. Now, I have seen Giuseppe Curry, the first time I'm seeing him in the Audi, but I've seen him in an MX-5. I've seen him in a Mustang. He is a very fast driver, very good driver, but he's one of those drivers that takes no prisoners, Kevin. So look out in front there because I'm coming, says Giuseppe.
So the car that Giuseppe Curry is chasing down for position, but not for class position, Lauren Heinrich, the overall, or not the overall leader, excuse me, the class leader in the roof C-Spec, is in that battle with the Celestial DNF C-Spec of that was being run by Troy Schuster. That car is out, and Evan Maillard is in. Evan Maillard, very well known to GSRC and should be well known to most 10 top racers on iRacing. He is one of the fastest dudes on iRacing. Maillard is a smoking fast driver, so we'll see if Maillard can take that crippled Celestial DNF car and make something happen.
Well, I am always... sorry, I cut you off there, Edwin. Go ahead.
About a minute and a half lead that Heinrich has over Maillard at this point. So,
Yeah.
and Heinrich isn't going to be pitting anytime soon. So that's a lot of time to close in on.
And Evan Maillard in the Celestial DNF car at the moment. It's worth taking a moment to talk about Evan Maillard. We have mostly seen him in the MX-5 World Tour in an MX-5. And currently we're seeing him here in the C-Spec. However, Evan Maillard is very well known to us, and he is one of, as Kevin said, one of the best drivers you will find in virtually any car that I have seen him in. And let's see what he can do here. At the moment, he is in second place in the roof track. I think that's right, Ethan?
Yeah, second place.
In the C-Spec, not the track, but minor difference.
Yes, of course. Just a little difference there. What would the difference be about 10 minutes a lap or something?
Well, the track is a GT3 car, so it'd be the same pace as the Audis.
Yeah, but anyway, let's get back to Evan Maillard and let's just have a good look at him as he works his way around the course here for the, I guess the first time as he's just taken over the car at this point now. So, a little bit of damage there, Ethan, on the left rear. So the car is not entirely whole that he's been handed.
Yeah, obviously not a perfect car since Troy Schuster had a little bit of contact with the wall earlier on. But, I mean, the car's still handling at a decent rate. And, yeah, I think I'm interested to see if he will be able to close the gap. At this point, he's running kind of equal pace to Heinrich.
And speaking of the car that Evan Maillard is chasing, just Lauren Heinrich has got 2 Audis right behind him, Giuseppe Curry and Fabio Gonzalez. So this is about to get interesting on track as these Audis are trying to get their way past Heinrich, and Heinrich isn't pulling over and slamming on the brakes to let them by. That's for sure. Not that
Yeah,
he
I'm
needs
watching
to,
this
but
group. Watching this group at the moment. So you've got, let's set the scene for you. You've got Heinrich out in front there. He's in the C spec, and then just behind him, as we just saw the pass being made, Fabio Gonzalez makes the pass on Heinrich, and it's not. This is not a battle for position, a battle, the inter-class battle, in fact, but still interesting for us to watch as we see Giuseppe Curry driving behind Fabio Gonzalez. Now should be coming up, or has he made the pass as well? Yes, he's already made the pass on Heinrich, but these cars, all 3 of these cars are now coming up in front of them on Joe Burkett in the Kia. So Joe Burkett's car looks a little bit second-hand as well there, Kevin. It didn't exactly fall out of the tree, but it still looks pretty second-hand. So let's see how he's going to go to hold these guys up as we see the first one coming by.
remember we saw Burkett kind of weaving around on the straightaway in front of Javier Soto and Jonathan Brault earlier, wondering if maybe there was so much damage on that Kia that he's struggling to keep the car pointed in the correct direction. And again, see him kind of wiggle a little bit. That Kia may be a rolling death trap right now, guys.
Yep, but it's still rolling. And now we see Heinrich coming up on the Kia. The Kia is not allowing anybody to pass very easily as they get on the brakes there, and Heinrich has to be very careful. That car doesn't look very stable in front of him at all.
No, and we heard Maximilian Scheider talk about it earlier. It's very difficult for the C-Specs to pass the Kias because of how late on the brakes the Kias can get. They've got that really short braking zone, especially compared to the roofs that don't have ABS, or these roof C-Specs. They do not have anti-lock brakes. So the Kia really able to get on the brakes late, and the Kia really requires you to carry a lot of speed into the corner, try and really rotate on the brakes. And if you got the damage that we think that Joe Burkett has, we think that's causing Burkett a lot of difficulties to kind of keep the car pointed in the right direction. It's probably scaring these guys a little bit more, maybe making them more cautious about trying to jive in side by side in the braking zones.
Yeah, that's correct. But having said that, it's all good because Lauren Heinrich has passed and is left Joe Burkett behind now, and he can get on with his race. Just looking at this car of Joe Burkett, there is not one panel that is not dented on this car.
Yeah, and he is, as far as I can tell, absolutely. He is the last running car on track. He's behind the 4 MX-5s overall, a lap down on Marco Mogren, who's the 4th place and last place MX-5 car. That is a sad statement, 4th and last. Burkett, the last car on track. So he clearly ran into his car ran into some difficulty. We don't know. I think that happened during the V8's online broadcast.
Yeah, I believe that happened before Aston. I followed quite a long period of time during our partners who were running the previous stint, and he was already damaged back then. But the thing that can be said of Joe Burkett, Guild of Australian Young Stars, where did they come up with that name? It's a good name, but the thing that can be said of Joe Burkett, that he is still circulating, Ayrton, whereas much more fancy drivers than him are not.
Unfortunately, Ayrton's got some technical difficulties, so we're hoping he'll be back in the booth soon. And you can see even the Kias just flying past the MX-5s. Yanni Mastampo, one of the best MX-5 drivers out there, and bad fast in the MX-5 at the Nürburgring, and you can't do anything about raw horsepower difference there.
Well, that's right. When it comes down to it, the car that you're driving and the horsepower at your command, that is the thing that counts when you're in a straight line, certainly.
Richard, I got to jump in. Ryan Castelline in that Gecko Vortex car, he's in pit lane. They just came out, I think it was 2 laps ago, Castelline got in that car. So I'm wondering if they ran into big problems here. I'm trying to find that out, Richard.
Yeah, well, let's go and have a look and see if we can find out what happened to Ryan Castellin for Gecko Vortex Sim Racing. Now, they are in 11th place overall. At this their class position now. They're sitting for a long time in the pits. Is this a regulation pit stop or not? The Jack's coming down now. What's happening?
Yeah, I've got him back on track. If he had problems, it was early in the lap. This would be really weird to have a pit stop for fuel and tires. If it is, that means that they absolutely screwed something up their last time in pit lane.
Yeah, we're getting
Director's telling us
information.
to check lap 71. I'm on it. I'm in full speed replay here.
That's 2 laps ago from where he is now. Looks like he's disappeared off my screen. What has happened?
I'm sure this is absolutely enthralling to our viewers right now, but we are trying to figure this out. This was a great battle. Remember, the Gecko Vortex car was in that battle with GT Rose. That was being driven by Javier Soto currently.
Yeah, Javier is very much out there. I can't see that car on track anymore. Sorry, we apologize if we're confusing our viewers, but we're trying to find out what happened. It's quite important for us to figure out what happened here.
Well, Mr. Director, lap 71 looked complete to me. He may have blinked out on screen and had some problems. I can't find it. So hopefully we can get some... Yeah, we'd love to hear some word from the Gecko guys, the Gecko team, figure out what happened there, because that's a big shakeup. That was by far the most exciting battle that we'd seen in quite a while, the battle between Gecko Vortex and GT Rose SST Black. And now Castelline in pit lane with some sort of issue. We don't know what.
I think this might be an internet connection issue, I should say, Kevin, because he's disappeared for quite a little while from the simulation, and he's come back now showing as being back in the pit stall. So we'll keep you posted on this, folks. At the moment, we're not quite sure where Ryan Castelline is, but certainly we know that he's sitting in pit lane right now. Another car that's been sitting there for a long time in pit lane is the Audi GT3 of the Pure Racing team, Sven Kresma. And that car's been sitting there for a very long time, Kevin.
Yeah, that 74 Andreas Almensberger was the last time was in it the last time by, and was having a good run. He was a couple laps down, and I think they are effectively the last scored GT3 car on track. Don't know if they're going to be able to rejoin. I'm trying to find out if something happened to Almensberger. I have major respect for Almensberger. I think he's one of the best GT3 drivers on iRacing. So very curious myself to see what happened to him.
Yeah, and no doubt as time goes on, we'll get to hear now. Javier Soto has come into the pits as well. So there is one of our drivers who was in a battle previously. We followed very closely. He's come in for what I would imagine is a regulation pit stop. Ryan Castelline still sitting in the pits. So hopefully they're getting repairs or something done to the car. But certainly it's a bit of a mystery to us as to what happened there. Right now, I want to go down to the car of Scott Gray, who drives for a Mad Cow Racing. This is Muriel, the name of the car now. Now, Mad Cow has some very funny names for their cars, all related to cows, obviously, because of the name. The name implies it has something to do with cows. I don't know what the derivation of that name is. Kevin, maybe you know. But certainly, Mad Cow is one of the leading contenders in the Blancpain series. And here they are with their driver, Scott Gray, who presumably took over from James Stevenson.
Well, before we talk about Mad Cow, I did find out what happened to Andreas Almensberger. Got loose coming out of, I already forgot which corner it was. I think Dreifach rights, but got loose, hit the wall hard on the inside, sideswiped it, and then struggled for about 2 minutes just trying to keep the car pointed in a straight line. Took a tow. My guess is that's the end of the Pure Racing Team number 74. They're probably done for the day, which is a shame.
It is a shame, and on many fronts. And being number 74, which is my preferred car number, I'm doubly remorseful about their exit, if they indeed are going to exit.
As far as Mad Cow and Muriel, I think it's just the obvious pun of Muriel.
Yeah, I know.
But I will say it cracks me up. You know, I grew up in Cowtown country, a lot of dairy cows around. In fact, there was an experimental milk dairy farm not far from my house that we got familiar with, and the smell of cows all over the doggone place. So I've always found cows actually humorous for some unknown reason. So Mad Cow Racing cracks me up. There's a great picture on their Facebook page of their drivers driving in a cow suit. Which has got to be uncomfortable. One hopes that they take the hooves off, or at least trim them well before they get in the car.
Yeah, and they've got other cars in their team as well with other names relating to cows, so it's really funny. And Mad Cow is a little bit of a thing here in Australia. I've seen lots of people adopt some part of that name with Mad Cow in it, and they have little headdresses with horns on them and all kinds of things. So there's some sort of cow fetish going on in Australia with cows and and drivers. Not quite sure what it is.
So the big question for me then is it something to do with mad cow disease? Is it some weird crossover with Mad Max? And Scott Gray has disappeared from my screen, guys.
No, he's still there. He's still there. Still seeing him.
All right. Thank you, iRacing.
iRacing, you know, we don't want to be critical. iRacing does a fantastic job all round, but lately they have been having issues with relating to connection. And I myself, in the middle of the race, was just disconnected for no apparent reason, never to be led back into the race I was driving in. So. Not surprising, Kevin, that occasionally we get the odd dropout with, a lot of cars on track, particularly.
Well, that Mad Cow Racing car, I believe they are 8th in class. Scott Gray driving it. First time he has been in the car in this race. It's been driven so far by Lars Jeppesen, Leighton Fine, and James Stevenson, all fantastic drivers. Those Australians, I think because of the wackiness of the V8 supercar, they've got some good tin top racers down there.
Yeah, the V8 supercar drivers, there's the guy who's leading the championship there. Pardon us for just going off topic for the moment, but that's a guy called Ian Ford. Now, I raced go-karts with Ian Ford when he was just a kid of 16 years old, and I was already an old man of 50 plus. But these guys were fast, and they were up-and-coming young drivers, and it's no surprise to me to see the likes of Ian Ford leading the official championship in the V8 supercars.
And it looks like Lars has chimed in YouTube chat. It says Mad Cow Racing originated from all of us being on an Australian forum, Overclockers Australia, which is shortened to OCAU, OCow, Mad Cow. I'm not clear on the connection of how OCow becomes Mad Cow.
Well, maybe one of the cows had the disease and got mad and, jumped the fence or something. I don't know. But enough about Mad Cow. As we see Scott just disappearing and definitely the odd connection issue happening there. Let's go back to the racing, Kevin. Now, our leader, we haven't shown him on the screen for quite a while. Let's go to Maximilian Benecke in the Audi GT3 for Pure Racing Team, leading this race practically, if I'm correct, Kevin, from the drop of the green flag.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't actually have that data in front of us yet. But yep, they are leading, and Kei Kashube finally just brought the car in, and Angelo Michel is in the car now. So Kei had a fantastic stint. Wasn't really able to gain a lot of ground on Maximilian Binnick. He got maybe a second or two, but Angelo is in the car now. Angelo, I will admit, I'm not familiar with him. So we will see just how well he can do, but he's got to be pretty good. Core Motorsports is a stacked lineup up and down their roster, so I imagine Angelo is a good driver.
Yeah, indeed. And we're just going back to Maximilian. Coming up on one of the C-Spec cars at the moment there, being driven here by Andres Sejek. So let's see how he negotiates this. No problem. He just blows by him on one of the straighter curved sections of the course, if I can use that anachronism.
Sure works for me. There are very few straight sections on this track. As you can see, this track is basically, it's always curving somewhere, and if it ain't curving, it's going uphill or downhill, or it's hiding something behind it, you know.
Yeah, that's right. All right, going down to our third place at the moment, which is the mouthful, Rito Hartmann for 24H MSP Drivers Home 1 team. Just coming up on one of the lonely MX-5s here, waiting patiently to make the pass. No need to rush it. The MX-5 holds him up a little bit there, and now he gets the opportunity to pass. That's Rito Hartmann for 24H MSP Drivers Home 1, currently in third place in the Audi GT3. And that's a good drive, Kevin. Anybody who can hold up third place after something like 11 hours and 15 minutes, you got to take your hat off to them.
Oh, for sure. And it's, pretty much officially the graveyard watch in Europe, which is where most of the drivers in this race are from. It's about 2 o'clock in the morning there. So, these guys are starting to probably get a little tired. Hopefully they didn't, party too much last night, had a nice early night. But a little weird to think that, it's the middle of the night for them. And Hartmann makes a big mistake in the carousel, manages to keep from hitting the wall somehow. Gathers the car up and starts Oh, sorry, I'm on replay, guys. I apologize. But anyhow, Hartmann did make a mistake in the carousel and got it back together without damaging the car. So that's good news. They are still on the lead lap from Maximilian Benecki. So that's good for the MSP team.
And if you missed it, folks, you just got a quick replay of what happened about 5 laps ago. So no problem. We're on it. We can catch up to anything that's happened, whether it's happening in real time or whether it happened a few laps back. Now, let us go to the 4th place getter, Patrick Vieri, also in the Audi. Patrick is a consummately capable driver, wouldn't you say, Kevin?
Yeah, I'm going to complain here, Richard. He's in 5th place in the Trinity Motorsports car. Jose M.
But
Lopez
why does the 4th place car... Sorry, the 4th place car of Jose Lopez keeps disappearing on me. Every time I look for it, it's gone. And now I see it back again, and you are correct. It's in 4th place, and Patrick Vieri is in 5th place, Trinity Motorsports.
Sounds to me like you need to go chase the kangaroos off your internet cable.
Or maybe the mad cows.
Or the mad cows. Indeed, sorry about that. So yeah, Jose Lopez, that Thrustmaster Movano TRL car, in 4th place in the Audis, 1 lap down, being scored. Haven't checked in a whole lot with them personally in this race, but seems to be running pretty clean, pretty well. I think. Oh no, we did check in with them when Stefan Musalar was running the car earlier. Mario Bertoletti, Anders Dahl, Stefan Musalar, all on that team. So I think this is as far as I can tell, this is Jose Lopez's first lap. Is this correct?
Yeah, I haven't seen him in the car previously, so Jose Lopez, Thrustmaster Movano, always a contender in various endurance races, and certainly the partner Meisela, who was in there previously, was doing a great job as well. So, not a lot of action on track at the moment. It's more strategy, and it's more about getting through to kind of the next half of the race, would you say, Kevin?
Indeed, and I can actually call some live action for the MSP Drivers Home car. Rito Hartman had brought the car into pit lane. They have changed drivers, or they are changing drivers. Gregory Tanson's in that car, so they're servicing the car, and they should be out in just a few moments. But yeah, you're absolutely right. We're 45 minutes away from halfway point. Yeah, it's getting late. It's getting into the dog days. This is the part where we got to tighten up those seat belts, and figuratively speaking, and make sure you keep hitting your marks, hit your rhythm. Don't make stupid mistakes. We've seen some of those, and that's really cost some cars badly. We saw the Kia leader make a really simple mistake, and that was the end of the race in a heartbeat.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And you know, Kevin, I'm thinking back to some real life long races, for instance, the Le Mans 24 or something like that. There have been, as we watch Patrick Bieri passing our leader in the MX-5 right on a fairly awkward turn there, because he was carrying a lot of speed in the MX-5. I believe that was Yoni Mestampo. He just tried to get out of the way as best he could, and did manage to stay out of the way, and Patrick Bieri carries on. But getting back to our discussion there, Kevin, so in very, very long races, when you get to the halfway mark, I mean, the car is tired by this time. You know, the brakes aren't working that well. The tires are the only things that you can change, really. And you got to come in from time to time, change brake pads. Some of the components of the car are wearing because of the high speeds that they carry for such long periods of time. And it's no different in simulated racing. I'm not sure how the simulation carries through, Kevin, on you know, the component wear of the car, but certainly with a little bit of damage, the car does seem to, in long races, to get slower and slower and not handle as well as it did previously.
Yeah, we know iRacing developers have said that brake wear is actually modeled, but I'll be honest, it doesn't seem as realistic as I've seen in some real-life endurance races I've been to. I remember a race at Thunder Hill. I think it was a 25-hour race a few years ago. My old man actually was running an E36 M3, and they ran out of brake pads about halfway through his stint in the middle of the night, and you could just see the sparks coming out of the front wheels every time he stepped on the brakes in the middle of the night. And, you know, he talked about it later and just kind of wondered if he was going to get to turn one at some point and there's going to be nothing left. You know, that's kind of one of those things that we don't talk about in sim racing, and you never experienced that. I remember another race in another M3, actually, where we ran out of windshield wiper fluid in a rain race, a mud race, and we actually had to get the driver to drive past the pit lane wall as close as we could, and we tossed buckets of water onto his windshield. So that's another thing that doesn't happen in sim racing. So, you know, but we have our own difficulties in sim racing. We talked to Maximilian Schneider earlier. He talked about his wheel basically falling off in the middle of his stint. That's a difficult thing. I guess you could kind of equate that similar, you know, to something in real life happening. But yeah, you got your own difficulties. You know, probably a lot of people are in a small bedroom or office. Maybe it's starting to get really, really hot in there, and you start having to deal with that. Some guys have, you know, some of these really nice direct drive steering wheels like the OSW or something like that, and that feedback is really, really, really strong. You really have to deal with it in your forearms and your shoulders, and you start getting physically tired and mentally tired in sim racing as well. So even though, yeah, we're just sitting in an office chair or a sim seat, you know, you have your own physical fatigue going on.
Yeah, that's exactly true. Certainly with my own experience, I tend not to do very, very long races because my body can't take those really long stints just sitting in this chair. Already now we have been sitting here for something like 2 hours, perhaps better than 2 hours, and I can feel, you know, the old leg joints stiffening up a little bit. So you know, it is different types of racing, sim racing and real life racing. There are different challenges, but at the end of the day, it's kind of the same, even though you don't have the same inputs to your mind in sim racing as you do in real life racing. At the end of the day, it's still you against a track and against other cars, isn't it, Kevin?
Yeah, absolutely, for sure. And nowhere, I think, is that more relevant than at the Nordschleife, at the Nürburgring, where it's such a difficult track that you really have to focus on you versus the track and not, try to limit the focus on other cars as much as you can. You really want to not have to worry about them as much as you can, and just deal with driving the car. That's, it's easier said than done, really.
Well, that's exactly true. Well, Kevin, I want to find out if Ayrton Ellis, our co-commentator, is back with us. Ayrton, are you there?
Yes, I am. I've been listening to you guys
say
having
something.
a great conversation. Well, actually, I have been looking at the Kia leaders. Alpine Eagle Racing just about 2 laps ago swapped out who was it, Hans Thaler, and put in Eric Hafner. This is his first stint actually this race, so he was looking a little rusty on some of the previous corners this past lap. But he's only got about an 18-second lead over Guillermo Rakdon for a 24H Kia team. So he has to keep up his pace, otherwise that's going to catch on.
Yeah, I'm just, we were talking about Mad Cow. Am I right? Am I seeing James Stevenson back in the car, that roof again?
You are right. They are just coming out of pit lane, actually.
Well, that was a very short stint.
Yeah, that's a little weird. We'd love to hear from if Mad Cow's got anybody on YouTube chat or on the TeamSpeak server. What's going on there? Scott was only out for about 5 laps.
Yeah, that's doesn't compute. But anyway, he's come out of the car. Maybe James Stevenson had to do something urgently, and they put him in just as a stopgap till James got back from whatever it was. Maybe chased some cows somewhere.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. And we were talking about, how you can have all kinds of simulated failures in sim racing, and sure enough, Scott Gray had a problem. And James Stevenson back in the car. James has got to be feeling a little tired of driving this car. He got in on lap 43 and stayed in until lap 71 when Scott got in the car, and got about, a 30-minute break, 40-minute break, and then he's back in the car.
Yeah. I have James Stevenson, for those who don't know, is also a member. When he's not driving for Mad Cow, he drives for Asbury Motorsports, which is my team. And so he's a teammate of mine, and we've spoken about the races, the Continental Endurance Sports Car Series, where we have 2.5-hour races. And on occasion, James has driven that 2.5 hours by himself. And I've said to him, that's a really long drive. And he said, what? That's easy. In the 12-hour races, I do 6 hours, no problem.
We also have the patron saint of manatees. That's a long joke in the Continental Endurance Sports Car Series. Kimmo Suominen, who might be familiar to a lot of iRacers out there, also kind of famous for doing endurance races solo. But Kimmo is a special guy. Speaking of special, there was a driver change up front in the overall. The Pure Racing Team 111 stopped. Patrick Pitchler got in the car. Maximilian Benecki got out of the car. So these are the only 2 guys that have driven this car. We don't know if they're going to have any other drivers in this race, or if it's just going to be Maximilian and Patrick. But Patrick is in the car. Patrick is very, very quick himself. But Angelo Michel, the number 2 car in that Core Motorsports Audi, has dropped several seconds on Pitchler in just these 2 laps. So Angelo and the Core Motorsports team seem to be responding to the Pure Racing team.
Yeah, it does seem as if 1 minute 12 seconds is a long way.
There was a car backwards. Sorry, guys.
Go ahead.
Almensberger, the Pure Racing Team number 74. So they got back on track at some point. And in the mini carousel, things just didn't work out for them.
Oh dear, oh dear. Yep. We'll get that on the replay. Are we getting a replay of that? Yes, there it is, hitting the wall of the Armco pretty hard then.
Well, I have the feeling Andreas Almensperger is just sick and tired and disgusted of this race right now. He's a really great driver, and to be struggling as much as I've seen him struggle is unusual to say the least.
Yeah, well, you know, it takes a small lapse in concentration and it can be all over. And this track is narrow, it's twisty. It is the ultimate challenge, I've heard it said, of a driver's ability to stay focused and to actually complete a race. Just to finish a race here is the big challenge, I think, Kevin.
Yeah, and poor Andreas, he's driving a car that's been beaten like a rented mule and is probably driving as stubborn as a rented mule too. So that, I'm sure, doesn't help his situation. To be honest, I'm amazed that they're still running. At this point, you kind of wonder, maybe just park it and just call it a day. But no, they're still out there. I guess they absolutely want to finish. But it's probably going to get more and more difficult for them the way this car is clearly handling.
Well, that's what it comes down to. Pride in being able to say we will finish this race. But the bad news is that we haven't got to the halfway mark yet. So there's whatever you've done now, you still have to do over again for exactly the same amount of time. So if that discourages anybody, I'm sorry. It's not my intention to discourage you, just to point out the facts. And the facts are there's still 12 hours to go.
Meanwhile, Angelo Michel is out here just flying, just threw down an 8-minute 20.957 in second place, trying to chase down the Pure Racing Team 111, the sister car of Almensperger that we were just talking about. That gap is now down to just over a minute 11, just under a minute 12. Was at almost a minute 20. When Michel got in the car, Angelo Michel got in the car. So Angelo, I'm unfamiliar with him, but he's clearly throwing down some honking times.
Yeah, certainly. And that car, if you think that car, Angelo Michel, the fastest lap time they had in the car, and that would have been with the previous driver, was an 8-minute 17 seconds. So he's done, after 12 hours, so close to 12 hours, he's doing 8-minute 20s. That is honking. After 12 hours, so good on him for what he's doing there. Patrick Pilcher, in the meantime, I'm not seeing a last lap from him yet. Obviously hasn't completed a lap of his own, so we'll get that information. Yeah,
guys, this is no, sorry. Go ahead. I thought I had something on screen, but it was just a random flash. Sorry.
Okay. Well, I was about to pass it to Etan. Etan, what are you looking at the moment, my friend?
I've just been keeping an eye on the gap between the two Kia leaders. It was about a lap ago, 18 seconds. Now it's down to 14 seconds, actually dropping about a second in the past few seconds. It looks like Eric Hafner might be struggling a little bit.
Yeah, Eric Hafner, another known driver to us. Haven't seen him in any of our series, but I've certainly seen him in some of the official series. Now, he is currently, let's see, he is 13.9, say 14 seconds ahead of Gulam Rasadon. And you're quite right, that seems to be coming down slowly but surely. And 14 seconds on this track, that's really not a big problem. So let's see. Hopefully we can get to a stage where we might see a battle, and that would be between the leader of the Kias and the second place getter of the Kias. So good job there by 24H Kia team, trying to chase down Eric Hafner in the Alpine Eagle Racing team.
Yeah, I think Hafner has been dealing with a good amount of Audi traffic. 3 cars had gone by him in the past lap, so that's probably what slowed him down. But Rakdon just got passed by an Audi driver as well. So yeah, these guys really have to just keep their eyes on their rearview mirror as well as their front windshield for those Audis that come up really quickly.
Yeah, you're right. I was having a look from the rear of Hafner's car, And from the rear, it looks okay. But if you go and have a look at the front, you will see he's got damage on the actual front. The grille is bent. The left side is damaged. The right side is damaged. So he's driving with a car that is very far from being ideal.
Hey guys, I'm going to chime in here with something I just noticed a little bit ago. Marco Penttinen in the Audi number 107, a couple laps ago, approaching Hochaichen, I still don't know how to pronounce that, sideswiped the wall and actually had to take a tow. They were running 6th overall, and they are now currently 11th overall as they try and get that damage repaired. And that's the Oispa Kalja Racing. I'm sorry you finished, guys, but being American, I can't pronounce any of your words.
Yeah, it is. The names of the track, the names of the sections, the names of the corners are very difficult for us English speakers to pronounce, which is why you won't hear us calling out many of those names. We do know where the sections are: Adenau, Metzenfeld, Kallenhard, the carousel, etc. But we don't want to offend any of the European guys by trying to, pronounce their names in our klutzy fashion. So just bear with us while we call the action in our own sort of English way.
We apologize for our culture's laziness.
Yeah. Okay, so guys, we are getting kind of close to the end of our stint here. It's just gone really quickly, to be honest, and we will be talking about the incoming guys who are going to take over from you. I believe that's Race Spot. But before we do that, we really do want to run down what we know about the race at the moment. So starting with you, Kevin, let's just give a little bit of a rundown of how the race has progressed in the 3 hours that we've been here.
Well, I think we know. I've watched a lot of the front leading Audis in the GT3 class. It's the only Audi, or the Audi is the only GT3 car out there. The Pure Racing Team 111 has led the entire time that we've been on air. I'm trying to remember exactly what I placed up. Maximilian Benecki was, I think, the only driver I saw until Patrick Pitchler got in a few minutes ago. And that gap has shrunk about 10 seconds over the course of 3 hours. Angelo Michel, the second place car in that Core Motorsports. We saw primarily Kei Kashube running, and now Angelo Michel is in there and throwing down some great laps. The rest of the Audi field has been shaking up a little bit. Currently, it's Gregory Tansen in that 24H MSP Drivers Home 1 car. They've been in third place that entire time. Jose Lopez fourth in the Thrustmaster Milvano TRL car. Also has been in fourth place, I think, the entire time we've been on air. Patrick Bieri is in fifth in the GT3s in the Trinity Motorsports. Again, I think they've been there the entire time we've been on air. David Mata in the GT Rose SST Orange car. And I don't think we've had that car on screen much. We've seen a bunch of their sister car, the black car, which is currently being driven by... Where did he go on my screen? He disappeared. But it was being driven by Javier Soto, currently being driven by Cristobal J. Lopez. They are in 16th overall and doing a good battle. We saw a great battle with them and the Gecko Vortex Sim Racing guys. That was Ryan Castelline and Jonathan Brout. Unfortunately, they ran into some trouble, and they've been in pit lane for a long time. We may have seen the last of them. And I think, Ayrton, you've been watching the C-Specs a bunch, right?
Yeah, I have, and similar story to the Audi class. Pure Racing Team, their roof car has been leading majority of the time. The only two drivers that have driven in the last 3 hours are Tom Valentini and Lauren Heinrich. But the real action was kind of in second place, not between drivers, but Celestial DNF driver Troy Schuster had a little bit of an incident which could have cost him a lot, but he managed to save it, preventing any damage to the car, but lost him a bit of time. That car is now taken over by Evan Maillard, which we're expecting to hopefully close that gap. He's about 27 seconds behind Heinrich right now, which is actually a lot, has been closed up a good amount. Third place is Trimates. They haven't seen much of them. Justin Hopp was driving for a good while, and Lars Ball has now taken up in that car. And Sim RC is in fourth place for the roof class. We talked to Maximilian Scheider in an interview. He's in the car now, been driving for quite a while. The car was also driven by Dustin Hickman. I think it's just been those two guys. Never mind, they had Jurgen Frank earlier, which I know Maximilian was talking about. Hopefully they'll be able to get him to come back in, since he said he was a bit faster. Maybe he might be able to get up to that third place. Then fifth place in the roof class is Orson Racing. And right now they have Dominant Angel in the car for them.
Thanks for that, Ayrton. That's a really good wrap-up. Well, in the Kias, we currently have the leader is Eric Hafner. Let me get this back up on the screen. Here we go. Eric Hafner. He is for Alpine Eagle Racing Team. He's currently leading with this car number 127. And they've done a good job all day. The previous driver was doing a great job as well. In the second place, currently the 24H Kia team, being driven at the moment by Guillaume Rassadon. Now, he's been in the car previously. When we started, I think he was in the car. There was a driver change in between. I forget who got into the car.
Johan
but certainly, that's right. And now Guillaume Rassadon is back in the car again. And they are currently traveling in second place. He's about 11 seconds behind Hafner. So that is a closing gap. And this may well develop into a battle later on in the race. We may not be able to see it, but certainly Race Spot, who will be taking over from us, will be able to perhaps call a nice battle going on between, and for position between the two top drivers, or two top teams, I should say, in the Kia Optima. Third place in the Kias. Sorry, go ahead, Kevin.
Well, I wanted to jump in. Wasn't it the Alpine Eagle Racing that rolled their Kia, I think, with Robert Klotz from the overall lead, or from their class lead?
It was.
It was.
So they had such a big lead beforehand that they were able to tow it and get repairs and still come out only like 20 seconds behind.
Yeah,
it's got to be a little disheartening for the second place car.
They were sitting on their lid. Yep, Robert Klotz it was, or Robin Klotz. I can't remember the actual name, but certainly they had big problems and got it all fixed, as Ayrton said, and they're back out there and still in the lead. Alpine Eagle Racing. Going back to the third place, we currently have George Gruber for Torque Freak Racing Corkscrew. And they've been just doing a solid job all day, holding that car there in and around about the third place position. Fourth place now, these are all the new drivers in the car. James DeFeo is currently in the car for Clan AOD Net 24-hour Kia, and they're still holding down fourth place. And then fifth place is Christian Challen. Now, he's been in the car for a while. He's for Black Adam Motorsport team. And I think the only other Kia in the race at the moment is Dylan Sharman. Now, Dylan is also a well-known driver to me anyway. I think he drives the V8 supercar. And he is racing for Guild of Australian Young Stars. And they are sitting in what is the 8th place in the Kias. So great job being done by them as well. There is another Kia we forgot to call. That was the 6th place there, Daniel Quattrapani, and he's racing for Kronos Sim Racers CSR. We've mentioned them before. And then we've got Samuel Augsburger in the 7th place, and they are Team GTRS number 1. So there's your Kias. There are 8 Kias still in the race, which is quite respectable. And Kevin, I give you the MX-5s.
I gather that you're so disappointed, Richard, that with your favorite car and the racing therein that you just don't want to talk about. Anyhow, let's see. Rookie Racing Team number 55, the most unfairly named team in the history of racing, has been leading the entire time we've been on air in the MX-5s, currently being driven by Yanni Mastampo. Dave Galink was also in that car, as was Luis de la Nuez. I apologize for mispronouncing your name. In second place, Elmer... I struggle with this. Erlicott. Also in that team, Alex Zerny, Stefan Jan, Tobias Zerny, Patrick Langkow, and that's in the Team RSO car. And they are a good, healthy ways behind Yanni, about 2 minutes in second place. And third place is Enzo Conta in the Thrustmaster Movano MX-5. Some other great... And as I say that, they crash into the wall.
It's got going again, I think.
He clipped the curb on the inside. That you cannot do that in this MX-5. It's bounce off of these curbs. The rear rebound in the car just causes the car to go loose, and you lose control super easily, and that's what he did. It snapped him into the wall. Big contact. Oh,
We'll
I
get
hope
a
he didn't
replay
damage
of
his
that.
suspension.
That could be terminal. He's cruising around. He's still going at the moment. We're talking about Enzo Cantor, but right now the car is going very slowly, Kevin. But wow, just as you spoke to him, is that the commentator's curse or what?
Clearly, wow. Well, the car that he is battling for position with right now would be Gustavo Cianfrani in the Blackadder Motorsport 68. They are fourth place in car. We've only seen Marco Mogren in that car until Gustavo got in, I think, this lap, actually. And they are the four remaining MX-5s of 13 that started, a really talent-ridden field. And unfortunately, that talent, to finish first you must finish, is the trite saying. Not a lot of guys finishing in that class. And hopefully Enzo Canta in that Thrustmaster Movado car will be able to finish, and we didn't curse him and put him out of the race. 3 out of 13. 4 out of 13 is bad enough. 3 out of 13. Boy, that may actually be disgraceful, Richard.
It may well be. And to wrap things up from a total point of view, 57 cars started this race. 36 cars are still running. A couple of them are in the pits at the moment, but officially 36 cars are running. That means 36 to 57, that's 21 cars out of the race. Some of the biggest names in iRacing were driving those cars, and they are out there. Just goes to show how tough this course is. We've spoken about this course, how narrow it is. We've spoken about how twisty it is, but I don't think we've done justice, Ayrton or Kevin. I don't think we've done justice to just how tough this course is.
I don't think we've needed to. I think the drivers have kind of done that for us.
Yeah, no, I agree. I mean, I can't even imagine doing a race like this. I struggle just around Okayama Short, I mean, there's so many corners to keep track of. And I mean, these guys must have spent hours just practicing, trying to learn the track, and then trying to learn it and be able to endure it for 24 hours. And like these guys, probably each of them, there's probably around like roughly 4 drivers a team on average. They're doing 6, or am I doing my math right? 6, yes, 6 hours.
6 hours
per driver. I mean, that's insane.
It is, and so you won't hear any criticisms of any particular driver coming out of our mouths, excepting for the MX-5 drivers. I'm fairly critical of those guys who dropped out of the race because really the MX-5 I would have thought would be the easiest car to drive on this track. It is true that the MX-5 hates the curbs. Even, Kevin, let me tell you, coming out of turn 1 on Watkins Glen or going into turn 1, if you clip just the raised inside of the corner there, you will throw that car into the wall. That's how finicky this car has become. But I love it, and I think you just got to deal with it. Each car has its own idiosyncrasies to deal with. And the MX-5, the new MX-5 is no different. And to guys like Dries Nice and, well, I'll just talk to Dries Nice because he's a friend of mine. He won't mind me saying what I'm about to say. Shame on you, Dries, for taking the car out of the race. You are disgraceful. And don't you ever troll me on another one of the forums again, because I've got you now.
He's never going to hear the end of this, is he?
And we said it in the 24-hour race. Guys, we are going to take a short break right now. When we come... No, we're not. Director says we're not taking a short break. What are we doing? Okay. Well, what I was trying to say is I was about to take a break, but director says no, we are too close to the end of our stint to do that. So we've got about probably about 12 minutes or so before the
2 minutes.
2 minutes. 2 minutes, I'm told, before the end of the stint. So let's go through some of the things that we need to do to pay some of the bills here. So I want to thank the iRacing staff who have made this event possible. This is the first of its kind, a 24-hour race at this iconic track in Europe there called the Nordschleife. And we've got we're driving on the combined section, which includes the Nürburgring GP track as well, or part of it anyway. Just the Mercedes arena has been omitted from this track. The rest of it is all that you see, and we've been doing it so far for very, very close to 12 hours. I want to thank the broadcast partners for this event, the V8 Super, V8's Online, pardon me, and RaceSpot. RaceSpot are running the show for this particular event, and they have asked ourselves and the V8 Super, the V8's Online, to partake and do 6 hours each, and we thank them for giving us the opportunity. It's been great. Thanks to the software and the hardware that we use for our broadcast that you can see on your screen very, very shortly. We are talking about many different pieces of hardware and software that we use. Additional thanks must go to our musical contributors. We haven't had many breaks today, but during the breaks you will have heard the likes of Eric Ekholm and Casey Lalonde. They are contributors of music to our broadcast, and we thank them immensely for what they do for us. You can find their websites. They are listed there, caseylalonde.bandcamp.com and ericekholm.com. Go and have a listen to some of their music. Their music is deep, meaningful, and we certainly like listening to it. Thanks also to the team today. We've had Joe, Bill, Sean, previously on with director Amjad Yaman. Amjad Yaman still directing a marathon stint for him, 6 hours. So thank you for that, Amjad. And then, of course, the second team. Not that we are the second team. We are the second of the team to take our positions in the booth. That is Ayrton and Kevin. Thank you, guys. And of course, all the camera shots are provided by the inimitable Dougie Beard. If you want to find out more about us, GSRC, you can go to our website, which is www.globalsimracingchannel.com, and you will find lots of information there, and also lots of archived races of all the customers that we deal with on a daily basis. Coverage of the Nürburgring 24 hours has been provided by a RaceSpot, and it will continue shortly. Please see the description there below the video for the link into part 3. We also have upcoming races for other series on screen, so check those out and mark them on their calendar. So, we are out of here. I'll get a short comment before the final close from my two co-commentators. Ayrton, how have you enjoyed the broadcast?
Well, I mean, after 12 hours of racing, I was surprised that there's still going to be action. We saw a good amount of action, so I'm definitely happy to be part of the team and able to commentate for some of this race.
Thank you, Ayrton Ellis. And Kevin, last word to you, my friend.
Well, we saw some great driving out there, and we saw some not so great driving. And after 12 hours, a lot of cars still out there on track. And now I have to go hope that my car is still out there on track, and hope that we are still driving well. So good day and good night to all of you.
Thank you very much, Kevin and Ayrton Ellis. Kevin Brown, stalwart of GSRC. So, folks, thank you for watching. Until we see you again, race hard, race clean, and we'll see you somewhere on the track.